This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Blood Trinity by Sherrilyn, Kenyon, and Diana Love. Performed by Christina Traister. We'd like to dedicate this book to our mothers, who both left too soon and will forever live in our hearts. 2 years ago, Utah, beneath the salt flats. Uphold my vows and die. Or break my vows and die? Yvonne Kincaid had faced death more than once in the past 5 years, but never with these odds. If she had a 1% chance, it would be a miracle. A citric odor burned her lungs, confirming that Maeve magic shrouded the rock walls, high ceiling, and dirt floor of her underground prison. It was the stench of her worst enemies. She still couldn't believe that one of her own, a Belador, had betrayed her. Not just her. Anger over the betrayal and being tricked into falling for this chewed at her insides. But she pushed it down, knowing it wouldn't do anything except weaken her more. And right now, she needed her full sense and bearings. Peeking carefully from beneath lowered eyelashes so that no one would know she was awake, she took in the other 2 captives, male Beladors, also held upright by invisible constraints. A human would be blind in this black hole, but her vision thrived on total darkness. Natural night vision that allowed her to see in a range of monochromatic blue-grays. One rare perk of being an alterant, a half-breed Belador, unlike those 2 purebloods with their backs against the glistening red-orange stone wall. Did those men know each other? Did she really care? They were either allies or enemies. And until she knew more about them, they were definitely enemies. Similar in height and size, they were different as night and day in skin color and the way they dressed. The one with nothing on but jeans had been conscious when she'd regained her wits 20 minutes ago. Completely still, he hadn't made a sound since then, like a snake lying low until it saw an opportunity to strike. Arms outstretched and legs spread apart, his gaze now cut sideways at a rustle of movement. The fair-haired guy on his left struggled to reach lucidity. Being imprisoned with 2 Beladors would normally fill her with hope for escape because of their ability to link with each other and combine their powers. When that happened, Beladors fighting together were a force only the upper echelon of preternatural creatures could touch. They were damn near invincible. But linking required unquestioned trust. And right now, she couldn't offer trust so easily. Not after a Belador's telepathic call for help had lured her into this hole, into the hands of Maeve warlocks. Her tribe had fought this bunch for 2,000 years. Burn me once, shame on you. Burn me twice, die with pain. Even so, could she refuse to help these 2 warriors, members of her tribe, if there was a chance to save them? Beladors were a secret race of Celtic people connected by powerful genetics and living in all parts of the world. She'd only met a few. Never these 2. But every member of the tribe had sworn an oath to uphold a code of honor, to protect the innocent and any other Belador who needed help. If a warrior broke that vow, every family member faced the same penalty as the warrior, even the penalty of death. Yvonne had no one who would be affected by her decisions. The only person she'd had was an aunt who died that Yvonne didn't mourn. Not after what that woman had done to her. But even without having someone to worry about, she'd upheld her vows since the day she turned 18. Not because she had to, but because she wanted to. And, until now, She'd always supported her tribe without question. If only she knew which side of the lake those two across from her swam on, hers or the Maeve's. She had one chance to answer that question correctly. Live or die. What else was new? Anyone know who called for this delightful little meeting? The fair-haired male grumbled in a smooth voice born of enhanced genetics and a hint of British influence. The sound matched the urbane angles of his European face, which could be Slavic or Russian. He straightened his shoulders as if that would smooth the creases in his overpriced suit, obviously tailored to fit that athletically cut body that James Bond would envy. She'd put him in his early 30s, and at close to 6'3". Bad, black, and wicked next to him might be an inch shorter, but he balanced out the difference with a pound or two of extra kick-your-ass muscle. Introductions appear necessary, unless you two know each other. The blond guy looked in her direction, then at the other male, but she doubted he could see a thing in this blackness. Then again, who knew what powers he had as a Belador? That thought sent another chill down her spine. Ival fought a smirk over Pretty Boy's dry tone and well-honed nonchalance. She'd never met a Belador male who wasn't alpha to the core, but she had no intention of jumping in first to answer after deceit had landed her here. One of these two could very easily be a Maeve surveillance plant. Tonight's betrayal had put a serious damper on her team mentality, and it burned raw inside her. I suppose I shall have to open, Pretty Boy continued, undeterred by the rude silence. I'm Quinn. The other prisoner still hadn't twitched since being hauled into the cave by 4 Maeve warlocks and slammed against the wall. He'd been the last one captured. Blood that had trickled earlier from gashes in his exposed chest had dried, and the gashes were gone. Rumors had surfaced that a few of the more powerful Belador warriors could self-heal some wounds overnight, but she'd never heard of one healing so quickly. Odd. His head was completely bald, which added a lethal edge to his face. Ripped muscles curved along his arms. All that body flowed down to the narrow waist of his jeans. He cleared his throat, and even that sounded dangerous. I'm Zader. The Maester? Quinn's gaze walked up and down the other warrior, sizing him up. Yes. Truth or lie? Ival had never met Zader Burke, commander of all the North American Beladors. If he was Maester, that might explain why he was here. He would be a coup in any Maeve's career. She slashed a look at the self-appointed cave host, waiting on Quinn to make the next move. He shifted his head in Ival's direction. I can see another faint aura glowing across from us. A woman, I presume from the look of it. How come other Beladors could see auras, but not her? What had she done to tick off the aura fairy? When she didn't pick up the conversation thread, Quinn asked, You would be pissed off. Ival opened her eyes all the way. He smirked. Love the name, darling. Should I refer to you simply as pissed? She ignored his sarcasm. No offense. I'm going to need a little more information before I'm ready to buddy up to anyone, especially 2 who could be lying to me. First again, to keep the ball rolling, Quinn nodded. I had assumed only Beladors answered the call, but your aura is not Belador, Zader interjected. Quinn's moment of hesitation spoke louder than his words. I see. Snubbed again. What else was new? Even though she'd heard the traitors call for help telepathically, just like this pair of full-bloods had, and felt the sizzle of their tribe's connection on her skin, they still didn't consider her one of them. Raw fury roiled through her veins. What would she have to do to be considered one of the group? Too bad their hazing wasn't as simple as eating a few live goldfish. But then why was she surprised or even hurt? Her own family had wanted nothing to do with her. Why should anyone else? Still, she refused to be discounted so easily. You two may be able to see auras, but I doubt that either of you see anything else in this pitch dark. Not like I can. That explains it. There was no missing the disgust in Zader's tone. What precisely does that explain? Quinn allowed his annoyance to come through that time. Not the happy cave host after all. She's an alterate. Zader stared her way, studying on something. The only one not in Viper protective custody. Eval released a sharp stream of air from between clenched teeth. Right. Protective custody sounds so much more civilized than being jailed, which is what really happened to the other 4 alterants. I'm not there because I don't deserve to be there, and I refuse to live in a cage, just like you would if you were me. So, deal with it. She'd been there, done that, and burned the t-shirt reminder, and it would take more than the entire Belador race to put her back in one. And she had no doubt how he'd vote if she shifted into a beast in front of him. Thumbs down. Hang the alterant. Yeah, the pendulum was buried on the side of them being her enemies. Zader frowned. You work for Viper? Viper, Vigilante International Protectors Elite Regiment, was a multinational coalition of all types of unusual beings and powerful entities created to protect the world from supernatural predators. Beladors made up the majority of Viper's force, and if that really was Zader Burke across from her, he'd know the only free alterant worked with Viper. Might as well cop to it. I'm in the southwestern region. Quinn cleared his throat. I'm with Viper as well, and was on my way to investigate a Bearn demon sighting in Salt Lake City when I heard the call. What about you two? Meeting an informant in Wendover, Zader replied, mentioning the small gaming town at the Utah-Nevada border. What were you doing in this area tonight, alterant? Following a lead I have no intention of sharing with you, dickhead. When she didn't answer, Zader chuckled in a humorless way that brushed a ripple of unease across her skin. Listen, sweetheart. We might have another couple hours, or we might only have a couple minutes. The Maeve don't ransom. They trap, plunder mines, use bodies in hideous ways, and toss the carcasses into a fire pit. I could reach Brina even this far below ground, but I can't get through the spell coating these walls. So there's not going to be a Belador cavalry charging in to save us. You either join up and help us find a way to escape, or prepare for the worst death you can imagine. As if she didn't know the stakes, and hadn't already lived through a fate worse than death. They had no idea who and what they were dealing with. I quite agree, love, Quinn added. I can understand your resistance to trusting anyone after being caught in this trap. I, too, want that traitorous Belador's head as a hood ornament on my Bentley, but none of us will have any chance to discover his identity if we don't survive, and that endangers all our people. Eval would give him that, but hanging here manacled to a rock wall by magic didn't exactly instill a sense of camaraderie in her. More like it brought back memories that made her seethe. She held the key to possibly overpowering the Maeve, a physical ability to shift into a more powerful form that might afford the 3 of them the combined energy to fight their way out of here. But using that ability would expose the secret she'd shielded for 5 years and give the tribunal, the ruling body of Viper, all the reason they'd need to lock her up. Adult alterants did not get a second chance for any infraction. The 4 male alterants, with unnaturally pale green eyes like Eval's, had shifted into hideous beasts over the past 6 years and killed humans, and Beladors, before being imprisoned. When she'd turned 18, and an old druid had appeared and informed Eval of her destiny to be a Belador warrior, Eval had explained how the dark sunglasses she wore constantly protected her ultra-sensitive eyes. By the time the Beladors had realized her eyes were the pale green of an alterant, she hadn't shifted or posed a danger. For that reason alone, the Belador warrior queen Brina had asked the tribunal to allow her warriors to train Aval with the understanding by all parties of what would happen if Aval shifted. They would cage the beast if it ever made its presence known. These two Beladors in the cave with her had taken a vow to uphold the Belador Code of Protecting Humanity, which also meant reporting any alterant who shifted. Aval had almost changed into a beast once. Almost. Even now, she didn't know if she could do it and maintain control, which meant she could shift and the Maeve could still kill her. So her only real option for escape depended on trusting these two men enough to link so the three of them could use their cumulative natural abilities to defeat the Maeve. If not, casket time. Her choices narrowed by the heartbeat, and Quinn had a valid point. She couldn't find the one who had betrayed her and make him pay if she died in this underground prison. I'm Aval. My reason for being in this area tonight is personal. She shot her attention to the one who would clearly lead a charge against the Maeve. Got a plan, Master T? Working on it. They must have used water from Loch Reeve to coat the walls and hold the spell. That's the only substance I've ever known of that can drain Belador powers. I don't know how long we've been down here, but it's probably been working on us for a while. Not my powers, she corrected, enjoying a moment of satisfaction over another unexpected difference between her and the purebloods. I'm at full strength. Zader paused for a moment, then nodded. Good. That's 1+ for us, but we're losing power, right, Quinn? Correct. I am probably at half strength, which is why we must strike soon while we're still capable of battling. Aval looked across at both men. Either of you have an idea how many we have to fight to get out? Best I could tell, there were 5 Maeve warlocks and the one traitorous Belador. Zader's deep voice hardened on the last word. He was either just as pissed off as her or a very convincing liar. Didn't get a good look at the 5th Maeve, but he wasn't big and wore a priest's robe. This is a war party of hunters. If they were taking us to someone higher, we'd be gone. They plan to torture information out of us or maybe use us to bait another trap. I want blood from that traitor too, but I won't let the Maeve hurt another Belador regardless of what that bastard did. Zader's immediate concern for his tribe struck a note of guilt in Aval, making her realize she'd been more worried about getting out of here alive than protecting her tribe. She'd fought alongside Beladors until she was bloody and spent to defend the tribe, and to prove she was worthy. Refusing to help another Belador now would destroy what trust she'd gained from some and give voice to the ones murmuring that she was little better than a trained animal. Quinn shifted. I agree with Zader. Before she had a chance to say yay or nay, Zader started strategizing. Let's do a quick check of resources. Since she's wary of us, I'll start. I've got kinetic, telepathic, and energy force, plus 2 sentient blades they stripped from me with my body armor. If I can get out of here, I'll call them to me. Quinn went next. Ditto on the kinetic, telepathic, and energy force. Plus, I can mind lock. Aval had no idea what he was talking about. What do you mean by mind lock? I can reach into another mind remotely, lock into their brainwaves, and see through their eyes. I can guide them as well, if they don't realize I've invaded their mind and resist. Then I'd have a battle on my hands. I thought the spell coating the walls was blocking us from reaching anyone. How can you access someone's mind from here? She hadn't lived this long by accepting anything at face value. I can't reach beyond this facility, but I feel air movement. The Maeve must have air passages running between the caverns, or we'd have already died of asphyxiation. I can access anyone in another space connected to this one by even a thin gap in the rocks. Zader perked up at that last bit. Can you destroy their mind while you're inside a person's head? Whereas his question had been asked purely for battle strategy, Ival wanted to hear the answer for another reason. Could Quinn tamper with her mind if they linked? She didn't like the thought of that at all. Quinn's pause indicated he'd given Zader's question some thought. Yes, but I won't. Not without our warrior queen's approval. On the other hand, Ival had hoped he'd share something no one knew about him, a secret that would make Quinn as vulnerable as she was if she had to shift. Fat chance either of these two men would make that mistake. Are you dressed, Ival? Quinn asked that with sincere concern that surprised her. He thought they'd stripped her? Yes, I'm in jeans and a shirt. The dark brown cotton shirt hanging open over her t-shirt was one of the 2 changes of clothes she owned. She preferred to live her life unencumbered by anything, even wardrobe. She twisted her shoulder-length hair up beneath a frayed ball cap to spend a night of surveillance in Wendover. Lost the cap when she was captured. What about your powers, Ival? Zader clearly wanted all the weapons laid out so they could make a solid plan. I have exceptional vision, similar to infrared illuminated night vision optics. I have kinetics, telepathy, energy force. And the Maeve failed to remove my boots, which conceal blades. And I might be empathic, but that was a recent surprise and is unimportant right now. Quinn gave a low laugh. Can't wait to get a look at you. Your optics are another plus. Zader's eyes stared her way. The next step's gonna take some trust. You willing to link with us so we'll have your full power and night vision? Not if Quinn could overpower her mind. Ival, I sense hesitation on your part after learning I have the capability to take control of your mind. Quinn's voice was smooth, as though he'd lifted her thoughts. Could he? But do realize that I could have already done so and locked onto your vision if I'd so chosen. He was right. She considered her dwindling options and had no choice but to relent. Linking is our only chance, but first I want an agreement from both of you. On what? Suspicion filtered into Zader's commanding voice. That no matter what we have to do to get out of here, you vow that we keep any secrets shared between us. You swear on the life of our goddess, Maka. You get a head injury when they caught you, woman? Quinn lashed back, not sounding quite so cultured, as if he hid a less than polished background behind that suave voice. Swearing on Maka's life's a good way to see the last of yours. You think that's any crazier than me making a leap of faith with you two after one of our tribe tricked me? Our tribe? Quinn asked. Yes. Ival was tired of always being doubted. I swore the same oath you did. I've put my life on the line many times for other Beladors, even though... She bit off her last words, stopping before she finished with, even though I'm treated like some mutt with tainted blood. Never let them know how much their biased stares and constant spying slid under her defenses. Beladors might tolerate an alterant, but any trust she'd received in the past had been an uneasy alliance in tense times. She'd admit that the tribe had reason to be suspicious of alterants after the last male who'd shifted 2 months ago had killed 9 Beladors trying to contain him. But she'd proven herself for 5 hard years and deserved respect. Too bad they didn't see things the way she did. No deal. Zader's unmerciful gaze arrowed through the dark in her direction with the intensity of a lightning bolt. I think not as well, Quinn concurred. Now what was she going to do? The stretch of curved wall on her left that ran between her and Zader began to fade. Ival tensed. She had no offensive edge. Not until she either linked with the 2 men or was released from the shackles so that she could shift. Both options twisted her stomach into a sick knot of terror. When the rock disappeared, leaving a hole big enough to drive a small automobile through, a diminutive Maeve figure wearing a pale gray robe entered. Light glowed from inside the hood. Where were the 4 brutes who had hauled Zader into this chamber? You shouldn't be here. Quinn's soft voice was full of tender feelings. Ival glanced at him. The person in the robe moved toward Quinn as though floating across the floor. Ival debated the risk of linking with Quinn and had just about talked herself into helping him when the hood fell away from the Maeve's head. Not a warlock, but a stunning witch, with hair so bright it had to be the color of a flame in natural lighting. Angling her chin at him, the witch stood a head shorter than Quinn. Without saying a word first, she lifted up on her toes and cupped his face with her hands, then kissed him sweetly on the mouth. Quinn didn't just let her kiss him. He joined in until she finally pulled away. When my men described the 3 Beladors they'd caught, I didn't want to believe what I heard. I had to see for myself. What are you doing here? Protecting my tribe. Quinn's heavy sigh bulged with regret. Leave before your men find you here. I don't know how to help you, she whispered desperately. You can't. If you do, they'll kill you for treason, regardless of your being a priestess. You shouldn't have been caught in this trap, she whispered. They weren't looking for you. Who do they want? Quinn's tone sharpened. The witch shook her head. They'll take you last. I'll come up with a way to free you. I have to go. She turned to leave. Kizira. When the witch turned around, Quinn softened his tone again. Don't try to save me. I'm bound to my tribe and will die with these 2 if they can't also be saved. Ever the fool. She shook her head. You should not have protected me that day. I must uphold my oath of honor in all situations. Quinn's reply renewed Ival's hope at gaining an ally in keeping secrets. If she had to shift to escape, would either of these 2 be willing to say she'd done so with honorable intent? The Maeve witch visiting Quinn lifted her hood back into place and started to leave, then hesitated. Your time nears. She vanished, and the wall was solid again. The tight muscles in Ival's chest relaxed after that bizarre scene. Quinn was friends, more than friends, with a Maeve priestess. Not kosher in the Belador world, but she couldn't fault him if he'd acted out of honor and spared an enemy rather than kill without thought as their bloodthirsty ancestors had. Their goddess would respect that, but Quinn had a secret to protect as vigorously as Ival shielded hers. Now if only Zader had something to hide. But he was a warrior who would die before exposing any vulnerability. She'd bet he hadn't shared all his powers either. Want to explain that visit, Quinn? Zader asked. Sorry, chap. Rather not. Ival smiled. Maybe you should both reconsider my offer to hold each other's confidence in order to escape. Quinn gave a quick shake of his head. I won't ask either of you to put yourself in jeopardy with Brina or Maka. Not for me. Damn. Damn. What was with these 2? Why couldn't they bend an inch? Ival wouldn't admit defeat, but winning their freedom wasn't looking too promising either. The witch had said they were running out of time. Quinn narrowed his eyes. I'm roving mentally through the tunnels for a mind. Ival was starting to like this guy in spite of his being cozy with a Maeve. He knew his ass was in a sling if a word of his association with a Maeve made it to Brina, but he was still determined to help. Maybe she could trust him. Zader, on the other hand, had yet to get her vote. Got one. Don't think he's the leader. Quinn's voice changed to a monotone. He's listening to one of the other warlocks. They can't wait on the spell to drain the Beladors. Kizira arguing they should wait. Belador's dangerous, even one at a time, Leader says. Quinn's head jerked back. His shocked eyes swung toward her. You're the one they want, Ival, and you don't want to know what they plan to do to you. Bring it, she said with more arrogance than she felt capable of backing at the moment. Quinn's eyebrows tightened, his eyes staring at nothing as he concentrated. He sucked in a breath. I hope you can take on 4 warlocks alone, because that's what's coming for you, right now. The warning in his voice spiked chill bumps along her arms. Link with us, Eval, now. Zader's tone brooked no argument or questions. She had seconds to make up her mind. Zader and Quinn couldn't link unless she lowered her mental shields. How do I know you aren't lying just to trick me into linking? You don't, Quinn shrugged. Just like I don't know what I'm in for when I link with an alterant, but I'm willing to trust you for a chance to escape. The wall to her left started fading again, slowly widening as though to accommodate more people this time. Grace beat a maca. It was time to decide if she'd live or die. As the cave wall disintegrated under Maeve magic, Eval realized she only had to answer one question. Could she let even one Belador die after vowing to protect her tribe? The answer was an unfortunate one for her. No. She sighed softly. Let's do it. Flexing her fingers quickly before the warlocks entered, she opened the channel to her mind for Zader and Quinn. The immediate synergy that shot between the 3 of them sparked the air with combined power. She flagged physically for a couple seconds, experiencing how drained the other 2 were. Then she focused only on sending energy to them. You got some screamin' optics, babe, Zader's voice whispered in her mind. And her vision isn't her only asset. Quinn searched through her thoughts like a warm flood of fine whiskey. If she wasn't so concerned over the threat entering as soon as the wall disappeared, she'd have smiled at the flirt. Don't move until I give the signal. Zader gave that order with enough heat to let everyone know he was in no mood to joke. Guess we'll allow him to lead this one, eh? Quinn's sarcasm took the edge off Eval's anxiety and filled her with a flush of confidence. She glanced over at the rogue and winked, then sent them a message. I'll wait for the word to attack, but let them unshackle me before you do anything if you want the full force of my power. Zader gave a curt nod of his head. Quinn lifted a finger in acknowledgement. The wall cleared. 4 warlocks in swirling gray robes with no hoods carried torches into the room, all headed for Eval. Without her sunglasses on, she squinted to be able to see in what, for her eyes, was brilliant light. Serpent tattoos wrapped their thick necks, then swept around each bald head. The pointed tip of the viper's head stopped at the bridge above each warlock's wide nose. The viper's eyes glowed yellow-orange and had narrow black diamond centers. When one warlock stood in front of each of Eval's arms, they chanted in unison, releasing the shackles. She dropped to the floor. One of the other 2 warlocks extended his hand, not touching her. His fingers kinetically circled her throat and lifted her off the dirt floor. She fought to breathe. Zader, what are you waiting on? She is secure, priestess, the warlock choking Eval called out in a loud voice. Kazira appeared at the entrance, her face stoic. Quinn shot his thoughts to Eval. Zader was waiting on Kazira to enter. I'll deal with her. Kazira closed her eyes and held her hands in front of her with the palms turned up. Her eyes glowed yellow. She began murmuring foreign words that sounded ancient and deadly. Now, Eval, Zader roared in her mind. Eval willed herself into battle form, a minimal physical change all Beladors were approved to use when engaging with an enemy. She tightened her fingers into fists. Spiked cartilage rose along the lengths of her arms. Power surged throughout her, expanding muscle tissue and driving her adrenaline to a volcanic level. She gripped both hands around the invisible arm holding her and bared her teeth. You're dying first, just to kick this party off on a high note. The blunt-nosed warlock smiled and squeezed tighter, drawing tears to her eyes. Using her kinetic ability, she knocked the torches into the dirt, killing the flames. The warlocks howled in anger. Ready? Zader and Quinn broke free of their shackles, drawing the other 3 warlocks around to face them. Battle screams ricocheted off the walls, gathering force like the wail of a banshee. Pulling in opposite directions with each hand, Eval snapped the force holding her throat. The warlock screamed in agony, his arm falling uselessly to his side. Released from his power, Eval again dropped to the dirt floor. He snarled with pain and dove at her. She shoved her hands up, palms out, blocking him with a shield of power. He bounced back, falling to the ground. Kazira swayed, caught in a deep trance. Eval stomped each foot, and silver spikes with razor-sharp tips shot out from around the boot soles. She took a step toward Zader, who fought 2 warlocks. Quinn snapped the neck of the Maeve he battled, tossing the body aside quicker than yesterday's trash, then snatching one of Zader's opponents away. The warlock Eval had knocked out gained his feet. He charged her, his mouth opening wide to release demonic curses on a stream of black breath. She spun, whipping her boot high, the lethal tip slicing his neck like a buzzsaw. Purple liquid bubbled from the mortal wound, filling the air with a soured orange stench. Eval whipped her boot up again in a cross kick. The warlock's head flew off sideways, hitting Kazira in the chest. That jolted the priestess out of her trance. Her glazed eyes started clearing. Oops. Eval swung back to the fight, but she couldn't jump in kicking and risk killing the Beladors, who now fought the only 2 warlocks still alive. Of the 2 dead, one lay face down on his chest with his head spun around to stare at the ceiling. Zader battled a warlock, armed with a 3-pronged sword he hadn't possessed a moment ago. Quinn blasted the 4th warlock backward with a shot of energy, then produced 3 Celtic triquetra with jagged blades and threw them with deadly accuracy. The blades struck the warlock in his throat, heart, and eyes, killing him instantly. "Not my brother! No!" Kazira screamed. She looked at Quinn, her agonized face a mix of shock and betrayal. When the priestess lifted her hands at Quinn, Eval dove at her. "No, Eval!" Quinn shouted. She slid to a stop at the side of Kazira, who froze in mid-motion with arms extended, eyes stuck open, full of fury. Quinn appeared next to the priestess. "I've locked her mind, but I can't hold her long without harming her." He cut eyes teeming with sadness at Eval. "Help Zeta." She nodded, then felt a blow to her midsection and doubled over. Quinn groaned but held his position with his back to the room. When she turned to Zader, she found him on the ground, the 3-pronged spear staked through his chest. Zader looked over at her, his face twisted with pain. "Unlink, before I die and leave me," he called into her mind. "You can't kill this one." Eval looked at the last warlock, who laughed in triumph until he eyed Kazira immobilized. That's when the eyes on the serpent tattoo on his head came to life. That meant he carried the same blood as the Maeve High Priestess. Eval looked at Zader. "Escape or fall? We stand as one." "Agreed," Quinn confirmed on a gasp. "But I can't help you and hold Kazira immobile." Eval faced the warlock. Intimidation played a role in every battle won. "You don't look so hard to kill." The warlock whispered a chant, lifting his hands to his lips and blowing across the palms. Both hands tripled in size, extending into claws. He swiped one long talon at the nearest wall, digging a trough through stone as though cutting butter with a cleaver. He crooked the same claw, smiling when he goaded her to attack. Well, crap. She hadn't really expected to get out of this mess without facing this decision. But she'd only shifted once, part way, and that had been in reaction to terror. Returning to her normal physical state had been a struggle. Could she do it again? Or would she remain a mindless beast? No time to worry about what might happen. If they stayed, they died. If she shifted... Eval mentally reached inside herself, deep into the core of her life force. She urged her body to free itself. Power rolled through the center of her, surging into her legs and arms. Bones cracked and popped, skin stretched tight. Her clothes split, shredding into tatters that fell away from her body. Leather ripped with a squeal when her feet thickened, toes growing the length of a human hand. Her jaw expanded to accommodate a double row of teeth that sharpened into jagged fangs. Nerves and tendons cried out in pain. She roared an echoing, haunting sound, now able to stare down at the warlock from 10 feet off the ground. He dared to laugh, then threw a ball of energy at her. She batted it away, blowing a hole in the rock wall. The warlock cocked his head, still smiling, but with a little surprise. He flew at her, arms drawn back to swing a clawed hand at her neck. Before he could sever her head, she blocked him, using an oversized arm that sizzled with unspent power. He bounced back, stunned for the 2 seconds she allowed him to live. She curled her leathery fingers into a fist and smashed his face, slamming him backward into the wall, where his body clung, shaking. Bolts of energy popped and sparked around him before he dropped to the ground. When she stepped close to the warlock, he gasped, "You're a dead monster." She lifted a foot as heavy as 2 cement blocks and slammed down on his midsection, crushing him into 2 halves. His last breath screamed out of him, a sound of agony Aval never wanted to hear again. Brilliant orange light blanched the inside of the cave. His body foamed purple, then disintegrated into a puff of brown smoke, a sure sign he was Maeve royalty. Aval took several breaths, calming the power pulsing through her. She begged her body to pull back into itself now that they were safe. Each breath she drew forced another part to tighten and shrink, but hallelujah, she was reversing the change. Sweat covered her skin. Pain daggered her arms and legs, sickened her stomach. Her head felt as though a stake was being driven through her temples, but she'd end up facing worse if the tribunal found out she'd shifted. Feeling the last of her body return to human form, Aval swung around to Zader, who lay perfectly still. When she reached him, she yanked the spear free. Blood gushed from the 3 holes. Mortified by her naked state, but unable to repair her shredded clothing, she dropped down on her bare knees and pressed her hands over the gaping wounds to stop the flow of blood. But she had no power to save him from all the internal damage. "He can't be dead because we are alive," Quinn said in a wheeze over his shoulder from where he still controlled Kazira. "You're right. Aval and Quinn had a chance to survive if they unlinked and escaped, but she couldn't walk away from Zader. He was not the traitorous Belador. If she unlinked, he'd lose the strength she still gave him. Her abdomen hurt too, but not as though she'd been stabbed. Why didn't she feel like she was dying? Could an alterant linked to a Belador not die? Zader's eyes fluttered. "I'm here," she assured him. "I won't leave you." He gasped hard for air, chest heaving. His hand shot up to grab her arm with a strength that surprised her. "He's living. I feel him getting stronger." Aval glanced over her shoulder at Quinn. "Me too." Zader groaned. "You can move your hand now." When she looked down, his face was robust with life. She pulled her hands away. The holes in his chest were shrinking. She stared in shock. "What did you do?" Zader sat up and stretched. Then his shoulders slumped with the effort. "You saved my life, Aval." "No, I didn't." She stood up and backed away from him. "I do not have those powers." Pushing up to his feet, Zader turned to her, politely avoiding her naked body. "You ought to grab a robe." She yanked a robe off the ground where it had been left behind when one of the warlocks had disintegrated. She shoved her arms through the sleeves. Now, what happened to you, Zader? He moved slowly, still recovering. Best I can tell, the spear tips were made of lava from a volcano I'm not telling either of you about since it's the only thing that can kill me. But the tips have to stay in place while I die a slow death. If you hadn't defeated the last warlock and pulled out the spear, I'd be dead. Beladors were not immortal as a rule, as far as she knew. Why can't you be killed? When Zader didn't reply, Quinn did. Might as well tell us. Then Aval can share what it takes to kill her too. I'm not leaving here without knowing more about both of you. She gave him an arch stare. I think you two know all you need to know about me right now. Zader shrugged. Let's just say I'm the descendant of a Belador who had me blessed, or cursed, depending upon your point of view, and leave it at that, okay? He walked over to Quinn. Can we get out of here? Yes. I pulled the exit route from Khazira's mind. Aval stepped up to both of them. I doubt she's going to let us go without a fight once you unlock her mind. I won't kill her, Quinn said with quiet conviction. I can leave a blank place in her thoughts. When I release her, that will last maybe a minute after she comes out of this state. That's enough time to reach the surface. Do it. Zader glanced at the still open wall. He whistled shrilly. 2 spinning knives with Celtic designs on the handles flew into the room and circled him, landing at each hip. The tips of the blades snarled and hissed. Aval missed her boots more than her clothes, but she had bigger worries. She knew better than to believe these 2 would protect her secret unless they gave her their word. But what Belador would risk his existence and his family for an alterant? We have to go now. Quinn stepped away from Khazira, who stood motionless, like an eerie statue. He led the way, racing through a maze of dark corridors that climbed upward to the surface. Zader followed Aval, who kept pace with Quinn. We're all good with keeping a few secrets, right? Aval was dying to know why neither of the men had commented on her shifting. She'd do anything to protect her tribe, but she would not go willingly into a cage again. Not after spending her childhood locked away as a freak. Zader's steps pounded close behind. Let's get out of here first, then talk. Fear went through her. He was going to throw her to the higher-ups. She knew it. He just wasn't man enough to tell her until he was safe. You can talk and run. Admit what you saw. I changed right back into my normal state. I'm not out of control. I chose when to shift and when to come back. It's complicated, Aval. Quinn led them with confidence, choosing turns without hesitation and running all out, until he reached a pile of rocks that blocked their path. Everyone skidded to a stop. Neither man made a move to clear the rocks, and their minute of a head start was close to ending. Aval looked at them. Let's get kinetic, shall we? Quinn shook his head. We can't move these rocks that way. I pulled several chants from Khazira I believe are connected to this route, but... But what? Anger mixed with fear inside her. Start the freaking chant before your crazy priestess wakes up from her little nap. I might kill us if I use the wrong chant. And she's not crazy. Quinn's tone told her his patience was strained. An unearthly shriek right out of a B horror movie rocked the underground tunnel. Sounds like Sleeping Beauty's awake, Aval sighed. I liked you better when you didn't talk, Quinn snapped, losing all hold on his composure. I don't like either one of you right now, Zader glared at them. Open the damn exit or I'm gonna have to kill one seriously pissed off priestess. Khazira's shrieks grew in volume. Quinn faced the rocks and spewed out a rapid sequence of mumbo-jumbo Aval couldn't begin to translate or remember. Boulders started falling away to each side, parting to make an opening. She took one quick look behind them for Khazira. Quinn might not want to hurt his evil-eyed honey, but Aval did. If not for the Maeve, she wouldn't be facing imprisonment, or worse, for shifting. Let's go. Zader grabbed her arm and dragged her through the opening. Seal that mother, Quinn. Quinn's chant was lost in the sound of rocks piling in behind them. When Eval caught her footing, she was above ground, in daylight, no shelter within a mile. An August sun blistered the desert landscape, and it blistered her. No! She curled inside the robe, pulling the thin protection around her. Skin on the back of her exposed hand started turning a nasty green color. Zader and Quinn shouted something, but her screams drowned them out. Heat scorched through the blood vessels in her arm and into her body, carrying the poison into her system. She wouldn't face imprisonment after all. The sun would kill her first. Current day, Atlanta, Georgia. 1. Eval kept a city block between her and the Creasel demon skulking along Peters Street through one of the riskier sections of downtown Atlanta after dark. 3 in the morning dark. Graveyard quiet for a Sunday morning. Where were all the people leaving the bars? There should be more on the street than this. But more importantly, who had sent a Creasel demon into this territory? Again. And why? Second time in 10 days. And she wouldn't have identified this one so quickly if not for having studied up on them after the last one showed up and ruined her day. So many non-humans to learn about, so little time. Especially while hunting them. But the last Creasel sighted in Atlanta had disappeared before causing any trouble. This time, they weren't so lucky. A human had died, and in a suspicious manner for a demon attack. A death that meant trouble for Eval in the worst way with Viper. The body of a young female had been mauled with only the heart missing. Worse had been the stink of sulfur, which told her exactly how non-human the attack had been. But that didn't make sense. A demon had to ingest the entire human to take a soul, so why only one organ? Why maul the body? It didn't smack of demon. It smacked of the way alterants had decimated bodies in the past. Was someone intentionally trying to make the killing appear as though an alterant had attacked the woman? Or am I just being paranoid? She wished Zader and Quinn hadn't both been called out of town. They could sort reality from paranoia. She hadn't been really good at doing that for herself since surviving their escape from the Maeve 2 years ago. Had the Maeve sent this demon? Were they still trying to get her? But that didn't make sense either. Creasels were South African and not Celtic. Therefore, they weren't the kind of demon the Maeve would use. Stop with the crazy thoughts and catch that friggin' thing sneaking around the city. If she handed proof of what had killed the human to Viper before they opened an investigation, she wouldn't face even suspension. If not, the first finger would point at her the minute they found out about a ripped-up human. Always worked that way. Guilty beyond doubt. Burden of proof on me, no matter how much I prove myself. Bastards. She'd never harmed a human. But she was an alterant after all, profiled in the purest sense of the word as a predatory threat for nothing more than breathing their air. Even temporary suspension would be unbearable, because it meant having her powers stripped to a minimal level. That would leave her practically defenseless in a city where preternatural beings moved silent and deadly, with purpose. Like the being that crept along steadily ahead of her. If she ran around Atlanta without her powers, it'd be open season on her and she'd end up on a slab in the morgue next to that poor woman missing a heart. Much as the idea of losing her powers gave her the shakes, her greater worry would be that the sudden stripping of powers might trigger an involuntary shift into her beast form out of a natural instinct to protect herself. That would end any question of her guilt as far as Viper was concerned, and she'd be doomed. She'd face a room full of demons to avoid that scenario. Besides, Viper needed her out here working. She had the best informants in the city when it came to supernatural intelligence. That was how she'd found this demon in so little time. The creasel stumbled, caught his balance, then stopped as though stuck in place. Dividing her attention between him and her path, she barely sidestepped a pile of putrid-smelling ick on the sidewalk that he'd left in his wake. Great, like walking behind a horse. Jeez, didn't they have any sense of cleanliness? He, the demon's gender as determined by the size of his horns, glimmered in and out of shape, appearing more as shadow and mist than anything lifelike to unsuspecting humans at 3 a.m. Even through her dark sunglasses, Eval's natural night-hold vision picked up his bony spine, slinking tail, and leathery skin as clear as a high-resolution image. Why was he moving at such a sluggish pace? Creasels were generally quick and dangerous, and traveled in pairs. Where was this one's mate? Which one had ripped into a human tonight? Or had they? Something had. And they were the most likely candidates. The remains of the young woman had shown up in the Atlanta City morgue a few hours ago. The morgue where Eval worked part-time as a maintenance tech from 10 at night until 5 in the morning. All agents at Viper were expected to integrate into the community, preferably somewhere that allowed them intel on supernatural activity. The morgue was a perfect place to be, not just for Viper, but for her own personal reasons as well. The dead were not a threat, most of the time. And what better place to hear about unusual killings or strange DNA evidence? Being on call for early Sunday morning usually meant processing run-of-the-mill Saturday night violence, not a demon mauling. The graveyard shift supervisor who'd received the woman's body had filed a request that animal control come inspect the ravaged body and gouged chest. That visit wouldn't happen until Monday during business hours. But Eval couldn't gamble on the possibility of Viper finding out about the mutilation before Monday, since they had other spies with morgue access besides her. Even if a wild animal from the zoo could have ripped the heart out of the body so cleanly, any investigator would question why an earthly predator would leave the rest of the body uneaten. Animals tended to be sloppy killers. Demons, not so much. Everything about this death was off. Didn't fit anything she'd ever seen or heard about with regard to creasel demons. Or any other kind, for that matter. Her spidey sense was tingling off the charts, and she couldn't shake the feeling this was bad for her. Real bad. Having been alone right before work, she had no alibi for the time of death. Not paranoia. I'm being set up. I have to be. Nothing else made sense. Quinn and Zader would help with a minute's notice, but they were in Charlotte, and she refused to call them like some helpless female. I came into this world alone, and I can handle anything it throws at me. And by the gods, she could handle the creasels, if she didn't make a mistake, or run out of time. With daylight coming in less than 2 hours, she'd be forced off the streets to hide from the August sun. That was why she'd faked a case of nausea at the morgue and clocked out early to go home. It wasn't a total lie. She really was feeling sick to her stomach that someone wanted her butt in a sling. Or, more to the point, a cage. Eval flinched as unwanted memories tore through her with sharp talons at that thought. Nothing set off her panic attacks worse than imprisonment. Well, there was one other matter, but she wouldn't think about that either. Focus. But it was hard. No matter how much she tried to keep the past buried, things like this threat unearthed her worst fears and made the old wounds burn anew. Which was why she'd much rather battle the demons without. Once she killed them, they stayed dead. Too bad the ones inside her weren't so cooperative. Even when she did manage to kill one, a dozen more cropped up to attack her. As Quinn would say, bloody, inconsiderate wankers. But that was neither here nor there. She'd made the 10-minute ride to her secure apartment beneath a downtown parking deck only to pick up a weapon, the special dagger she carried, which had a bone handle carved with Celtic designs. The blade shimmered with a death spell. Badass to the extreme. It could be used to kill most demons if she stuck the blade into the creature's forehead between where horns grew above each eye. The dagger had been a gift from Zader after he and Quinn had saved her life in Utah. Just one of several treasured gifts from Zader and Quinn, with friendship and trust being the most cherished of all. But she was on her own right now. The demon paused in the middle of the next block at the newspaper-wrapped feet of a sleeping vagrant, a poor, wadded-up piece of humanity not bothering anybody. Was it sizing up the guy as a meal? Eval paused, perfectly still. Sweat trickled beneath her top to streak down the naked skin on her back and soak the top of her jeans. The back of her vintage BDU shirt stuck to her back. She wore the cotton military shirt for comfort, but nothing felt good in this heat. Her steel-toe boots were hot, but much handier and safer than sandals if someone or something wanted a throwdown. She fingered the dagger in the sheath at her hip and wrinkled her nose at the sulfuric odor trailing off the demon. The odor was too faint for a demon who had eaten a human heart, although one of them might have discovered the magic of deodorant or perfume. Then again, perfumed crap still stank no matter what you did. Maybe this thing hadn't attacked the human. She didn't like the idea of hurting anything on purpose, but that young woman had died a hideous death, and the quickest way to find this thing's mate would be to make him call for help. Besides, as a Viper agent, she was expected to do whatever it took to protect the humans from predators. And she would. A car turned onto the street half a mile down and headed toward her, the burned-out muffler rumbling loud in the still night. She kept her eye on the demon. The last thing she wanted to do was attack one in front of a civilian who would see the demon clearly if it solidified to do battle, but she wouldn't let him kill the vagrant. The demon shook his head and mumbled under his breath, then continued on as though reluctant to pass up the human. She let out a breath of relief. But why had he passed up this chance? When the approaching car's headlights flashed on the demon, the creature sprinted ahead, then disappeared to the left, down a side street. Eval sucked into a recessed doorway until the car passed her, then rushed forward, holding her breath as she leaped over the vagrant, who reeked of body odor and urine. Man, that stench gave the demon a run for his money in the stink department. Maybe the demon had paused to wonder if the guy was kinfolk. At the corner, the side street turned left and shot through a dark shadow cast by buildings on each side. The street stopped at a railway embankment. Empty. No demon. Damn. She couldn't have lost him. Eval moved ahead carefully, sniffing for any wisp of sulfur in the air. Luckily, she caught the scent by the time she reached a weed-infested concrete pad, 20 feet square at the end of the street. The demon, now in solid form and hunched over, sat on a stack of tires, patting his scaly head above the horns. He mumbled incoherently. The scent of rotten eggs stank up the air, but the smell would be even more overwhelming at this distance if he'd fed on a human recently. "What are you doing here?" She spoke with authority, even though she doubted he'd just blurt out the truth. Had to open the conversation with the creasel somehow. He slowly lifted his head. Drool slid off one side of his wide mouth. His dull yellow eyes were unfocused. He started muttering again, a low, guttural sound. "You..." Huh? What was wrong with him? She took another step but kept a 10-foot separation. "You working with anyone?" "You..." For a creasel, this one didn't act dangerous. He acted demented. Or drugged. Or maybe sad. Could he be sad about something? And why had she sensed it? She'd have thought her emerging empathic side was more discerning. Who killed the human? His eyes moved around in strange circles, then focused on her. You. Guess I should make it multiple choice. Got any more words, or do I have to buy a vowel? Where are you, Aval? Zader called to her telepathically. Off Peters on the south side of Atlanta, not far from where we busted that midnight moon fae ring last year. Why? Where are you? In Atlanta. What are you doing? Thank the goddess Maka that Zader was back. Aval wouldn't turn down his help. I've cornered a... The demon snarled and jumped to his feet. Shoulders hunched in an aggressive stance, his eyes glowed white-hot. You killed her. Killed who? She pulled out the dagger and spun it once, preparing for him to attack. You killed her. He started howling, and his body shook as if reacting to a drug. But drugs didn't work on demons, did they? He took a step and stumbled. Did someone cast a spell over this thing to accuse Aval of killing the woman? Who's your master? Who sent you here? Aval. Get back to you in a minute, Zader. Busy right now. She died. You die. The demon launched himself at her. He had to be talking about someone else. A Creasel would never avenge a human. She dodged to the right and swung around when he missed her. Who killed the woman? You! He stumbled around and snarled. Could we fast forward to a new answer? She needed a question he couldn't answer with you. Where's your mate? That had been the wrong question. He lifted the stack of tires and threw them at her, but she was too quick and spun away. Or he was too slow for a demon. When she stopped spinning, she faced him. He curled over his chest, moaning so pitifully she almost felt sympathy for him. Why wasn't his mate coming to him? If he stopped making that horrid sound long enough to talk, she might get some answers out of him. She'd planned on his fighting her so she could catch his tail. Creasels were like possums. If you could wrap one's tail around your forearm, he was under your control. Something had screwed up his mind. Maybe he had some kind of weird sickness. Did demons get sick? Like demon parvo or something? She couldn't hurt something that wouldn't fight her. Aval softened her voice and eased toward his tail as she spoke. Look, buddy, just tell me who sent you here and I'll find someone to help you feel better. Or tell me where your mate is and I'll go get her for you. The demon howled a screeching sound so high-pitched no human could hear it. His tail lengthened, whipping around to slap her legs out from under her. She slammed backward, her skull bouncing on the concrete. Dazed, she blinked and touched her sunglasses, which were cockeyed on her face. No one had told her Creasels could do that with their tails. He dropped down over her, landing his knees on each side of her legs, arms arched above his head with claws extended to attack and a mouth full of teeth open to rip a chunk off her body. Survival instinct shoved her mind past the pain in her head. Someone called her name from far away. Or had it been Zader in her mind? The demon swung downward in slow motion. She kept her eyes locked on the crazed look in his gaze. Blood rushed through her ears. Her heart pounded like war drums in her chest the closer his sharp fangs came to her face. At the last minute, she whipped the dagger up in both hands and stabbed him in the forehead. Putrid yellow dust swirled, then disintegrated, confirmation he hadn't killed a human. If he had, she'd have been able to capture his essence in her fist before it disappeared. Crud. No evidence. She had to get the other demon. Couldn't you wait until I got here? An angry male voice yelled from the alley. She rolled over and pushed up to her knees to find Zader running toward her. He had on a t-shirt, jeans, and boots that were all so dark she'd never have seen him with normal vision. Dusting off her jeans, she stood. No, I couldn't wait. What's the point of saving your butt in Utah if you're going to put it at risk every time we turn our backs? Can we not have this argument again? She would forever be appreciative to Zader and Quinn for saving her life and guarding her secret, but they were like two overprotective brothers at times. Most of the time. This was just a creasel, and a whacked one at that. One of Zader's eyebrows rose in question. He crossed his arms. So you fell down on the ground to even the odds? Rather than admit she'd made a tactical error no trained warrior should by underestimating her opponent, she shrugged. Seemed like a good idea at the time. What was the rush? She told him about the body at the morgue. I didn't find out who sent the demon, and I can't prove that any alterant, including me, is innocent of killing that human until I get that second creasel. Another alterant surfacing wouldn't draw the attention away from her either. In fact, it created more problems. Things had been quiet for a long time, but 2 months ago a new alterant had shifted and attacked humans. Eval had been brought into Viper once again and questioned extensively about her ability to prevent involuntary shifting. In reality, Sen, the top dog at Viper, had been trying to catch her in a lie so that he could put her in protective custody. Protective? Yeah, right. Zader sent his gaze up at the sky that was lightening by the minute. You're running out of time. I realize that. Now that you're back, we can split up and search. She started walking toward Peters. He fell into step beside her. I can't go hunting yet. I came back to meet someone who has a lead on the Belador traitor. They had yet to identify the bastard who'd betrayed them. 2 years. 2 friggin' years, and they weren't a bit closer than they'd been while shackled in the cave. Meanwhile, a traitor was moving undetected in their ranks, and who knew who else he'd killed and betrayed? That's great. She'd wondered many a night if they'd ever find out who'd betrayed them in Utah. Whoever it was, they were resourceful and smart. It would be great if I didn't have to worry about you out here on your own chasing demons. Give me an hour to make this meeting and we'll go together. Was he nuts? She looked up at the pale night sky again. Don't have an hour. Clock's ticking, and I can handle a creasel demon. If Viper gets word of this first, you know what they'll do to me. Sen has 0 tolerance for anything with my name on it. She stopped at the corner, her hand automatically at rest on the dagger handle. I doubt he'll hear about the killing before Monday. We'll find the other demon first. What if we don't, Z? What if he does find out before Monday? Zader looked away, bitter worry clouding his gaze. Then I'll make sure Brina knows. She'll be there for you. Yeah, right. She'd sooner trust a cottonmouth not to bite her in the woods. Eval didn't consider Brina as supportive and benevolent as Zader did, not when it came to alterants. Brina was the counterpart to Sen, since they were both in liaison positions, but with one difference. Whereas Brina was an advocate when acting as liaison between Beladors and their goddess Maka, Sen was strictly a conduit between Viper agents and the tribunal. Sen enforced tribunal decisions, no advocacy, especially not where Eval was concerned. Maka and her Beladors had to abide by tribunal decree. To go against it would turn all Beladors into enemies of the Viper coalition. They would all be marked as outlaws and ordered for execution. If that happened, Eval's tribe would battle on all fronts, not just with predatory non-humans and other powerful beings. She shuddered at that thought. Brina would never speak up for me. Have a little faith in her. She will intervene if I tell her you didn't shift and kill a human. And Eval was supposed to trust in that? She could feel the prison door already closing on her. She clenched the handle of her dagger. I might show faith in Brina if she'd ever shown some in me without you asking for it first. Regardless, she can't stop the suspension. If I don't find proof of what really did the killing, I am screwed. You know what Viper will do if I don't find the flaming demon to prove otherwise." She held up her hand when Zader's eyes thinned to his look of lecture mode. "Neither of us has time for this argument, and I'm not walking into Viper without something in hand to prove my innocence. Call me after your meeting and we'll team up. I can hunt after daylight, so don't take any chances. Do you even know where the other Creasel is?" "Not yet, but I will soon, even if I have to rattle every Night Stalker in the city. But hopefully it wouldn't come to that. She'd try Grady first." Even though he was a pain in the butt and made her work for every piece of intel she squeezed out of the old ghoul, he was one of the best informants when it came to anything supernatural. Zader looked around the street, taking stock of everything seen and unseen. "Your bike in the area?" "Parked on the next block." Her cell phone buzzed with a text message. She reached to pull the phone from the back pocket of her jeans. He checked his watch. "I gotta go or I'll be late. I'll call you soon as I'm free, but worst case, I'll swing by your place after daylight." "Okay." She lifted the phone into view as Zader's swiftly moving form disappeared in seconds. The text was from Kelman, one of 2 teenage male witches who lived on the streets because they had no family and no coven. The message was simple: SOS. Demon. She took off running and punched up the GPS program Quinn had installed in her phone that would trace back a cell call to a location. Please, please let the demon threat be the Creasel's mate. For once in her life, let her be lucky. With fewer than 10 demons seen in this region in a year, that was a good bet. At the next intersection, she hung a left and pulled out her remote key, pressing it when she got within 50 feet of her motorcycle, a metallic gold Suzuki GSXR. She adored her Gixxer, which bolted down the highway like a bullet. The headlight flashed once, scaring away the vagrants huddled around the bike. She kinetically freed her full-face helmet from where it was hooked over the mirror on the handlebar and strapped it on as she straddled the bike, then fired up the engine. Pulling away from the curb, she rolled on the throttle sharply. The front tire lifted off the ground for 50 feet. In 12 minutes, she was cruising along Metropolitan Parkway. She turned onto the cross street indicated on her cell phone, drove a quarter mile, and stopped in front of a brick building for a trucking firm that was closed on Sundays according to the schedule on the door. She listened for the boys above the low buzz of her engine. Nothing. But that being said, the air reeked of a distinct sulfur stench. Strong, vibrant, deadly. The smell of well-fed demons. And inside were 2 scared kids. 2. Now that Aval knew where the demon was hiding, she quickly parked. This wasn't the best place to leave a GSXR after dark, but no one could steal the bike. Someone from Quinn's extensive network of contacts had warded the bike to prevent the engine from firing unless Aval was sitting on the seat. It really paid to have friends with mad psychic skills. The bike had to be within her energy field for the wheels to even turn. Go team. She traded her helmet for the dark sunglasses and left on foot to hunt, picking her way toward the building. Silence followed in the wake of her soft steps, as if no threat lurked nearby. She knew better. The air stank of evil. Her demon was here, and the dead quiet meant the Creasel knew Aval was here too. Come get some. Shadows whispered, stirring the hairs on her arms as she sensed a presence she couldn't find. She stomped her boots, and blades shot out around the soles. No underestimating her opponent this time. The nasty sulfur stench grew stronger the closer she edged. A solid sign that she was on the right trail. But she hadn't heard a sound from the boys. Please don't be demon kibbles and bits. Surely she'd gotten here in time. She couldn't stand the thought of something happening to the twins. The boys annoyed her at times, but they were like family to her. No wonder they annoy me. She paused at an electric gate which ran between the brick building and a long warehouse and closed off a wide driveway to the rear loading dock area. She sized up the ambush potential. Definitely a trap. But who or what was the demon trying to catch? Cardos and Kelman were homeless teens no one cared about. No one but her and the Night Stalker Grady, who helped her keep tabs on the pair. Using her telekinetics, she unlocked and lifted the gate so she could enter. She simultaneously sent out pulses that would interfere with any and all electronic surveillance or alarms the company had. As the gate moved, metal gears squeaked in protest, making her cringe as it not only alerted the demons about her presence but also telegraphed her location. Damn, why couldn't her telekinesis come with WD-40? She froze for a second, waiting for them to pounce. After a few mad heartbeats, she started forward again. When she reached the back lot, one security light above her head shed enough light for a human to easily navigate the enclosed area. 30-foot-long metal shipping containers were stacked along the far side. Everything was too quiet. Zader's warning dug into her thoughts, reminding her not to fight demons alone. You're not immortal or impervious. One mental call for help would bring the closest Belador running to give her support. She considered that idea for all of a nanosecond. Belador's would come, grudgingly, if she called. Screw that, and she wasn't bothering Zader. His meeting was too important. I can't put this off with those two boys at the mercy of a creasel demon. She drew a shallow breath and walked further into the parking lot. The closer she got to the demon, the more foul the air turned. Would the female creasel be in her demon form? Or could the thing have fed on another human and now be masquerading in that poor soul's body? Where were the twins? Her panic for their safety was rising high. A scraping sound above her drew her gaze over her shoulder, up to where two identical blonde males clung to a galvanized pole mounted 30 feet off the ground that supported the halogen security light. One of the boys kicked his boot against the brick wall and struggled to keep a grasp, but neither uttered a sound. Thank the goddess they were safe. The demon had muted them, something she'd wanted to do to the back-talking Cardos on occasion, but this wasn't funny. Ival needed something to break their fall. She spied a dumpster and lifted her hand to telekinetically move it into place. All of a sudden, a blast of energy knocked her backward. She hit the brick wall 4 feet off the ground and slid down, scraping her arms on the rough edges but landing on her feet. Ready to fight. Her hand went to the dagger in her sheath and paused. The demon that leaped into view from between steel containers on the far side of the parking lot was not a creasel or a female. Scrolled ink designs ran along one side of his face, moving like a tangle of angry snakes. He was pushing 8 feet tall, and she had a bad feeling this one could grow larger. She based gender this time on the very human fit of his genes that were tight enough to leave no doubt about his endowment or sex. Oh, crap. He was shifting from human to demon form. What kind of demon was this thing? And what was he doing here? Who had opened the hellmouth downtown? More to the point, how did she close it again? Preferably with the demons on the right side of it, 'cause, no offense, she was getting tired of the cleanup. He locked his hands, that now had clawed tips, together in front of his chest. A supersized black hoodie covered thick shoulders, but he was still shifting. Horns had already started growing from his thick forehead, just above each eye. His nose widened and lengthened to a curved tip. Ew. Boar demons were ugly. A thin red tongue lashed out from between pointed teeth. And what the heck had happened to his ears? They were cauliflowered like a battered boxer's instead of pointed. The back of his pants ripped open,
and 2 tails grew 6 feet long with spikes at the end. Now she knew what he was.
A Bearn demon, far more dangerous than a creasel.
Oh, yay, just what her suck-ass knight needed. If the stories she'd heard were true, he should smell like tar or burned rubber, not sulfur. Unless he'd eaten the creasel. Great. Just great. Even better. He'd eaten her evidence. Did everything have to conspire against her tonight?
But a Bearn wasn't a free agent.
He answered to a master, so he wouldn't be here unless he'd been sent. Viper would definitely go after whoever sent a predator here. If Aval could show up with this thing smelling of creasel, even Sen would hesitate to point a finger at her for the dead human. She hoped. The demon bellowed as both horns curled and thickened at full extension.
Hello, Mr. Ugly. Care to explain why you ran my friends up a flagpole? And here she thought only bully humans were that cruel.
I want your power, the demon whispered, a deep and menacing sound. Was he hunting any and all powerful beings, or just her?
Yeah. No offense. Think I'll hang on to it for a bit.
Aval crossed her arms and glanced over her shoulder. What about those 2? Had he sucked them dry? Bait.
Okay. How did he know anyone would come to help the twins, much less someone with my level of powers?
She'd chalk it up to a good guess, but his kind really weren't that smart. Let them go, and we'll chat. He shook his head in an easy motion. Bait always dies.
Bad news for you, then.
The demon pulled back. Dull confusion fogged his glowing red eyes. Why? 'Cause you're not bright enough to come after me yourself, which makes you somebody else's bait. Worry skipped through his gaze for a split second, just long enough for Aval to take advantage of his lack of attention. She whipped both arms away from her body, throwing an arc of hot energy at him that knocked him backward. He slammed into the steel shipping containers, which crashed down on him, the sound shattering the pre-dawn quiet. Using her telekinesis, she directed a dumpster to cross the parking lot and park below the boys. Jump! A sick thought hit her at the same moment. What if the dumpster was empty? Or worse, had something in it deadly for them? Surely they wouldn't be that stupid. Well, Kel wasn't that stupid. But when the boys dropped, it sounded as though they'd landed on a cushion of garbage. Thank Maka. Get out of here, Aval ordered the twins when they scrambled over the top and jumped down in front of her. And get a bath. You smell like rat piss.
We wouldn't have if you'd caught us instead of dropping us in a shithole.
Cardos brushed off his hands, then paused to take her in from head to midriff. Hello, hoochie mama. His brother Kelman shoved at him. Excuse my mentally defective brother, Aval. Real glad to see you again. Thanks for the assist. You're welcome. Gotta fight demon now. Go. Cardos eyed her greedily before he did his idea of a bad boy pose. Baby, we're not abandoning you. Wouldn't want to see anything happen to all that software I've got a hard drive for. God, I think I just threw up in my mouth. Yeah, I definitely taste bile. She had to find a coven in the city that would take them before they ended up in the Metro Red Guard gang. Aval stepped close to Cardos, who stood at eye level with her. Both the twins did, but Cardos tried to sound another 4 inches taller. First, your powers only work on small animals, not demons. Second, you'll get in my way. And third, you really need to grow some more, especially in maturity. Now stop acting like a warlock and get moving or get eaten. Cardos grimaced at the male witch slur she generally reserved for a Maeve. Steel banged against steel. The demon was pushing his way out of the pile. Kelman grabbed his brother's arm and dragged him toward the street. We're just gonna get her hurt if we stay. Cardos groused 2 steps, then picked up his pace, calling out arrogantly, "We'll hurump later, in your dreams." She opened the gate for them, then shut it again and swung to face the demon, who was pushing up to his feet. She winced. She should have been attacking him while he was down instead of letting the twins distract her. He'd grown larger in size, thick body ripping out of his hoodie. Black scales covered the top of his arms, the middle of his face, and his chest. Crud. That meant he was gaining strength. She should feel flattered that he considered her that much of a threat, but really, she'd rather put him down quick. "You know, I've been looking for you." She hoped to stave off his attack until she got some answers. He stopped growling. "Why?" "You ate a female creasel, right?" The belch he released blew across the expanse to smack her in the face with sulfuric halitosis. Added to his twisted grin, that sufficed as a yes in her book. "What about the male? He know you ate his mate?" Another grotesque demon grin. "You kill him?" "Yes." "Thought so." What did that mean? He flicked a hand at her. She jumped sideways, barely missing the blast of energy that struck the ground at her feet. The Bearn howled with laughter. She tisked at him. "Didn't your mama tell you it's rude to play with your food?" This Bearn eating the other demon was no coincidence, not in her line of work. "What are you and the Creasels doing here?" Besides eating the tourists and making her life hell. The demon spread his arms wide, hands open in a show of indifference. "I hunt. They died. You might not. Yet." She'd have liked to feel encouraged by that, but demons could do things that made death look appealing. "You'll understand if I don't make the same offer in return." He lunged, his body going airborne, diving at her like a demon torpedo. She went to the right, rolling and coming up on her feet, now facing the wall where the boys had hung. The demon hit and flipped, landing sure-footed and ready for her. She spun her hands around each other as though winding invisible knitting yarn at hyper speed, then threw a ball of energy at him. That should plow his fat head through the brick building. Her roll of power hit him square in the chest, but he just made a grunt, then laughed, a deep, sinister cackle. He was enjoying himself. She doubted he'd play with her for long, or that he'd let her get past him again. The Bearn dropped his head down and growled, pawing the ground with the focus of a bull after a trespasser in his pasture. She threw up a force field of energy to stop him when he barreled forward. Didn't work. He struck so hard that he knocked the force field and her backward, up in the air onto the loading dock, slamming her into one of the wide loading doors. The corrugated metal folded in around her and slid across the concrete floor, with her on top, plowing through shipping boxes. Now that just hurt. She wouldn't be able to move tomorrow, but she better move tonight or she wouldn't have to worry about anything ever again. And her favorite doctor would be weighing her organs on Monday. When she came to a stop, her back and legs screamed in pain. She sat up, shoving boxes off her, and rubbed her head. No alarm sounded. Good. Her powers were holding, and still interfering. The last thing she needed was the police. If they came, it'd only make her job that much harder. She really wanted to kill this demon, but that wouldn't help her one bit with Viper. All she had to do was contain him, then call Sen, who would teleport the demon to headquarters, where they could extract answers. She didn't know how Sen interrogated, but Sater and Quinn said the word was Sen could get answers out of hell. All she had to do was hand him the Bearn. To do that, she'd have to blind the thing. The demon roared and pounded the last few steps across the parking lot, then jumped up to the loading dock. Now up to full size, his head just cleared the 15-foot high opening left by the wrecked loading door. The inked designs continued down one half of his body, but now she could see the shapes better. The scrolled lines were a Celtic weave. What the? Byrne's were Nigerian in origin. There shouldn't be anything Celtic on him. On the other hand, there were millions of demons from all over the world. Sometimes things weren't listed, and as she'd learned the hard way, many research websites sucked. Not wanting to think about that, she had to stop him from getting too close so she could set up for her attack. Byrne demons were dangerous, but stupid. Best of all, they hated to be mocked. "You don't even know why you were sent here, do you? Poor little bait demon." She laughed sarcastically, slowly moving up to sit, then sliding forward until she was on her knees. He'd think she was acting submissive. Must have worked. He stopped to answer, probably because he couldn't walk and think at the same time. "Do too?" "Yeah, right." She rolled her eyes. "If you knew, you'd say, but you don't. Forget I even asked. I didn't mean to insult your lack of intelligence." "I do too know." The demon sounded as though he was going to pout, which would be funny if not for the jagged teeth and claws curving out of thick fingers. "Aw, don't feel bad, little demon." She softened her voice to one she'd use with a 3-year-old. "Nobody expects a Byrne to know why they do anything. You're only a gopher demon for someone else." She smiled good-naturedly, keeping his attention on her face and not the subtle movement of her hand to her dagger. Blind a Byrne, and he was at your mercy. His horns dropped low over his eyes when he frowned. "I do know. Looking for the alterant." Those words jolted her. Who was after her? More to the point, why were they after her? "Who sent you?" When he shook his head, she raced through what had happened and how she'd ended up here. "Did you know that I'd find the other creasel?" Smiling seemed to be his yes, so she took his smirk as an affirmative. "Did you put a spell on the creasels?" "No." "Your master did." He puffed up with pride and nodded. Feeding his ego was working, so she stroked it again. "Okay, that's impressive, but the female creasel didn't eat the human. She made the death look like a beast attack, but I doubt your master's spell could have made her do that. Killing the human that way was clever. Had to be the creasel's idea, right?" "No, my master's." That's what she needed. If he'd tell her that, then Sen should be able to squeeze the same confession out of him. Plus, the Byrne had said he was looking for the alterant, which confirmed someone was targeting her. Definitely not paranoid. "How'd you know to grab the 2 male witches to get me to come here?" The demon's mouth opened, then he shook his head. "No more talking." "But we're getting to know each other. Who's your boss?" She rocked back on her heels like a runner at the start line. Except she was preparing to go for his eyes instead of sprinting and hoped she hadn't underestimated his power or overestimated hers. He bent his head back and bellowed an unearthly howl that slammed from wall to wall, echoing through the building. Byrne demons also liked to posture. When he faced her again, his eyes glowed, red embers with yellow centers. He raised his hands and murmured words she could barely hear. Time was up. She hoped that what she'd read about blinding a Byrne was more than some urban legend. She took 3 steps and leaped into the air. Something invisible grabbed her body in mid-air and held her 10 feet off the ground. No one had told her a Byrne could do this. She better not find out Zader and Quinn knew. Getting caught in the demon's power wasn't ideal, but she didn't think he'd eat her if he was supposed to deliver her alive to someone else. If that happened, she'd meet his master, who wanted an alterant for what? She hoped Parcheesi, but since she couldn't play, the demon flipped her back and forth like he was shaking a toy. Then her body started floating toward him. Oh, come on. She tried to use her telekinesis to drop a chunk of the ceiling on his head. For once, nothing happened. She called to Zader telepathically. No response. He had her powers blocked. This was bad. Very bad. The scent of burned rubber filled her nostrils. Could there not be one single demon who didn't stink? The demon's power was filling the warehouse, closing in on her. Not looking good for the home team. Her only hope was to distract him. Oh, I see. You just don't know who your master is. He won't tell you, huh? Sucks to be you. And I hope you just made up the part about looking for an alterant, because I'm not one. Her body stopped floating toward him. Yes, you are. Nope, you got the wrong person. I'm just a witch. What's your master going to say when you show up with a witch instead of an alterant? She'd stumped him to the point of being mute. Go back to the important detail of who was hunting her. No one important is looking for an alterant, or word would be all over the city. She tried to shrug, but she couldn't move her shoulders. You're good at what you do. You should find a master you deserve, one with a higher rank on the food chain. The demon had a puzzled look, as though trying to decide if telling her would win this game. He's powerful. So you say. But I'm betting he's so insignificant, I've never even heard of your master. She might have pushed him too far with that. The pressure around her chest tightened until she could hardly breathe. Even if he didn't mean to eat her, he could crush her. Flames licked at the corner of the Baron's mouth, and his eyes flared solid red. My master is powerful, he said so low that she almost couldn't hear him. He is called. Bright light erupted behind the demon on a loud blast. A bolt of power shot a hole through his middle, barely missing Aval's feet. The invisible binding that had held her body captive fell away, and she could feel the demon's power withdrawing. She hit the ground and stumbled backward, but kept her footing. The demon remained upright for the 10 seconds it took his body to suck into itself and disintegrate into a pile of smoldering black chips that reminded her of manure, right down to the stench. She cursed at the bad timing. She'd been a slip of a second from finding out who was directing the demon, and now she had nothing to give Viper. All her evidence gone into one steaming pile of demon sludge, and she wanted blood for it. As the smoke cleared, Aval looked up to find a brute of a man standing where the door had been before she went through it. He held a black and silver weapon that looked like an oversized six-shooter with a cylinder big enough to hold 6 hand grenades. He started toward her with purpose, weapon aimed straight at her chest. Crap. It was Dr. Doom, and she was now the patient. 3. Who are you? Aval widened her stance, ready to fight and bash in his head, since he'd destroyed her Bearn and ruined her chances for an easy alibi. But the 2 most important questions bubbling through her worries were, what was that weapon he'd used to take down the demon, and was he going to use it on her? She didn't have time for more company. Daylight would break in less than an hour, and while she had a suit in her bike that would protect her in an emergency, it wasn't comfortable to be in anything black that covered her from head to toe during Georgia's dog days of summer, when the temperature usually hit 94 degrees by 8 a.m. The man walked forward with an arrogant stride. The closer he came, the more she could see of his Mack truck body, wide and bulked up beneath a black outfit that resembled an ACU, Army combat uniform, with Kevlar plates. His sleeves were rolled up over bulging biceps. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of demonic acid spit. He wore a night vision monocular, which allowed him to see her just as easily as she saw him in this cavernous building with no light. All in all, he was a handsome man in a lunatic, over-the-top, I play way too much Call of Duty and Resident Evil kind of way. You okay? His lips barely moved, then returned to a tense line. His short black hair fit his abrupt personality. Didn't sound like he was a threat, but he definitely looked like one. And he hadn't lowered his weapon. Fine. You are... Isaac. He gestured with the tip of his weapon toward her sunglasses. You blind? She got that a lot because of her tendency to keep them on even at night. Her sunglasses had been custom made by a friend of Zader's, who'd used a lens that would allow her eyes to be seen in low light but shield their freakish color. Let's hear it for special variable tinted lenses. If she could only get something like that for her skin with SPF 5000. No, I see fine in low light, right down to your Batman belt buckle. His eyebrows moved slightly at the dig, as if questioning how sensitive anyone's eyes could be in this pitch-black warehouse. But obviously, she'd seen enough to out his strange taste in belts. What are you doing here? He asked, like she was going to tell him that. What are you doing here? Hunting demons. Dang, that was brutally honest. Most people who hunted demons didn't blurt that out to strangers for fear of an all-expenses-paid visit to the local psycho ward. Was this guy an unfamiliar Viper agent? Agents she didn't mind, unless they got in her way, or killed a bearn she needed to capture. But if he was an agent, she didn't sense power coming off him. No, definitely human. Weird and gorgeous, but human. Who do you work for? She asked. Myself. Her stomach clenched. He could be a merc. Anybody. Especially with that super blaster. Just what her already screwed up night needed. Isaac kept visually sweeping the area around them, then paused to look her over again. He finally shifted his weapon to hold it across his chest. What did that demon want with you? Yeah, this was an odd conversation to have with an unknown civilian. Dinner and a movie. How'd you know he was here? Smelled him a mile away. Too bad the twins hadn't. She searched again with her powers, but still felt no unusual field of energy from this guy. Nothing to mark him as anything other than a human with a demon-killing fetish. And where had he gotten that wicked weapon? She glanced over at the pile of stinking demon dung. She couldn't use her powers to clear that out of here with Isaac present. Nor could she call Viper for a cleanup team until she had a plan that would keep her head off their chopping block. And there was no way in hell she was touching that with her hands. She'd managed to walk away fairly clean from the creasel, but this would be harder to clean off her skin than skunk odor. Not that she had any interest in getting frisky with a man, but stink like that would ensure her peace and solitude for months on end. More important, Viper would smell beard demon on her. Did you have to kill him? She asked. He arched a brow suspiciously. What? You friends or something? She returned her gaze to his face, then looked up to eyes so impervious to emotion a shiver of warning ran up her spine. Isaac didn't seem surprised she knew about demons. What was his story? And what had the demons done to him? The average human didn't track and kill demons. What could she possibly say that wouldn't end up with her dead or exposing Viper? Which still might mean her dead. This guy walked, talked, and shot like a vigilante. She knew the type. If you didn't uphold their hatred, you needed killing too. She gave him an insincere smile. I was kind of hoping to ask him a few questions. Thanks for killing that opportunity. Literally. Interfering moron. A demon? His one uncovered eye widened, then creased with a suggestion of humor that didn't fit the serious G.I. Joe face. You wanted to interrogate something with the IQ of lettuce that sees humans as a major food source? Good call. Are you drunk or mental? Or are you one of those freaks who thinks non-humans just need love and understanding while they munch our brain matter? Her internal defense alarms went into high gear at the way he said non-humans, as if the word alone was repulsive. What would Isaac do if he knew she wasn't exactly an everyday citizen? So you just arbitrarily kill any non-human even if they're not harming someone. He curled his lip. Kill 'em all and let their various gods sort them out. In case you haven't noticed, hon, it's open season on us. Either you kill the demon or the demon eats you. Way I see it, you should be thanking me. I just kept you from being digested. She let out a curt breath of aggravation. I can take care of myself, Terminator. And as for thanks, yeah. You just screwed up something I needed to find out. So, thanks a lot. His amusement vanished. Oh, God. Don't tell me you're with that paranormal tree-hugging group that's trying to convince everyone malevolent poltergeists and demons are just misunderstood friends who need hugs. Of all people, that wasn't her. But he didn't need to know her stance on demon slaying. Her organization wasn't any of Rambo's business. Want to tell me what group you're with? He shook his head slowly from side to side. Then I'd say we're done here. I've lost enough ability to smell for one night. She debated calling Zader, who must still be in his meeting, otherwise he'd have called her. She had to get this mess cleaned up. When she made a move to step past Isaac, he closed his fingers around her arm. She froze in anger at that touch and glared at his huge paw of a hand as old memories surged. She wasn't a terrified, helpless teen, and no man would ever lay hands on her again without her explicit invitation. You got 3 seconds to remove that, or your new name's going to be Lefty. He held his hand up in surrender. You got a ride nearby? Yes. I'll follow and no. I've had enough favors for one night, and now I have to clean this crap up before anyone finds it. My people will deal with it. Really? She deserved one lucky break tonight. But honestly, did he really know a group who would come in here, clean up smelly demon goo, and not report or arrest her? Do you work with law enforcement? Working for the morgue, she'd met a lot of the local LEOs, law enforcement officers, but never Rambo. He tended to stand out. Isaac smirked. Not even. Believe it or not, that was good news in her world. Viper employed a long list of different people that included a large number of Beladors, many of whom worked with local police, the FBI, and other agencies. But if his people didn't work with any of hers, she might stand a chance after all. Even though she had no idea who this guy was, she'd bet Zader would know or could find out. Continuing toward the smoldering hole the Bjorn had left in the warehouse, she reached the loading dock, where the hot air was muggy but fresh. She jumped down to the parking lot and started walking. Heavy boot steps followed right behind her. Look, I don't think you realize what you're up against. Hotlanta is steaming tonight because someone has unleashed major mojo on the city. And they're not here to play with us, little girl. They're here to feast on entrails. Little girl? Mr. Macho had no idea who he was dealing with. And right now, he was lucky he wasn't limping. I'll take my chances. What's your name? It definitely isn't little girl, honey, or babe, baby cakes. Now run along, little boy. Us girls need to be alone. Because she couldn't clean up the demon crap with him standing watch over her. Unless she used her hands. Nah, I'd rather Viper burns me, 'cause that's just gross.
Eval had barely reached the middle of the parking lot when sirens rang out, coming closer. Ah, crap. Police were headed this way and would most likely enter the same way she had. Please don't let there be some stray kid with a cell phone. That's all she'd need tonight. Her face on the local news fighting a demon. Her luck, it'd be picked up by the AP and on YouTube, and she'd be more famous in 24 hours than Paris Hilton on a bender. Look on the bright side. It might make Sen choke on his fury so hard that he'd stroke and die before he could cage her. Come on, think, Eval, think. She needed every minute she had left until daylight to figure out who'd sent the beern. Why it had had Celtic branding and what the demon's master wanted with an alterant. Her. Oh, and come up with an explanation for the slashed body in the morgue that didn't involve her being accused of eating the woman's heart. Some nights, it didn't pay to leave the house. With the blue light specials flashing outside the gate, her most immediate problem was the lack of time to deal with the flaming pile of demon churros on the floor. Could she sell the cops on the idea that she was a disgruntled employee trying to plant prairie pastries on her old boss's desk? Not with my luck tonight. What were the chances she could trust Isaac's people to clean up this mess? She turned around as Isaac jumped down from the loading dock and jogged in her direction. She gestured toward the cops. Nice present. Thank you so much for the arrest record, Mr. Shoot to Kill. Appreciate it. Know any good bail companies? 'Cause with his hair trigger, he should be getting a volume discount from someone. He stopped in front of her, his weapon slung across his back. I don't need no stinking bail company. I've got something better. This she couldn't wait to hear. A rocket launcher and a tank? No. Exit strategy. You coming? She didn't think so. Thanks, but I'll find my own way out. By now the cops are crawling the building, like ants on a cake, and you are about to become the ice cream cherry. He was right, and she hated him for it. All right, First Blood, lead me to freedom. Police racket clamored near the front gate. Isaac paused at the wall on the side of the building, where she could now see a thin aircraft cable running vertically from the top. Sneaky little booger. How clever. A metal clasp with a heavy D-ring dangled at shoulder height. From inside his shirt, he pulled a short length of thicker cable that was probably hooked to a harness and clipped the carabiner on the end to the clasp. But if he thought she was going up the side of that wall, he was crazy. 10 or 15 feet off the ground, no problem. Any higher? Big problem. Eval didn't do heights. Ever. The sound of the huge electric gate at the street opening was followed by the sounds of the cops coming closer. Flashlight beams danced ahead of them. Stealth was not the forte of Atlanta's finest. Lucky for her. She looked around, quickly assessing a potential alternative route. Tell you what, Isaac, An arm hooked around her waist and yanked her backward against a body so hard it was like slamming into the brick wall. Panic at being touched got shoved aside by a greater fear when her feet came off the ground and they shot up the wire at a speed that left her sick. No, 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 she hissed in outrage. Put me down. Hun, at this height, you definitely don't want me to do that. Stupid her. She looked down before she could stop herself. The world below was shrinking at a rapid pace. Her stomach threatened to show her a replay of the slaw dog she'd eaten for dinner. Snapping her eyes closed, she clenched her teeth and fought down her panic. He wasn't going to drop her. He wasn't. Still, the fear was there, and it was debilitating as her past slammed into her with a reality she despised. Her shoulders trembled. She forced her muscles to lock tight. Never, ever show a weakness. Not to anyone. Too late for that. She ground her teeth at the conflicting voice in her head that she hated. Stay calm, Eval. You can do it.
You've survived a lot worse than this. Why? Why wasn't flight one of my powers? But as they neared the top, she realized she wasn't going to fall, and Isaac wasn't trying to grope her. He wasn't attacking her. This wasn't her past, and she wasn't a defenseless child anymore. Both of his arms hugged her against his chest, an act of protection, not violation. She smelled his human scent, warm and a little sweaty from his exertions. Raw, natural male. He pulled her closer, as if he'd keep her safe from anything. No one had ever held her this way, like she was precious to them. Didn't matter. End of the day, she couldn't stand the sensation of hands confining her, of someone pressing her against his body. Let me go, let me go, let me go, he whispered against her ear, trying to calm her. We're almost there. I'll release you in a sec. You're not a helpless teenager. He's not the bastard. Why couldn't she banish those memories? Why did they sting most when she could least afford them? You ruined my past, you worthless dog. You will not destroy my future. She bit the inside of her mouth to keep from screaming and giving away their location to the police. The vertical movement slowed. She was trembling, couldn't open her eyes and look. Coward. What kind of demon slayer was scared of heights and human contact? She could face down Satan in hell, but let one geeky guy lay a casual hand on her shoulder and she was petrified. Think about the cops, Sen, anything. Excited shouts came from below where the police must have found the demon drop treats. She shook her head in frustration over having left them behind. Maybe they'll write off the fried remains as toasted rubber and ignore them. 'Cause God help her if they took a closer look and discovered the chips were actually scales. Maybe they'd write that off as a visit from Puff the Magic Dragon. Unfortunately, she wasn't that lucky, and she cringed at the thought of what Sen would do once he found out about this and the body in the morgue. Maybe she could join the French Foreign Legion. Did they still have one? It might be worth investigating. Focus, Eval. She had no intention of Sen or anyone else other than Seder learning about this. Don't panic, Isaac said quietly, as they stopped moving upward. I'm going to turn you around so you can climb into a window. What was it about that gentle tone that could almost make her forget he was a loon? When she felt her body spin, she opened her eyes to find an old-fashioned sash window with the bottom half opened enough for her to squeeze inside. Don't look down at the parking lot. Just get into that room. Isaac slid one arm beneath her legs and lifted her so that she could stick her feet through the window opening and slide into safety. The minute her toes touched the floor, she jumped away. He entered right behind her, disconnected the rigging, and looked out the window before turning back to her. Typical. They didn't see a thing. Good thing about cops and demons. They seldom look up. She gave him a nod, the best she could do until she caught her breath and stopped shaking so badly. Oddly enough, his weapon no longer bothered her. His size and hands on her body did. But Isaac hadn't made any threatening moves at all. He'd been nothing but kind and respectful to her, at least while they'd escaped. In fact, she owed him for getting her away, even if he had been part of the problem. To prove to him and to herself that she could touch a human and not freak out, she offered her hand to him. Thanks. He closed his fingers around hers in a friendly, gentle hold. She had large hands for a woman, but his swallowed hers. In that moment, she saw him more as a protective grizzly than a demon-slaying tank. He stepped forward. She held her position, refusing to let a man intimidate her, especially a mere human. One male had gotten away with that in the past. but he'd paid for it. I'm not 16 and locked in a basement. I have powers. No human can harm me ever again. Not without a serious maiming. When she looked up, had to because Isaac was another 6 inches taller than her 5'10", she realized he no longer wore his monocular. She couldn't tell his eye color, but based on the light shade, she'd bet on blue. A soft color for such a hard man. Is thanks and a handshake all I get for risking life, limb, and imprisonment? His gaze burned into hers, daring her to back down from his challenge. His finger rubbed across the back of her hand. She shook her head at him. He'd been sucking in too many demon fumes if he thought she was that easy. Sorry, Slick. Not that kind of girl. I require at least a couple of nice dinners and some flowers first. Isaac smiled. You're going way off track mentally. Not that I wouldn't be happy to go there with you, but all I want is your name. Oh, idiot. But then she'd always been socially awkward around people, especially men. It was the whole raised by herself in a basement thing that tended to put a crimp on her people skills. She'd rather battle a demon any day than banter with a man. And don't get her started on trying to navigate catty women. Name's Zaval. His eyes twinkled in the dim light, teasing her in a way only Quinn had ever done and never with such effect on her stomach. He actually made it flutter for a second. Or was that the gag reflex still working from her height fright? Evil? Interesting name. You sound like my kind of woman. She rolled her eyes. Eval, not evil, unless the situation calls for it. He laughed a warm, rich sound that resonated from deep inside his body. Nice meeting you, Eval. His tone deepened, as if he savored the cadence of her name on his tongue. Guess you can take care of yourself. He lifted her fingers before she could stop him and kissed her scraped knuckles. I always say beauty is best when it comes mixed with danger. This time, there was no mistaking her attraction to him. Oh yeah, I'm definitely high on demon fumes. She pulled her hand away. On that note, General Bison, I really need to go before I turn into a pumpkin. He inclined his head to her. Head out. I'm right behind you. She wanted desperately to argue with him about following her down through the building. He had a team out there, and for all she knew, one of them might tail her back. And that she couldn't have. She needed to find Zader or Grady before daylight, someone who could help her figure out what was going on. She glanced over her shoulder to find Isaac had his monocular back in place. He'd have no problem following her down this dark hole. On the ground floor, she paused at the door and cautiously cracked it open to make sure no one was there. The reception area was on her right, 2 long strides away. Bright blue lights flashed through windows that faced the street, letting her know that even more police had been called. What? Had they found drugs in the building? Surely her little demon pile hadn't caused all that. Eval turned to Isaac, who was touching his ear where a wire curled from his earbud and down the back of his shirt. He lifted his hand and pressed the tiny throat mic. Everyone clear? So he hadn't been kidding about his team. Just what had she walked into? And how much of her interaction with Isaac had they been privy to? She didn't like being spied upon. Isaac held up a finger, silently asking her to sit tight as he rattled off his location to whoever was on the other side of that system. Report on all perimeters. He paused again, nodding. Affirmative. Need a diversion on the west side. Target located and neutralized, but doesn't matter. We know the source. DHQ located. Mission accomplished. Eval scowled. DHQ? What the devil was that? Demon headquarters? Was it possible that Isaac might actually know where the Bearn had come from and what it was doing in Atlanta? More to the point, did he know anything about Alterance and why the Bearn had been seeking her? He turned to her. You set? She gestured to his mic. Can they hear us? No. The mic sensor only picks up my vocal cord vibrations. A slow smile curved his lips. What you got in mind? She didn't trust him one bit, but he was the closest thing to a lead she had since he'd turned her demon into roadkill. You have a card or a number? Interest glowed in his gaze. Not one I can share, sugar. You got a phone number? Yeah, right. Don't normally give my digits out to demon-blasting strangers who call me sugar. He laughed. Tell you what, I've got to pick up something, then I'm free for a bit. Want to meet somewhere in a half hour? She had maybe an hour before daylight, and then her activity would be severely limited. She could ride in daylight, but it had to be fast and furious in full gear that would boil her in this heat, which meant meeting close to her home. You familiar with downtown? He gave her a droll stare. No, the demons only hunt in the burbs. She ignored his sarcasm. Meet me at the Varsity. I'll be in the drive-in on my bike. Yeah, it would be open to daylight, but she didn't plan to stay long enough to get caught. The Varsity was 2 minutes from her apartment, and she'd stay on her bike, and it was a public place. If he tried anything, she could be out of there in an instant. See you there. He gave her an evil grin. Sugar. Eval let it go as she prepared to head out. She was sure she'd catch grief from Zader for not calling him in to meet this guy, but she didn't know how Isaac would react to someone showing up unannounced, and there was no way she could miss this chance. Besides, she hadn't heard a word from Zader, which probably meant he was having trouble with his informant, and bugging him in the middle of that was not the smartest thing to do. While he loved her like a sister, she didn't want to test the limits of his adoration by making him strangle her. Not to mention, she wouldn't mind seeing Isaac again. It was, after all, only natural for her to be curious about a new player in town. She had a duty as a Viper agent to find out who Isaac and his people were. Nothing more. She cast a look back at his massive form that filled out the black ops garb nicely. Better than nicely. Her heart quickened. Seeing him again was only work-related. Eval drew a long, easy breath and worked to accept that along with the inevitable. Isaac considered non-humans the enemy, and she didn't encourage male attention. Ever. Don't start now. True to his alpha DNA, Isaac took charge. Here's the plan. In 60 secs, my people will draw the police's attention. I wave you out, you go right. Once you're clear, I go. She normally bristled under any authority, but she'd let him have his way since she had to make the most of every minute between now and daylight. Works for me. He started past her, then paused and swung around. His fingers wrapped around her upper arm in a firm but non-threatening way. Her muscles clenched with the need to lash out, but hitting someone who was trying to help her wasn't a normal response. She might even hurt him if she didn't keep her power in check. His fingers slid off her arm, erasing her irrational sense of threat. 30 minutes, the Varsity, or else. Or else what? She would have asked, but time was ticking and she needed to get out of here. Turning away, he went to the door and held an electronic device up to the security panel. He waited for the lights to turn off before he opened the door an inch and peered out. She stared at his back, glued to the spot. Her skin still felt embossed where he'd touched her. No man had ever left her breathless before. Not even the ripped warrior gods at Viper, who were as daunting as a fully loaded tank. And Isaac was only human. Then again, she swept a look down his shapely backside. Most women would call that a god. And in all honesty, he did make her wish she could break through the scars of her past and feel normal, like any other woman around an attractive man. But that had been cruelly ripped from her, and she didn't know if she'd ever be able to overcome it. Sometimes, dead wasn't dead enough. Isaac gave her the high sign. It was time. She took a deep breath and moved forward. Racing past him, she gave a quick glance at the cops on her left who'd gathered around the electric gate with their backs to her. She took off fast in the opposite direction. She didn't stop until she was out of sight. Stepping into a dark alcove, she peered over her shoulder in time to see Isaac walk across the street with a deceptively nonchalant pace and dissolve into the shadows like he owned them. Who was that guy? She shook her head. Now was not the time to contemplate him, his hotness, or his bizarre quirks. She took a convoluted trek back to her bike since Atlanta's finest stood between her and the most direct route. The detour cost her 10 of her 30 minutes. That was all right, though. The Varsity was an easy 11-minute ride. She could have made it in 8, provided a state trooper wasn't running radar. But why take the chance for only 3 minutes? Just as she reached for her helmet, her cell phone vibrated with a text message. She fished her phone out of her jacket pocket and read the message. Read, V2. That was code for, your butt needs to be at Viper HQ in 2 hours, not 1 minute late. The only excuse Sen would accept for running late was death, and even then, he'd want blood. He'd probably write her up for it, too. After all, death was no excuse for dereliction of duty. But there was one slight problem with his order. Viper's HQ was 2 hours north of Atlanta. If she left immediately, she'd barely make it in time. Of course, she'd also be riding in full daylight. Isaac would be at the Varsity to talk about his beern hunting, and he didn't strike her as the kind of guy who'd handle being stood up real well. So that left only one question. Which one of them could she least afford to severely piss off? 4. Where's the alterant? Zader didn't care for the way Sen always referred to Aval as the alterant, as if she was a tumor on his ass and not one of their most valuable assets. He gave the man his best eat shit and die glare. It didn't faze Viper's head ballbuster one bit. So Zader tried a little more tact to soothe Sen's trauma. She'll be here. By 0700, the others are already in the war room. We don't have time to wait on a mongrel. Zader had to ride herd on his tongue, which really wanted to put Sen in his place. Zader didn't like him on his best day, and this definitely wasn't one of those. It seriously griped him that Sen couldn't give Aval her due. She was twice the agent of many of them, yet Sen continued to pick at her like some inept newbie fresh on their force. However, punching the arrogant prick in his face wouldn't accomplish much, so Zader changed the topic away from Aval. Why are we here, anyway? If Viper had caught wind of the Creasel attack, Zader was sure he'd have been contacted by Brina herself, and Sen would have teleported Aval up here immediately, if for no other reason than Sen knew she hated teleporting. Worthless pig. Sen gave him a snide once-over. If you want to hear about the mission this morning, stay. Otherwise, have Trey brief you and Quinn later. I refuse to waste breath going over details twice. He checked his watch. The alterant has 16 minutes to arrive. You sure old Mickey there isn't fast? Zader shouldn't have bothered. Sarcasm was usually lost on imbeciles. With one last parting sneer, Sen teleported to the war room, leaving Zader alone in the sterile hallway. Sighing, he stared at the dull stone corridor that went on for what appeared to be forever. Hallways like this one formed an intricate spider web through their isolated haven set beneath the North Georgia mountains. This was a safe zone for all preternatural beings, since almost no one could use magic or powers here. No one except Sen, who, as a rule, was as surly as a hungover Hell's Angel left naked in the desert. Sen didn't hide the fact that he considered his position with Viper on par with mucking out pigsties, something that made Zader wonder why the first tribunal had chosen Sen to mediate between them and their Viper agents. Or, better yet, who Sen had pissed off to rate this assignment. Whoever it had been, they had to be extremely powerful to stick Sen with this gig against his will. And there wasn't much mediating involved when it came to Sen, just hard-nosed enforcement. He ran Viper according to only one set of rules. His. Of all the wizards, shapeshifters, Beladors, empaths, witches, centaurs, and a list of other beings that made up the Viper International Coalition, no one but the gods and goddesses knew what Sen was or where he came from. Zader's bet was the lowest bowels of hell, but that was just his opinion. That lack of knowledge kept agents on edge around Sen. You couldn't even look at him and tell his genetic origins. He was like an amalgam of all races: almond-shaped blue eyes, mahogany brown hair, and possibly Nordic bone structure. As the Belador Maester, Zader commanded the North American contingency, answering only to Brina and Maka. He considered Sen a peer at best, regardless of Sen's position in Viper. He didn't care why Sen was stuck in this role or how much he hated it, as long as Sen didn't treat any Belador, including Aval, unfairly. Which meant Zader had his work cut out for him most days. Working his way through the tunnels, Zader reached the checkpoint at the entrance to the cave where Jake, their resident troll, stood guard. At 5 feet tall, the repulsive troll might look unimpressive, but he was a dangerous beast. A ragged, unkempt beard covered the entire lower half of his face. Zader paused upwind from him, something everyone with a brain did. Anyone call for clearance recently? Jake held one side of his headphones against his ear as he shook his square head, disturbing the shaggy gray-brown hair that had been shaped into an unattractive bowl cut. Got one call a minute ago, but it didn't come through. Broke up. A bad feeling went through Zader. The troll was always screwing with Aval. Jake used a facade of incompetence to cover a mean streak so wide the other trolls swam in it. But Zader wasn't fooled. Jake was out to get Aval as much as Sen was. Thought you had the comm unit fixed. Jake wiped at his nose. I did, I thought. I mean, it worked fine when everyone else came in this morning, but something isn't syncing now. The new hydraulic door got stuck a few minutes ago, so I closed it. I can't do anything about the audio breaking up until I get the door to function properly. Sucks, really. Jake lifted a slim voice recorder to his lips and made a couple of notes, then fumbled with the digital settings in the keypad on a black electronic box supported by his enormous gut. Wouldn't have this problem if Sen would trust me to use my powers. What's he afraid of? I'll fart and take out his office? Yeah, that was the concern. Didn't you once use your powers to conjure a pen and instead took out the entire northeast corridor? Jake bared his teeth, looking more like a hairy hog posing for a family picture than a dangerous troll from his native Jotunheim. I can control them. He stopped and angled his head to listen, then frowned. If he was screwing with Aval again, Zader was going to eat troll balls for breakfast. Put it on speaker. Calm down. Jake hit a button on his little box. A female voice came through the static intermittently. Viper 6-6. The next part skipped. Then Zader heard, Cade. Call sign not clear, Jake responded in a voice washed with boredom. Repeat. There was no mistaking who it was anymore when Aval's fury-ridden voice yelled, Open the wall now! Zader saw red. Cut the shit, Jake. That's a Vol and you know it. And she was in mortal danger. The longer she was out there baking in the sun, the closer to death she came. Open the door, Jake. Jake's eyes turned completely black. It's jammed again. I can't. Zader felt his knives rattling against his thighs as his fury mounted. The bastard could have kept the door open long enough for Aval to get inside out of the sun. Open the damn door. I can't, Jake roared. Why don't you use your powers and open it? For the same reason Jake couldn't. No one was allowed to use powers here. Except Sen. Get down here, Sen, Zader shouted, sending his voice straight into the bastard's head. Kincaid is coming in hot and the door's jammed tight. If we don't get it open, we're going to be scraping her off your new door. Or worse, scraping her boiled ooze off the pavement. Sen appeared at Zader's side and lifted his hand, flexing his fingers at the entrance 40 feet away. Rock disintegrated. The whine of a high-powered engine screamed ahead of the motorcycle that pierced the dense fog hanging in place of the rocks. Aval came in like the Ghost Rider hell-bent for his contract holder. The front tire squealed when she engaged the brakes, laying a strip of rubber across the hard rock floor. The rear tire lifted off the ground, rising chest-high, while the bike skidded the last 15 feet, then stopped 8 feet in front of Zader. It swung around and slammed down on the rear tire in a 180 enduro finish, complete with the side stand down. Aval ripped off her full-face helmet and pitched it at Zader like a sideways pass. He caught it without hesitation. She shoved a pair of dark sunglasses on her face, hiding her scary, luminescent green eyes. But the glasses did nothing to conceal her fury, which pulsed through the room in sonic waves. She snarled in Jake and Sen's direction. Which one of you bastards was trying to kill me? Jake went rigid. Let's not get into questioning each other's parentage, shall we? After all, you're the one with a faulty bloodline. Zader cringed at what had to be the most blatant act of suicide he'd seen in a while. Even a troll should know the limits of his stupidity. But obviously, Jake had flunked Survival 101. Wet strands of black hair clung to Aval's neck and face, where the Georgia heat had boiled her inside that insulated black suit she was forced to wear to keep the sun from searing her skin. Alterant, Sen warned softly when she slammed a boot to the ground and stepped off the bike. She pinned him with an acid-lined glare and a curled lip. Don't alterant me. Zader could swear he heard a "you prick" in that tone. What took so long to open the wall? She stormed across the 20-foot space between her and Sen. Alterant, Sen cautioned again. Jake swallowed hard. We're evaluating a new door system and it's got a flaw. Or two. Of course it does. One conveniently programmed to only act up when I'm coming in during daylight hours. Aval stopped inches from Jake. Standing almost 6 feet tall in her riding boots, she stared down the guard, whose snarly attitude waned. He shrank under her blistering glare and flinched when she lifted her hand. She pointed her index finger at him. You ever hesitate to open the wall for me again when I'm treading daylight, and I'll rip off your balls and wear them for earrings. She turned away, taking wide steps on those toned legs. It was all Zader could do not to smile. But he couldn't fault her for her anger. They'd come close to ending her days, and if anyone had a right to be pissed, it was definitely her. Like this was my idea, Jake mumbled. She strode to her bike. What lazy moron thought hydraulic doors were a good idea when there's enough psychic juice in here at any given time to move an entire mountain? Sen cleared his throat and narrowed a deadly look at her. I would be the moron who came up with that idea, since I'm the one stuck opening it most of the time. Not like I have better things to do than play butler to Viper. His nostrils flared. Good thing for you I was here so promptly, but don't rush to thank me. She lifted a shoulder with indifference. You the same person I should thank for hauling my ass in here during daylight? The look he gave her said it all. I don't answer to you, and you better remember that, bitch. Get to the war room. Sen vanished. Ival curled her lip at his departure, then smoothed out her expression as she looked at Zader. Thanks for getting the door open, Z. He inclined his head to her. Don't thank me too soon. I just didn't have time to waste picking out caskets today. And speaking of your blatant death wish, could you stop antagonizing Sen? Why would I ever want to do that? I've had no sleep in 2 days, and he calls a red alert, knowing I'll cook all the way here. While Ival kept protective motorcycle gear on her bike, it was black to help her blend in with the night, which was when she was out and about. Not the coolest color to wear in full sun. And she couldn't ventilate it because any bit of daylight on her skin bubbled it. Unzipping her black jacket, she discarded the suffocating outer layer, leaving on her soaked BDU shirt and damp jeans. So what crawled up Sen's ass and died? I don't know. I saw Trey and Lucy in here, but I haven't been to the war room yet. Digging a towel out of her tank bag, she wished she could trust talking to Zader in this place, even telepathically, but he wouldn't want to risk Sen overhearing anything they discussed. She whispered low to Zader. We need to talk. Find something? Zader leaned heavily on the last syllable. He meant the second creasel she'd been hunting. Sort of. She looked over at Jake, who acted as though he wasn't tuning into every word, but she knew better. One of his jobs was to spy for Sen. Not here. Zader nodded. I'll swing by your place tonight, but I've got to leave right now. She scowled at that. The last thing she wanted was to be stuck in a meeting without him. What about Sen's powwow? I already told him that I'm tracking a lead on Noira. I could stay, but I've got a window of time for finding someone. He put emphasis on someone, cluing her in that Zader meant his informant. Ah, that made sense. Far more lethal than black magic, Noira magic was the most ancient of all and thought to be practiced only by a few covens, the Maeve being one of them. She put her towel down. I got you. Is Quinn privy to this mission today? Zader stepped close and lowered his voice. Yes, which reminds me of something. Keep your head down in this meeting, and you better get going. You're about to be late. Don't worry. I'd hate to cause Sen to stroke. Then again... Wrinkling her nose at him, Ival grabbed a bottle of water from the nylon Moto-Fizz bag strapped to the back of her seat. So why should I keep my head down? What are you worried about? You. Sen said Trey would fill me in later, as if he thought I wouldn't hear about it from you. That makes me nervous. Yeah, her too. She didn't like the sound of that at all, but she dismissed it. I'm sure Sen was just pointing out that Trey is available any time, not just at night. Like everyone else, he finds me lacking. Thinks I'm only good for intel and grunt work. Nothing more. Not everyone thinks of you that way. I know you and Quinn don't. The rest of them? She might as well be called Fido. Brina considers you a valuable member of our tribe. Yeah, right. Ival groaned silently. Replying to that honestly would only open a debate neither of them would win. Holding Zader and Quinn's respect mattered more than being shunned by Brina. Ival pulled her shoulders back and tried to sound at ease over Zader leaving when she couldn't entirely dismiss his concern. He was intuitive when it came to others. Don't worry, Z, I'll be fine. If not, have Trey get word to me. She hated that, but she wouldn't be able to reach Zader herself once he left. No one could break through this fortress telepathically. That always left her with a sense of unease whenever she had to come up here. Inside mountains, no one could hear you scream. Cue the scary music. You're down to 2 minutes. Don't be late. Zader stepped away from her and raised his voice. I'm ready to leave, Sen. Don't forget my truck. By the time Ival chugged the last of her water, Zader had vanished. teleported by Sen. The only thing worse than riding through the sun in full gear was teleporting. Sen had done it to her once, and she'd thrown up on him when she'd arrived. Might be one reason he didn't like her. But it'd been a great day for her. Not often she got the last word where Sen was concerned. She kicked off her boots and slipped on a pair of sandals before heading to the war room. The temperature this deep within the mountain was even cooler than back at the entrance. The upside of being in damp clothes was the quick chill that slid over her skin. Reaching the war room with a minute to spare, she scoped the team assembled so far. 3 men lounged around the room, all positioned to face the door with their backs to a wall. The only other Belador present was Trey McCree. He'd stretched out on a leather sofa the color of sand. Since he lived in the Atlanta area like her, he couldn't be much happier about the run up here than she was. On the other side of the room, in a wood and black leather anti-gravity chair, a cowboy sprawled with a nonchalance she was sure he didn't feel. Reese Casper Jordan. He'd been with Viper for over 6 years and hailed from Texas, thus the bone-white Stetson hat covering his face and the snakeskin boots he always wore. His personal bane was sharing his body with a 13th century ghost. Little was known about the third guy in the room, a dark Castilian who leaned one shoulder against the rock wall. Lucien Solis. His name might mean light, but he was as dark as sin. No matter where he was, he studied everyone like they were test specimens he'd like to pin to a board and dissect. "Mornin', sunshine." Casper grinned at her, shoving his hat up on his head as he moved the chair upright. "How do you see with those things on?" He indicated the almost opaque sunglasses she wore all the time. "Hell, I walk into stuff all the time and I can see." "Sunshine?" Eval smiled at his dig at her nocturnal life. "I think I heard there were thunderstorms in the forecast for today." Casper grimaced. "Not funny." After being struck by lightning during a visit to Scotland 10 years ago, Casper sometimes morphed into the reincarnation of a Highland warrior who'd lived in 1260. He'd hated storms ever since. But honestly, she liked him a lot. Unlike most of the operatives, Casper held no allegiance to any deity or clan, only to Viper. Having finished off the first bottle of water, Eval lifted a new one from an aluminum tub against the wall that was perpetually filled with bottled water, iced tea, and cold drinks for them. She settled on a second leather sofa near the entrance. "Anybody know what this is about?" Trey scratched his head, rumpling his light brown hair, which suffered from perpetual bedhead. He sat up, dropped his feet to the stone floor, and propped his elbows on his knees, holding his head in his hands. The heather gray t-shirt and jeans he wore covered a body that would give most nightclub bouncers pause before tackling. "I don't have a clue." Eval set her water down and watched the entrance. Trey yawned, eyes red with lack of sleep. "I could do with a little more notice next time." Married life must be keeping him up late. He'd taken a wife 2 years ago, childhood sweetheart, a nice young witch who, along with her sister, upheld the laws of their coven and practiced a spiritual life within the bright light of peace and compassion. Beladors were rarely allowed to mate outside the tribe, but Brina had approved the marriage. Zader had told her their union removed the emptiness inside Trey, and he was right. Trey did seem happier these days, at peace. Lucky bastard. Eval felt a twinge of something akin to envy, a stupid emotion she shoved way back in her mind. She didn't want what he had, not if it meant the risk of being vulnerable again. Never. She envied the peace he felt, that was all. Besides, she couldn't get involved with anyone. Not until she figured out where alterants came from and understood her place in the world. Something that was her #1 priority at night whenever she had a chance to breathe. Of course, that came after her obligations to Viper. Then there was her job at the morgue and taking college classes online. Yeah, She really had no life. But this wasn't the time or place to think about that. Right now, they had a meeting to attend. She stifled a yawn herself. This better be important. Sand cutting into your beauty sleep, precious? Casper winked at her. Like he gives a flip when any of us sleep, since he doesn't ever seem to. She should probably get up and walk around to keep from nodding off in this cool air. The loud thump of boot heels approached, banging the slate floor in the long hallway. All Viper doors were 10 feet tall and 4 feet wide to accommodate the majority of body shapes. We're waiting on 2 more, Sen said as he entered. No salutations, his SOP. What agent was he allowing to arrive late? That didn't sound like their unforgiving Sen. And if Lucian was a mystery, Sen was a dark secret. Speculation on Sen ranged from god to demigod to the devil himself. She'd made the Lucifer suggestion. At 6 feet in height, he stood with his arms crossed over his chest. His black jeans rode snug against his hips. She'd seen him taller and thicker. Sen's body seemed to be a fluid thing, never in one state for very long. Gone was the dark chestnut ponytail he'd had at the last Viper meeting, replaced by short, thick hair. Trey made a sound of irritation. What's going on? There's a serious problem in the southeast. Sen didn't elaborate. Ival snorted. We have problems everywhere. When no one else spoke up, she went on. So how big a problem are we talking, and where exactly is it? Utter contempt radiated from Sen's glare. Sator's warning went through her head, reminding her she would gain nothing by pushing Sen. Nothing but torture. Still, who or what was he waiting on? Sen allowed no one to delay his meetings. Something was a beat off with all of this. She picked up the approach of someone different. Energy and a swirl of anxiety rushed into the room and scuffed her arms. Her senses had hinted at an empathic gift for a couple years, but this was the strongest assault she'd had to date. In that same instant, the other 3 agents became alert. All eyes went to the doorway as a woman entered. Chin-length blonde hair framed a perfect face. The stunning hazel eyes and smooth, unblemished skin would be enough to hate her for. But she sealed the deal with average height and a figure models tortured themselves to maintain. Then she smiled. In that instant, Ival's empathic sense went wild. As expected, she sensed lust from the men. But what caught her off guard was a lash of hatred from one of the men so severe that when it whipped through the room, she felt the sting on her skin. What the hell was that? And who had it come from? 5. This is Adriana LaFontaine, Sen said, as the blonde female took several steps into the war room and paused as though allowing everyone to enjoy her beauty. Her fire-red jacket and short skirt ordered all eyes to start at the top and continue to the sparkling red shoes. Ival wished she could reach Sator right now to find out if he knew anything about Adriana. Everything about this woman raised Ival's alarms. And this is Storm. Sen's second introduction yanked Ival's gaze to the man who'd walked in behind Adriana. His presence spoke louder than any introduction. Black hair fell to his shoulders, an obsidian color that was matched by his dark eyes. Sun-drenched skin and high, proud cheekbones spoke of ancestors who'd lived in North America long before invaders had shown up. Pebble-sized mixed stones interspersed with inch-long carved claws were strung on a length of rawhide tied around his neck. He wore a lightweight leather jacket over a white t-shirt tucked inside worn jeans. Jeans he filled out nicely. His alpha presence doused the wave of male lust that had flashed through the room when Adriana had entered. Have a seat, Sen instructed the new members. Adriana took a spot on the couch next to Trey, using the motion to show off her shapely legs. May Maka blessed Trey because he ignored Adriana. That was a happily married man. Eval expected Storm to stand only because his mysterious appearance reminded her of Lucien, who rarely sat, but Storm sauntered across the room and settled next to her, stretching out his long legs. She didn't think he was much over 6 feet tall, but he packed a lot of man into that space. And why was she noticing that about him if he was a new agent? I think the sun boiled my brain. Swinging her attention to Sen, Eval started to lean back when she felt the stuffed leather behind her head move with Storm's arm sliding across. She considered sitting upright and stopped herself before reacting. Never wise to show any reaction that could be misconstrued as apprehension around another non-human. Let no one see your weakness. It was the one code she'd never break. Storm didn't touch her, but that presence she'd felt when he'd walked in barged into her space. What exactly was he? And what were his powers? Sen cleared his throat. Now that everyone is present, pay attention so that I don't have to repeat myself. We have a problem here in Georgia. Again? Can't the demons find a new place to play? I hear New Orleans is dying for some action, and New York's nice this time of year, Trey muttered. For some reason, Eval couldn't resist taunting him. What's the matter? Married life making you soft? Trey cut an annoyed glance at her, then cocked a cynical smile. If that was the case, we'd all chip in to find something to marry you. Enough! Sen's no-nonsense stare struck Trey, then drifted to her. A short, deep laugh rumbled out of Storm. Eval's eyes widened at his audacity. Somebody should give him the Sen Survival 101 talk. The Nayak Stone. Knack? Like knick-knack? Casper interrupted him. Sen cut a vicious glare at him. The Nayak. He enunciated slowly, then spelled it so that they'd understand the term. Stone was lost in Atlanta during an unsanctioned battle 2 years ago. Sen paused, his condemning gaze now firmly affixed on Trey, who sighed and covered his eyes with his hand, as if knowing what was coming next. The stone will choose a new master soon. It has boundless power and moves through history with a certain autonomy. It's believed the stone caused the Yellow River to flood China 4,000 years ago when a high-level advisor inside the Yao dynasty stole the stone from a Tibetan monk, with intentions of using it to multiply their crops and build an empire that could not be defeated. The Yellow River flooded the next day, killing the thief and washing the rock away. But the stone must have been extremely angry over its theft because the Yellow River still floods to this day. And don't get me started on what it did to Vesuvius. That is the kind of power we're talking, people. Sen paused while a grim murmur buzzed through the room. So that's why we're here? Eval schooled her face to be concerned and not show her relief that she hadn't been exposed. Thank the gods. Sen hadn't found out about the demons or their quest for an alterant. Yet. But that relief was only minor, given the severity of what was happening. The Nayak stone showing up again created all sorts of deadly possibilities, especially for the Beladors, since the last person to hold it had been a Kujo warrior. I think I'm getting a migraine. Because the last thing she needed thrown into this mix was a bunch of angry Kujo running around town with an all-powerful weapon, trying to settle an ancient score with the Beladors. But at least this meant a common enemy that for once wasn't her. Sen glared the room into silence. The Hindu god Shiva contacted our tribunal a few hours ago to let us know that the Nayak stone will soon reveal itself in the same area where it was lost. He has no idea when or exactly where. But the time is drawing near. And once the stone is ready to be located, it will call a new master. Trey let out a sound of aggravation. Shiva didn't say if choosing a new master would involve a Cujo, did he? No, but he didn't say it wouldn't. Casper slid a glance to Trey. Want to lay odds with me? 'Cause my luck and money says if a Cujo don't find it, my favorite song ain't I Love My Truck. Trey shook his head. Ignoring them, Storm frowned at Sen. I'm unfamiliar with the Cujo, but if Shiva's involved, I take it they're Indian in nature? Sen inclined his head to him. The Cujo were once a race of Hindu humans until 800 years ago, when a band of rogue Beladors, drunk on bloodlust, plundered their village and killed their families. Before Maka could punish them for it, Shiva answered the Cujo's call for vengeance and granted them supernatural powers so that they could fight back. Adriana scowled at him. Why are the Beladors still enemies, then, after all this time? Sen sighed. The Cujo weren't content to kill the handful who'd wronged them. They declared open warfare on any and all Beladors. It was bloody and brutal, and the Cujo quickly lost sight of why they'd originally fought. It became a matter of killing off anyone with a trace of Belador blood in them. When he said a trace of Belador blood, Sen sent a derogatory glance at Aval before continuing. Finally, when there were only a few of each left, Maka and Shiva came to an agreement. She would corral and sanction the remaining Beladors, and Shiva would lock his now insane Cujo beneath Mount Meru, where they continued to live, train, and plot the Belador communal deaths. 2 years ago, one such plot resulted in a Cujo warrior escaping Mount Meru with the Nayak stone. During the ensuing fight against some of our operatives, he lost the stone in Piedmont Park. Casper sat forward. Wait, you're saying that we knew where this potential Belador kryptonite has been sitting the whole time, but didn't send a retrieval team to find it and put it in our vault? Sen gave him a duh stare. Yes, Casper. We purposefully left it there. It made such a great resting place for the pigeons and tourists that we couldn't bring ourselves to move it. Trey spoke up. It's only the size of a goose egg, not a damn boulder. There was one good thing that came from the battle. Maka fixed our eyes. Our powers are no longer linked to our vision. Speak for yourself, Ival muttered. Many of the Beladors, like Trey, had been subject to weakening of powers if their eyes were compromised. After the battle with the Cujo 2 years back, Brina had lobbied Maka to fix that, which the goddess had. Be nice if Brina had lobbied Maka on Ival's behalf to allow her to walk in sunshine. I still have sensitive eyes. But it doesn't affect your powers the way it did ours, Trey pointed out. Sen broke in. Think you two can save the drivel for your own time? He addressed the whole room. The stone becomes invisible until it wants to be found, sometimes for centuries. We could have excavated the entire park and never found that rock. It chooses when and where to be seen or found. Trey let out an elongated breath. I suppose it's too much to hope that we have some idea who or what the stone has chosen for a new master? In the past, it's always chosen someone with significant powers. Someone with an unknown history. The only clue Shiva could give us is that he believes it'll select a woman this time. Well, there goes the neighborhood. Casper winked at Ival. Ival rolled her eyes. That cowboy was asking for trouble, and some female would oblige him one day. But not her. He didn't interest her at all, not like Isaac, whose touch had been, no, don't go there. Because she had no interest in a relationship with anything other than Haagen-Dazs, especially not with a man whose favorite extracurricular activity was hunting non-humans. There was no telling what he'd do to her if he ever learned who and what she really was. Sen crossed his arms over his chest, the action bringing her thoughts back to the matter at hand as he continued. Shiva has agreed to let us put the Nayak stone in our vault if the stone allows its owner to hand it to us voluntarily. Shiva warned he will not interfere with the stone's destiny. He can't. So, we must find that woman and get that rock. What if the rock is destined to remain with the woman it chooses? Adriana's voice was filmy as smoke, soft, and tainted with hidden undercurrents. Why are we assuming this woman shouldn't wield its power? If not for hearing an ulterior motive beneath Adriana's words, Eval might have seen her point. Amazingly, Sen showed no sign of annoyance at being questioned by the blonde. Shiva had a vision. He saw two paths for the stone once it passed into the woman's hands. The first showed it resting in a guarded space, the outcome we prefer. The other ended with it being used for cataclysmic destruction. If this stone lands in the wrong hands, it could change the landscape of the world as we know it. Every time it shows up, it changes human history, and never for the better. Where's Indiana Jones when we need him? Casper wondered aloud. Sen's jaw twitched, but he continued the briefing. In the past, our people were lucky and managed to prevent total destruction of our planet. This time, it's up to us. Things are going to get ugly if we don't get our hands on the Nayak stone. How do you plan to take the rock from its new owner if we find her? Lucien's question surprised the room when he spoke. Eval imagined that deep voice and melodic Latin accent played well with the females. Oozing testosterone and looking like sex on two legs probably didn't hurt either. Sen sighed. We can't take the Nayak stone from her. She has to willingly hand it over. Not exactly true. Lucien paused, his voice softening with a lethal quality when he added, There is one other way to take possession. Eval arched an inquisitive look at the Castilian, grasping what he insinuated. The new master could die. Remind me to stay on his good side. Sen glared at him. You will not kill her to take that rock. Lucien smiled, an expression his stony gaze failed to support. I don't intend to. However, accidents happen and other creatures besides us are hunting for it. Who knows? She could easily slip and fall on someone's knife. A few dozen times. Sen sighed. As you said, we can't stop that, but anyone who tries to take the stone by force would have to be out of their mind. The stone might accept a new master, or it might turn on the person who attacked the chosen one. The gods help them then, because it won't be pretty. Casper gestured to the agents in the room. Are we it? Please tell me, given the nature of this beast, that we're going to have more folks looking for it. Sen hesitated before he spoke. This is a highly delicate situation. The fewer people who know the stone is up for grabs, the better off we'll be. So do not share information with anyone outside this team, not even other Viper members, and especially not that we're searching for the Nayak stone. I can't risk sending in a large contingent that would alert our enemies. If word of the stone's reappearance surfaced, any and everything with supernatural power would show up to get their hands on it. Lucien scoffed. Word will get out. Wasn't he Mr. Encouraging? Eval didn't think Lucien would live long around Sen if he kept that up, but she welcomed anyone drawing Sen's attention away from her. Then we have to find that stone and the woman quickly. Sen's terse words sent in Lucien's direction made it clear he wasn't up for any negative attitude or slackers. Trey shook his head. Atlantis spread out. Do we know where to look for this woman? No, but we know where the stone should reappear, since it can't physically move itself. The stone can create environmental changes that cause it to be moved, but it still has to wait to be picked up. Trey let out an angry sound of frustration. Damn, this sucks. He leveled a serious stare at Sen. You do realize that I now have to choose between the end of the world as we know it and my balls, right? Sen's eyes widened in surprise. Pardon? My wife's in her last weeks of pregnancy, and if I'm not there when she goes into labor, she will annihilate my testicles. Both of them. Without anesthesia. I'd rather the earth end in a bloody ball of flames than I lose the boys. I think every male in this room agrees. He glanced over to where Lucien leaned against the wall. Well, maybe not Lucien. The jury's still out on his sexual preference, but I don't want to be a soprano. Lucien's eyes held a wicked threat when he chuckled. You keep that up, cabron, and you won't have to wait on your wife to remove them. I assure you, it can be arranged here and now. The tick started again in Sen's jaw. Go to your respective corners, both of you. He looked at Trey. As for your personal matter, I suggest then that you locate the stone quickly before your jewels are handed to you. And trust me, once her labor pains kick in, even if you're there, you'll be lucky to walk away with them intact anyway. Sen turned his attention to the rest of them. Now, if we can focus on something other than Trey's testicles, we still have Armageddon to deal with. Sater's spearheading this mission, and Trey will handle communications with headquarters. Quinn will work with Casper. Storm will become part of the southeastern team. Eval will show Storm around. Eval stiffened. When had she become a tour guide? She started to complain that she couldn't be saddled with a new guy when she had to be inside during the daylight, but Sen would love nothing more than to have her admit she was lacking. Again. But with that came a sense of dread. The last thing she wanted was to deal with Storm tonight. Not that he hadn't seemed like a decent guy at first glance. Still, she didn't want to be alone with him for several reasons. One, she didn't trust any man when they were alone. Second, she didn't know what kind of power Storm had or how he felt about being stuck with a woman. Then there was the small matter of her being an alterant. Her experience with Beladors was that they tended to freak whenever they found out about her heritage. He'd put her at the bottom of the food chain, right under beard demons and pond scum. With any luck, Sater would take Storm off her hands to train. Lucien jerked his chin toward Adriana. What about her? Sen glanced at Adriana, then back at Lucien before he answered. She'll be working on her own, but you're to assist her. Lucien's eyes darkened with an emotion Eval would call loathing that matched his tone. Ah, I would say gracias, but that would sound as though you did me a favor. Perhaps now you'd care to tell everyone what she is? Eval had found the source of the hatred she'd felt when Adriana had walked into the mission room. And Adriana didn't appear any happier with Lucien than he was with her. When all eyes focused on Sen, he explained. She's a sterling witch, working with us on this one mission. We needed a consultant who was there the last time a witch opened a portal for the Cujo. Eval shook her head. Are you out of your mind? You want us to trust a witch from the Sterling family? A black magic practicing dynasty? Sen's eyes narrowed to slits. A tribunal has approved her. This is not your decision. Eval had to force herself not to argue her point. Tribunals weren't infallible by any stretch of the imagination. But Sen wasn't about to listen to her, even though all of them knew better than to trust a Sterling. What was the tribunal thinking? Sen's threatening gaze shifted to Lucien, whose only reaction was a muscle twitching in his jaw. Another thing, I had a report that a Bearn demon was executed in a warehouse off Metropolitan Parkway in Atlanta this morning. I want to know who or what took him down and what the demon was doing there. I know it couldn't have been one of our agents since no one called for cleanup. His face tightened. At least it better not be one of our people. The gods help them if it is, and I expect answers by sunset, or it won't go well for any of you. With a snap of Sen's fingers, a low wooden table appeared in the middle of the room, along with a stack of file folders. This is what we have from Fulton County law enforcement on the slaying. Holding her breath in fear, Eval lifted a file and tried to look normal. She went immediately to the pictures of the scene, hoping there was nothing from the county investigation that would betray her. Grace Spitamaka, nothing in these pages looked damning. For the moment, she was safe. But the question was, did Sen have a sniffer in this region who could use the chips to catch a trail and follow it the way a bloodhound tracked scent? That was one of the few powers she envied. And while she was at it, she needed to locate the twins and tell them not to mention the incident with the Bearn to anyone, especially a Night Stalker. Her thoughts turned to Isaac, and her stomach sank. How was she going to find a man who no doubt was unfindable and convince him not to tell anyone about seeing her with the demon? I should have been late for this meeting. Apparently, she'd flunked basic survival, too. Sen wouldn't need any help getting rid of her if she kept putting her own head in the noose. Her heartbeat jumped into high gear. Her time for locating the Bearn's master was running out. Sen would suspend her, strip all of her powers, then lock her away in hell. She'd absolutely lose her mind if that happened. There was no way she could take that again, not to mention the small matter that she was their target. Without her powers, there was no telling what the demon master would do to her. But she couldn't do a thing until dark without risking her life. Her breath came in shorter and shorter gasps as she fought down her panic through clenched teeth. Trained agents would be looking into the Bearn slaying. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. She couldn't breathe or focus. Her panic continued to swell. She had to keep it hidden from the rest of the agents. Get a grip. Suddenly, a gentle wave of energy floated over her, soothing her distress and wrapping her in a cocoon of comfort. Her breathing steadied. Someone in this room had done that. Eval slowly looked around, but no one seemed to be paying her attention. Who had reached out to her? Who knew she'd been closing in on panic? Was it Lucien or Casper? She didn't think Trey had that kind of power, and Sen definitely wouldn't have done squat to help her. Her gaze skipped around the room until she looked into the dark eyes of the man sitting next to her. Storm. Her breath got tangled in her throat. His expression had been void of emotion when he'd entered the room, but interest burned through his gaze now. A purely male gleam. He stretched back, looking even more relaxed and utterly confident in a room full of alpha males. Confidence like that was incredibly sexy, and he knew it. The corner of his mouth lifted a tiny bit, letting her know he'd seen her purely female reaction. Her pulse thumped wildly in response. The room was hot and crowded all of a sudden. She wanted everyone to leave. Maybe not Storm. The smile peeking from his eyes picked up heat. Crap, what was wrong with her? Had her hormones blown a gasket? Or was Storm using magic to heighten her attraction? It took all of Eval's control to break away from that gimlet stare and calmly shift her attention to Sen, whose briefing she was missing. The Nayak stone chooses its master in the next 24 to 48 hours. It will use its powers to call her out and to seduce her into accepting her destiny while she carries the rock. The morning after the next full moon, when the sun touches the spot where she found the rock, the stone will bond permanently to her. At that point, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. We have to separate her from the stone without killing her before that happens. Once bound, the woman will have full use of the stone's power, but it will also have control over her. Casper sat forward. The next full moon is Tuesday night. So you're telling us that we have 3 days to find this rock and the woman? 3 days to save the world? The room groaned. Sen nodded. Get moving, people. In the hands of a preternatural predator, that rock is invincible. We'll all be dining in hell, Trey said under his breath. Casper turned a thoughtful look toward Aval. You think the stone's looking for Aval? She has power and an unknown history. Seems like a good fit to me. Every set of eyes turned to her. Thanks, cowboy. Just toss my hide out for the skinning. Sen curled his lip derisively. I seriously doubt it would pick an alterant when it has the entire universe to choose from. Aval went from terrified to humiliated with one sentence. Anger scorched the back of her throat, but she knew better than to let it show. So what if he felt that way? She didn't care about him either. Still, it stung, and the fact that it did just made her all the angrier at herself for giving him that kind of power over her emotions. By the time she stood up, everyone else had left the room except Storm and Sen. The sun would be out in all its glory by now, and she'd have to ride back home with the heat climbing to 100. Gotta love baking in Georgia's summer heat. Not. Aval couldn't squelch the irritation she'd kept bottled until now. Did we have to come all the way up here to hear this? Couldn't Trey have briefed us from home? The pleasure that burst into Sen's gaze took her breath, and not in a good way. Trey could have briefed the others, but I wanted you here for another reason. Storm's SUV has been warded to shield the interior from the sun, and there's a motorcycle trailer hitched to it for your bike. He'll be driving you back so that you won't damage yourself. Could he be any more snide? Zader would have been proud of her for not saying a word, but in all honesty, she'd gone blank. Ride 2 hours with a man who had... What had Storm done to her? She still didn't know what kind of powers he possessed. Looking forward to the company on the drive down. Storm's tone was professional, yet his gaze was anything but. She'd be the first to admit she found him sexy, if admired from a distance. However, the last thing she wanted was to be trapped inside a vehicle with an unknown male for 2 hours, especially one her senses were yelling at her to avoid. Sen's expression was creepily pleasant, like that of a lion licking its chops while eyeballing its prey. I want you to review the Bearn death with Storm. Tell him everything you know about paranormal activity in the city and the recent proliferation of demon visits. Okay. Sen's gaze sharpened, like he'd just cornered her. By the way, I didn't tell you why I brought Storm in. He knows something about Bearns? Sen shook his head. He's a Navajo shaman who can track unnatural beings, but he has one special talent I think you'll find fascinating. It's one that will be of great benefit to Viper. Storm has the ability to know if someone is lying or not. An evil, smug smile curved his lips. And he's going to be your new partner, which should expedite your efforts in finding out why the demons are here, as well as ensuring the Nayak stone doesn't end up in your hands. Bile rose in her throat. Thought you said the stone would never pick an alterant. The gods occasionally have a sick sense of humor, and I can't take the chance that it will seduce you. Oh, I'd like for it to choose me, 'cause you'd be the first one I'd go for, you arrogant bastard. That alone would make it worth her soul. And now she understood what had caused Sen's happiness. He wanted her out of Viper, since he didn't like an anomaly on his team. The little pig thought Storm would catch her in a lie that would land her in suspension, or a tribunal hearing. Sen was wrong. Storm could catch her in a whole string of lies, and any one of them could doom her. "6. My lord, Ekbar called out. I have news! Batuk flicked his hand, tossing an arc of power at the magician to prevent him from rushing forward. Ekbar's skinny legs continued to run where he stood, but they didn't carry him forward. Batuk growled at the half-wit he'd warned not to show his face again in the Great Hall. At least, not for 1,000 years if he wanted to continue breathing. After all, it was Ekbar's fault. Their Kujo people had been cursed to live beneath Mount Meru for the past 800 years. Snakes carved as arms on his throne began to undulate beneath Batuk's tense muscles. Ekbar's high voice pleaded, Please, my lord, you must listen. I have found a new portal, I have. Lies, Batuk roared. They'd all been searching for a new portal. It was inconceivable that this lowly piece of excrement would be able to succeed where the rest of them had failed. Rock walls glowed, shifting as if molten lava. Flames spit out between cracks in the stone. By the gods, he would kill that scab, if not for one problem. Every member of his Kujo tribe was immortal, because the gods hate us. Better we should have been slaughtered in battle than subjected to this horror of eternal, never-relenting hell. He curled his fingers, muscles tight with the need to kill Ekbar. His fingernails sharpened into metal claws. The elite guard drew their swords and moved forward. His men couldn't kill Ekbar, but with a little encouragement, they would make the magician scream for mercy, which might alleviate a few minutes of his boredom. Batuk's fury stoked the temperatures high until the Nihar billowing around his throne turned from fog to hot steam. Ekbar bowed his head in reverence, a lying act like all his other actions. But, my lord, I bring you good news. You said not to return unless I could free you of this place. I would not defy you, my lord, not defy you. Batuk held his hand up to stay his guard. What if this pathetic maggot had actually found a way for more than one of them to escape? Could his army ever be free again? Batuk's silent question echoed back at him from the weary eyes of his men. He glared at the magician. For my tribe, I will hear you. But heed me now when I warn you to take care. If you use lies to sow false hopes, I will have your skin peeled off daily. Ekbar swallowed hard, then bounced his head up and down. Yes, yes, free my legs, my lord, and I will tell you great truths. Grunting with disbelief, Batuk lifted his chin in the magician's direction to release his legs. The magician hurried forward until he stood in front of the throne. His silvery silk pants rustled against his scrawny limbs. His body shriveled along with his manhood. Ekbar weighed no more than one of Batuk's legs. Speak fast or I'll unleash the guard on you. Ekbar swallowed hard. I have spoken to a witch in my dreams. Batuk cut his words short with a vicious hiss. Not another witch. I've had my fill of them for 1,000 lifetimes. Which at present he'd be living here as he fulfilled them. Ekbar opened his arms in a gesture that questioned why his master lacked simple knowledge of how magic worked. I know of no other save a witch who can open a path for us, my lord. But this one is different, far more powerful than the last one. The last witch fell into league with the Beladors and betrayed us. How do we trust that this one will not as well? When you've heard all I have to share, you will know the answer to that question, O revered highness. Ekbar shifted from foot to foot, an impatient dance he performed whenever he was anxious. Batuk wasn't so easily sold. You're treading dangerous landscape, worm. The dance stopped immediately. Ekbar fell to his knees, stirring the nihar that smoked around his chest. Never, my lord. What does this witch claim she can do? To release you and 8 more warriors from our realm. 9? Only 9 of us? I want all of my men freed. Ekbar bounced his head up and down again. I understand, my lord. I do. But she says once you pass through the portal, you will be able to free all those loyal to you. She says 10 will be enough men to... 10? Vian is still alive from when he escaped. I have spoken to him in his dreams, too. He tires of waiting and stands ready to free his warlord. Batuk grunted, pleased at the unswerving loyalty from his first-in-command, who had gone through a portal 2 years ago. Vian had tried to capture the witch who'd opened that first pathway to force her to help his people. He'd battled her Belador lover and lost only because more Belador warriors had entered the battle outnumbering him. Does Vian know this new witch? No, my lord. I would not share this news with anyone until I spoke with you. The humble curve of Ekbar's shoulders sat poorly on a man who bowed only when forced to do so. How am I to free the others once we leave here? The witch says all you have to do is gain control of the Nayak stone. It is gone forever. No, my lord. The stone hides until it chooses to be found. I did not even know the Nayak stone had lived with me beneath Mount Meru all these years until the stone revealed itself in my chest 2 years ago. Did not know until Vian stole my treasure, he accused, muttering to himself. Your treasure? Ekbar's yellow eyes turned almost white with fear over his slip. Batuk knew without a doubt that Vian had taken the stone to find a way to save the tribe, whereas Ekbar would have saved his hide only. The magician's shoulders trembled. He clutched his hands together, twisting them as an old woman begging for mercy. I meant only that I treasured the stone, yes, only that. All treasures are yours, my lord, all yours. He bowed his head again. Batuk had to fight the urge to kick him, but he didn't want to sully his foot. You never did tell me how the Nayak stone came to be in your possession to begin with, Ekbar, did you? A shadow fell across Ekbar's face, guilt peeking through before he brightened. You did not ask, and I could not say while banished from your sight. I found the rock glowing in a creek near where you battled the Belador heathens back before we were cursed. Wicked heathens. I had just placed the stone in my chest upon returning to camp, but only to keep it safe for you, my lord. When Shiva sent us to live here, most unkind of our god, most unkind. Don't remind me. Where is the stone now? I know not for sure. Batuk pounded his fists on the arms of his chair. The carved snakes came to life, striking out at Ekbar, who slid backward on his knees as if gliding upon a magic carpet. I warned you not to sow false hopes. Steel clanged throughout the great hall when each warrior struck his sword against the rock walls in anger, hungry for Batuk to toss Ekbar to them. Ekbar remained on his knees, shoulders now quaking with fear. My lord, please, you are an honorable warrior. Hear me out before you decide if I have deceived you. Lifting his hand to silence the noise, Batuk released a sigh that built from deep in his gut. Speak. Ekbar floated forward again, his folded legs a hand's width above the floor when he stopped just out of striking distance. He warily eyed the snakes, which had returned to carved serpents, and continued, What I meant to say was that I do not know the precise location, but I have had a vision of the Nayak stone. It still resides in the creek where the stone was lost during Vian's battle with the Beladors. The Nayak stone will cause a giant shovel to dig this creek up soon, bringing the rock to rest upon the bank. The stone will reveal itself to a new master before the full moon 3 nights from now. Will the Nayak stone choose Vian again? The squirt of noise from Ekbar's lips conveyed his disgust for Vian. No doubt because the warrior had outwitted the magician the last time a portal had opened. I believe the stone chose Vian only for his 2 hands that carried the stone out of here, not to be a master, or the stone would have remained within his grasp. The stone has always chosen a powerful being, but this time it waits for a woman. The witch? Batuk ground his fists against the arms of his chair. Snake eyes glowed with life. No, no, my lord. The witch does not want to touch the stone. She claims it carries magic that will fight hers. And she warns that if you or any of your men touch the stone when you arrive in Atlanta, the Beladors will know that you are in their world before you have the chance to use the rock. She tells me she has seen this in a scrying bowl. If neither I nor my men can touch the stone, how will it serve me to be at the mercy of Beladors, who will outnumber our 10? The witch has a plan, yes, she has a plan. Ekbar's kneeling body floated up with his excitement. Once she brings you and your men out, she will tell you how to find a being who can gain the Nayak stone for you. What is this being who will help us? An alterant. Batuk scowled at the unfamiliar term. A what? Someone who is born part Belador. Ekbar lifted his hands, palms out, as he waited on Batuk's snarling to quiet. And part unknown. Yes, this being has the blood of your enemy, but is shunned by the Beladors. I trust no Beladors. This is not a true Belador, but one who is considered a lowly mongrel, a cast-off their tribe holds in low respect. Alterants change into dangerous beasts and have killed Beladors. Batuk sat back in his throne, scratching his beard. A Belador beast that kills its own tribe? I have not heard of this. If a shriveled-up male could preen, the foolish magician did just such. I am most pleased to bring you good news, most pleased. What does this witch want in return? Batuk began to believe this hairless blight on his existence might actually have found a way out of Shiva's curse. After you have gained what you most desire, the witch says you may take the Nayak stone and do as you please if you give her the alterant to do with as she pleases. That was it? He could keep the most powerful stone in creation, and all the witch wanted was this alterant? Batuk hesitated. When something seems too easy, it always is. No one would give up the stone for something so petty, not without good reason. But that being said, they could deal with the witch and the alterant once they escaped and had the stone. Then the world would bow and tremble before them. Their wrath would be legion. Tell the witch she has a bargain. 7. Storm slowed his 1979 FJ40 Land Cruiser to a crawl. Not by choice. He doubted anyone else caught in this gnarled I-75 traffic slowed down by choice either. At least he had sweet-smelling scenery inside his cab. He shifted his gaze sideways to where Ival Kincaid leaned her head and shoulder against the passenger door. As soon as they'd left the war room, she'd told him how tired she was. He didn't doubt her exhaustion. She had the bags under her eyes to prove it. That was why he'd allowed her to bail on him after she'd executed an exaggerated yawn on the way to his truck and asked if he minded her taking a quick nap. Avoidance would only work for so long, but he'd agreed. Ival had hugged her body as tight as she'd been able against the passenger door, acting as if she rested. But the muscles in her folded arms had been tense, and her shoulders had curved inward in self-defense. Nobody that tight would have been able to sleep no matter their exhaustion. He was a hunter, a patient man who could wait out skittish prey. So he'd murmured a few words asking the spirits to ease her soul and allow her to rest. Within minutes of their leaving Viper's HQ, Eval had relaxed into a boneless heap. He'd slipped off her sunglasses, since the interior was so dark with sense protective warding that the dash lights were on even though it was mid-afternoon outside. Sen hadn't warded the truck from the sun or stuck the motorcycle trailer on the back with her crotch rocket as any favor to Eval. He'd wanted to force her into an uncomfortable situation for 2 hours. Sen hadn't said he was gunning for Eval, but even the blind could see he had a private agenda when it came to her. Storm understood private agendas. He had one as well and would fulfill his agreement with Sen, but on his own terms. Which was why he'd helped Eval sleep almost the entire drive. She shifted, her black Gore-Tex riding clothes shushing against his vinyl seats. The movement stirred her scent around the cab. She had an earthy smell, something that piqued his interest in a way Adriana the sex toy witch hadn't. With all the lacy trimmings on the outside, Adriana blew cold as an Arctic winter on the inside. Took more than window dressing to make a woman desirable. He liked his women with fire under the surface. Eval might project a chilly facade, but she had a core of heat he'd bet would burst into an inferno with a little encouragement. But he couldn't afford the distraction right now or get close to someone he was tasked with keeping an eye on. No hardship there. Her unzipped jacket had fallen open while she slept. She wore a loose t-shirt underneath, but from the way she slumped, it was pulled tight over her hard stomach, showing her body off to perfection. A wisp of thick lashes hid her finely shaped eyes above soft cheeks. He'd seen the shape of her eyes through her sunglasses, but not the color. Didn't matter. They could be purple or blaze orange and she'd still be beautiful. Her hair had dried during the ride, sweeping loosely over her shoulders. One long tendril lay quietly along her neck. Only his iron will stopped him from reaching over to stroke his fingers through all that plush hair, black as a sinful thought. He hadn't enjoyed a female since he'd lost his soul. Just another reason not to touch this one. Traffic started moving again in his peripheral vision, pulling him back to the task of reaching downtown by 3. He wanted time to snoop around after dropping her off at home. He caught a tiny movement within the cab. A human without heightened powers of perception would not have noticed, but it drew his attention to Eval. She studied him surreptitiously from beneath eyelashes, hovering low over her pink cheeks. He could let her sleep, but he wanted her company. Feel better? She hesitated for a second, but to her credit, she opened her eyes. Exotic green eyes the color of a baby salamander, and sat up right away, stretching. Much. Where are we? Just inside the perimeter. She stopped moving as she realized her eyes were uncovered. Where are my sunglasses? Above the visor over your head. Once she had them on again, she sat back and rested her arm along the edge of the window, tapping her fingers. What's got traffic bogged down in the middle of the afternoon? This sucks, even for Atlanta. Wreck, 2 miles ahead, but it'll be cleared soon. Her eyes took in the radio he hadn't turned on since leaving Viper. And you would know this how? He laughed at the obvious leap she'd made. You think I'm psychic? In our line of work, that wouldn't surprise me. I don't know what shamans can do. Storm suppressed the wry chuckle stirring in his chest. Sen had called him a Navajo shaman because Sen believed what he'd been told by an agent in the Northeastern Division where Storm had spent the last 8 months. A fair assumption, based on what Storm had led everyone there to believe. Tracing a person's background in the world of humans was much easier than determining the origins of those with supernatural powers. He was not entirely Navajo, nor exactly a shaman. Storm grinned at her. You think shamans can't read electronic message boards with traffic warnings? Like the one a couple of miles back? Oh, crud. Forgot about those. She smiled at herself, unable to stop a flush of embarrassment. Seeing her face light with a casual happiness pulled at him, rousing a warm feeling he hadn't experienced in a long while. A human feeling. He considered telling her the truth, that he had seen the car collision ahead in his mind. At one time, he would have shared something so simple. That had been before a woman he'd cared about had used things he'd told her, simple details, to steal first his soul, then his father's. Right before she'd killed his father. The bitch had sent his father's spirit to wander for eternity, then turned Storm into her personal weapon. After what seemed an eternity in hell, he'd finally figured out how to break free of her. She'd disappeared, but he would find her, no matter what, even if he had to hunt her through multi-dimensions. And when he did, he'd free his father first and get his own soul back next. So, are you or are you not psychic? Eval looked anywhere but at him. Sometimes. That was all she was going to get out of him. He'd been born with a few gifts, thanks to his South America Ashaninka grandfather, such as the ability to affect emotional response around him and to strip the truth from a liar. If she moved any closer to the passenger door, she'd meld with it. He opened his senses to Eval's emotions. She was as calm as a summer sky ahead of a brewing storm, waiting for him to pounce on her. Might as well get to the heart of what had her agitated. Tell me about alterance. Like Sen hasn't filled you in? Storm ignored the swirl of anger Eval generated and pressed again. Is it true the last one killed 9 Beladors before it was destroyed? Her anger whipped through her as she tensed. He. That anger confused him. He what? You called the alterant it. We're not things. We're people, just as much as you or anyone else born of human parents. Yes, he shifted and killed Beladors. During the time Storm had been with Viper, little had been said about alterance until that incident. Viper had a no-tolerance policy when it came to talking about agency business. They silenced those who spoke too freely, permanently. But word traveled fast when one beast killed 9 powerful beings. Impressive for any creature. He doubted mentioning that would encourage more dialogue at this point. What else can you tell me about alterance? Like I know anything? Eval scoffed softly. I'm the only alterant walking around free I know. Never met any of the ones they caught even. The anger smoldering beneath her earlier bout of apprehension flamed up. Want to cut to the chase? Even if I could tell you something about alterants, you don't really care if they live or die, do you? Especially since the only reason you're here is to report everything I say and do back to Sen. If that's what you want to believe, that's what I know. But I'm willing to consider testimony to the contrary if you think you can convince me. Storm switched lanes. Just be a waste of time from what I'm hearing. He had a choice for the next 15 minutes they'd be in the truck. Try to settle her back down by talking about the city and how her division of Viper operated, or stir her up a bit. He'd never been one for the easy way, and he knew her current hot button. If you don't want to talk about alterance, then tell me about your local demon problem. Counting the Bearn killed this morning, that makes 2, right? He paused for her to answer. Not a word. Going to be hard to work together if we don't share information. What do you want to know? Time to find out if she lied as much as Sen indicated, or if Sen really was singling her out unfairly as she believed. What do you know about the demon killed in Atlanta this morning? Silence is usually the first sign of a lie, and her lips were buttoned tight. 8. Eval cursed herself for letting her mouth walk her from an annoying conversation into a dangerous one. She shouldn't have gotten her dander up when Storm asked about alterants and played the conversation for a bit. Now she had to talk about the demons, a topic where she might not be able to answer every question truthfully. With his ability to tell a lie from the truth, running blind across an interstate in Atlanta at rush hour was safer than any discussion with him. "Your demon problem?" Storm pressed. As if there was only one. The blasted clock and traffic were conspiring against her. She needed a diversion. "Got any water in here?" Storm didn't respond or acknowledge her comment. Not verbally, anyhow. He drove his olive green Land Cruiser, not one of the hot new models, but a classic from the 70s, with one hand on the steering wheel, eyes staring at nothing, yet taking in everything, including her. But the only change in his face that indicated he'd heard her speak was the dubious tilt of his mouth. She wouldn't call it a full commitment to smile, just enough to let her know he'd only allow her to evade him for so long. "Water's behind your seat. Grab me one, too." She wrenched around and lifted the lid on a scarred-up 6-pack size cooler and dragged 2 plastic bottles out of the ice. After handing one to him, she slumped back against her seat, wishing she could use her power to lift cars out of the way. It would take maybe another 15 minutes to reach her exit. Sen had never liked her much, but bringing in Storm to hang her surprised even Ival. That she'd actually fallen asleep in front of him surprised her even more. Storm cleared his throat. That would be warning number 2 that he was not going to wait much longer. She zipped her jacket, appreciating the cool air circulating through the truck, even if it did push his attractive scent past her defenses to make her notice. "What do you want to know about our demons?" "I'm most interested in the Bearn." Of course he was, 'cause she was just that lucky. "What about him?" "Did you kill him?" That was direct as all get out, but she had an honest answer. No. "Do you have any idea who killed him?" Think, Ival. If she gave up Isaac, it would implicate her in the worst sort of way. So she settled on another truth that would keep Polygraph off her back. "Yes, but I'm not ready to say until I have solid evidence. Viper's rules," she added, reminding him that agents couldn't make claims of any wrongdoing without proof. Isaac hadn't killed the demon. His friggin' awesome gun had. More to the point, the Bearn's master had killed him by sending the demon into the line of fire. Storm flipped on the truck's turn signal and slipped into a space in the bumper-to-bumper traffic that magically opened up. She eyed him closely, trying to discern if he'd used any power to do that. He drove with a fluid grace, confidence in every move. This guy could probably do 10 things at once, so why had he stopped rattling off questions? She would normally welcome silence right now if she didn't feel as though she was waiting on the hangman to build his gallows. "Sen said you had other demon problems?" He asked that in a smooth and disarming voice, but she lived every day watching over her shoulder for a threat, with Sen and tribunals leading the pack. Nothing Storm could say in any tone could disarm her. "As far as I know, we have no current demon problem, especially since the Bearn was killed." Truth. Technically. The Creasel demons were also dead, so poof, no demon problem at this very minute. However, the mauled body in the morgue? Still a problem. But she was getting the hang of maneuvering around his questions. She allowed her shoulders to relax. "Is there any other problem connected to the demon death I should know about?" No. That was the absolute truth. The less he knew, the better for her. She cheered silently when Storm turned onto Centennial Boulevard. A couple minutes and she'd be out of this truck. "Take the next left, then cross over Peachtree Street. I'll show you where to park." He gave her a quiet nod. Something warned her quiet was not necessarily an encouraging sign with him. He couldn't have run out of questions, and she'd sparred nicely so far if she did say so herself. Bring it on. When he reached a parking lot at the rear of a closed restaurant off Peachtree Street near North Avenue, she directed him to pull in and park. He should appreciate that the lot was empty, which allowed him plenty of open space for jockeying the motorcycle trailer. As he parked the truck, his mouth quirked with that hint of a smile again, one that lacked any humor. You want me to believe you live in this abandoned restaurant? No, I don't live here. Yval zipped her jacket up the last few inches to her chin and pulled her leather gloves on. She reached around to lift her helmet from the back seat. Every inch of her skin would be covered before she stepped outside. Thanks for the ride. Thanks, Sen. He's the one who warded the truck so the sun wouldn't affect you. Yeah, so the bastard could spy on her. She lowered the helmet to the top of her thighs. I'll be sure to do that. She let her sarcasm flag fly high. Other than the lifting of one eyebrow, Storm didn't ask why she and Sen were like a cobra and a mongoose around each other. First Watch is scouting Piedmont for any sign of the Nayak Stone or anything out of the norm during the daylight hours. You and I are to take over for that team at dark. Give me your address and I'll pick you up at 8. Did he really think that would work? That she'd tell him her address when she hadn't let him drive her home? She had to find Isaac, deal with a mauled body in the morgue, find the twins, and talk to Grady first. I've got a few things to do before I get to the park. I'll meet you at the Piedmont Road entrance at midnight. No smile this time. Storm didn't take the brush off well. Sen expects you to work with me. Sen doesn't own me, and Viper doesn't feed me or pay my bills. She'd spoken softly, but he shouldn't have missed the warning in her words. He is your superior. Only in his mind. I answer to him because, as a Belador assigned to Viper, I have an obligation to the team and I always honor my commitments. She should just go along to get along, but she'd learned a few things after working around so many alpha males. The worst mistake she could make was allowing one to think he gave her orders. Storm was no higher in rank than her. Even if Sen treated everyone else, even a sterling witch, no one in their right mind would trust, with more regard than Yval. For me, Sen brought in a 2-legged truth serum who could track preternaturals. But the bitch witch had carte blanche. Yeah, Sen was an idiot who let hatred blind him and make decisions he would one day come to regret. Her thoughts went back to Storm and what he'd done to settle her panic during the meeting. Had he been giving her a sample of his powers, proving he could influence her at will? She hated being at anyone's mercy and would not tolerate him using his powers or magic to get his way. No one controlled her. Ever. She was free and she intended to stay that way, no matter who or what she had to sacrifice. Storm turned to her, a picture of calm if you didn't notice the anger kindling in his brown eyes. You have a duty to Viper, which means following orders even if you don't like Sen. You don't want to answer questions. You don't want to meet at a reasonable time to get started. You don't want to work together, period. Sen said no one else would work with you besides your buddies Zader and Quinn. I'm starting to see why. Oh, that set her off. The others wouldn't work with her over a birth defect she couldn't help, and all of them were quick to rub her nose in it. As for Sen, let's get something clear, Storm. My duty requires that I follow the agency rules, just like every other agent, but no one dictates what personal information I share, like where I live or what hours I work. Because if they knew, they could come for her, spy on her, or worse, find evidence to lock her up for eternity. Not unless Sen wants to make that a new rule for all the agents to declare their addresses on a community database. Look, I didn't mean, she didn't take a breath. I also have a job at the city morgue. A position that allows me access to vital information we need, especially for containment to protect the civilians. If I don't check in with my supervisor there tonight, I will lose my job. And you don't ever want to know how hard it is to find a night job with flexible hours that pays over minimum wage. And in case you were born on the sun and haven't noticed, it's summer and the night hours are short. I understand. No, you don't. He had the option of living a normal life in a normal world. People didn't judge him based on a birthright he couldn't help. And no one had ever locked him away like an animal because of it. She curled her fingers against the helmet so she didn't throw it out of frustration as her emotions swelled. She was so tired of all the crap, so tired of always having to be on the defensive, having to weigh and measure every word 10 times over to keep from condemning herself by a simple slip. My day starts at sunset and ends at daylight, which gives me extremely limited time to accomplish anything in the summer, so I can't afford to waste even a nanosecond. Everyone knows I'm nocturnal, especially Sen. Your point? He got his kicks once today by making me drive 2 hours in the heat in full gear while my skin boiled. So I don't give a flying effing fig what he wants right now. I'll do my job. I always do, because I am not the animal that bastard thinks I am. She lifted the helmet halfway and paused, shooting a glance loaded with warning at Storm. And one more thing. About that little show of power at headquarters this morning, don't ever screw with my emotions again, or I'll make you regret it. She pulled on her helmet and stepped out of the truck before he could answer. The driver door slammed at the same time hers shut. When she reached the trailer, Storm was already there. She'd order him to get his hands off her bike, if not for her helmet, which would muffle her words. He cranked open the wheel chock that prevented the front tire from moving, then leaned the bike against his hip. Someone walking along the street wouldn't notice the harsh flex of his shoulders as he moved. She'd hit a nerve, but taking the words back or smoothing things over would destroy any ground she'd just gained with him. When he had the wheel free to move, he toed the gear shift up one click to neutral, then rolled her bike off the trailer with the same graceful ease with which he seemed to do everything else. The bike would roll for him as long as he didn't straddle it and the motorcycle was within her energy range. The minute he put the side stand down and backed away, she walked over and slung a leg over the seat. Storm stepped in front of her and stood alongside her front tire, waiting. Ignoring him wouldn't budge that determined angle of his chin. When she did look up, she was glad for the black shield on her helmet that prevented her from having to meet his eyes. Or so she'd thought. He put a hand on her handlebar and leaned forward, eyes staring as though he saw right through the mirror shield. "Are you finished issuing orders?" The quiet words would have sounded like a gentle caress, if not for the low vibration of anger thrumming in his voice. She didn't say a word, just gave a slight move of her head to indicate she was listening. "Good. I have a job to do too, and it's not all about you. It's about saving the world and all those humans who know nothing about what might hit this world in 3 days. I'll be at Piedmont Park at midnight. Come prepared to work together, which means answering questions. Truthfully. Not playing a word game two-step. And as for the comfort spell I sent you at HQ, I didn't do it to screw with your emotions or show off my powers. I did it because I didn't like seeing you feel threatened and figured you didn't want to give Sen the pleasure of knowing he'd rattled you." Her heart thumped an extra beat. Storm had been trying to do something nice for her when he'd used his powers to calm her? That floored her. Kindness from strangers was not something she was used to, and she was sorry she'd misjudged him. While he'd been handsome to her before, this set him up a few notches in her book. Storm clenched his teeth before he spoke again. I'm heading over to where the Bearn was killed to pick up a trail. I should know something tonight. No, no, no. She had to clamp down on her panic before he sensed it. Going to the killing site would have been enough to raise her blood pressure without the way he swept a gaze over her that thawed out the frigid shield she'd used to keep all men at bay. His gaze scorched her. You don't like me using my powers on you. That's fine. I'm much better with my hands anyway. 9. The crisp smell of fresh-cut grass reminded Laurette Barrett of life as a child during a more hopeful time when mistakes hadn't had such dire consequences. Long before she'd become a 24-year-old woman who lived at the crossroads of adversity and fear. Her granddad would shake his head at her and say, "You'll survive this, Lori girl." If he were still alive, she might. But he was gone, and her life was ruined. Daylight was abandoning her by the minute, which made walking through the park that much more difficult. But she had Brutus by her side. When she'd been looking for a small dog with spirit, a nice lady at the Humane Society had jokingly told her she had a 20-pound dog that was a cross between a terrier and a hedgehog. Laurette had fallen in love at first sight with the patchwork mutt and named him Brutus to build up his self-esteem. How was she going to take care of him if things got worse? How was she going to pay any bills if she couldn't make a living? Negative thinking had never solved a problem. She knew that. She'd survived on her own for 7 years by not letting anything defeat her. Surely she could figure her way out of disaster once more. But she was tired of getting so much practice at it. Being played by a con man happened to everyone, even bright women. She wasn't stupid, just too ready to believe the best of people. Didn't see that one coming, did you? She laughed at her unintentional joke about her failing eyesight to keep from giving in to the panic that clung to the walls of her chest. Seeing much of anything was getting more difficult by the day. All she'd been able to see in the mirror this morning had been the flaming red hair she'd gotten from her granddad and vague dots of blue where her eyes were supposed to be. Putting on makeup had gone by the wayside, but she couldn't blame lack of vision for allowing Chuck to swindle her. That man had the ability to sell ketchup popsicles to women in white gloves, especially because they were women. If using her hadn't been humiliating enough, Chuck had accessed her meager bank accounts and depleted every dime she'd had. When they first met, she thought Chuck would be the perfect salesman for her large outdoor pottery urns. Her grandfather had told her that as long as she had her pottery with her signature design painted on the side, she would be secure in this world. He'd also said she'd meet a man she could believe in, a stranger who would show her an unexpected kindness in her darkest hour. Stupid her to have believed for even a minute that would be Chuck. But it had seemed so perfect and fit her grandfather's prophecy. A man like Chuck showing up right as her sight was starting to fail. Wish you were here, Granddaddy. He'd never steered her wrong while he was alive, but he was gone, and she had to figure this one out on her own. And without turning to another man. The one thing this had taught her was that no one could be trusted. She was alone in the world and no one cared. If only she could save her sight. She could continue to sell her art. She could still shape the large outdoor urns with her hands, but painting the intricate patterns and whimsical letters on each one, her signature patterns, wouldn't be as possible. If she did figure out how to clear that hurdle, she still needed to find clients and deliver the pots. She had no one to help her. She'd tried to train herself these last months by painting the designs blindfolded. She doubted someone looking for abstract art would spend lunch money on her last disaster. Without her eyesight, her career would be the first casualty and her independence the second. She didn't know how to do anything else. Best's disease. That was the name of the thief that had caused her blindness. She'd never even heard of it until her diagnosis. Now she knew everything about the macular degeneration that had no cure. In the last couple of months, she'd gone from seeing well enough to drive with thick glasses to a blurry world that no lens could bring into focus. At the rate things were changing, she'd be completely blind in only a few more weeks. With no savings and no way to keep working, she'd end up on the streets, where she'd be at the mercy of men who made Chuck look like Galahad. Her heartbeat sped up, thumping louder and louder in her ears. She felt lightheaded and sick. An urgent whining broke through her panic attack. Brutus tugged on his leash, pulling her forward and out of her downward spiral. Laurette blinked to clear her mind and wished she could sharpen her sight as easily. Because of the foggy shadows, it took her a few moments to realize she was standing off the jogging path, in the grass. Brutus jumped up against her legs, his whole body moving when he wagged his stubby tail. She took a breath to calm her nerves and dropped down to hug him. "You're right. I said let's take a walk and not think about it for a while." He must have taken that as a sign to take off and drag her over the footbridge at the south end of the park. She squinted through her glasses to see, but all she could make out was the creek running beneath the bridge. She saw undulated globs that were probably piles of plants and mud. Brutus pulled her down the foot of the bridge and across the grass to where he sniffed clumps of rock and mud along the bank. She could tell he practically went on point at one spot when he yanked his head down. "No, Brutus, we can't take anything from the park for our garden." That was all she needed at this point, an arrest record and a fine she couldn't pay. When he refused to leave, she knelt next to him to see if she could discern what had gotten his attention. One rock seemed to shine as though catching the last bit of light before the sunset. Wait a minute. She stared at the goose-egg-shaped stone for the longest time, mesmerized until Brutus barked. Well, more of a yap, breaking her attention. She could see that rock, clearly. No, she couldn't see one rock when everything else was a rush of colors and shapes. She was imagining things. Right, time to go. Before she had any more hallucinations that ended up with her in a straitjacket. Laurette stood up and turned away, but she couldn't leave. She felt the strong urge to glance back at the rock. The stone was now very clear and sort of bright-looking. Laurette rubbed the heel of her hand over her eyes. Was she losing her eyesight and her mind? That rock had not glowed. Am I really seeing that or not? She stared at the stone again. The shape seemed like that of a soft lump of red-orange lava with purple and yellow ribbons. All the colors shifted, moving as though molten. Brutus dropped down in front of the rock with paws outstretched, as if told the down command. Yeah, right. Like that would happen in her lifetime. Pick up the stone and prove to yourself it isn't molten and that you're not nuts. While she couldn't take it home, there was no law against holding a rock for a few seconds to convince herself she wasn't going bonkers. She squatted down and touched the rock with one finger, quickly, in case it was hot. Not injurious hot, but a comforting warmth. That made no sense. She closed her eyes and let her fingers curl around the smooth shape, lifting it into her palm to identify the rock with a sculptor's touch. She could swear the stone moved as though it was a living thing. When she opened her eyes, the colors in her hand glowed. She glanced around the park, but something was odd about how everything looked blurrier than before through her glasses. She used her free hand to slip her thick glasses off, and her breath backed up in her throat at what she could see. Everything. A young man threw a frisbee for his dog halfway across the field. The border collie leaped high to snatch the toy from the air. A young couple sitting on a blanket 50 feet away played with their baby, who had a new front tooth. This couldn't be happening. Lorette pushed her gaze to 10th Street, which separated the park from a residential area. She wouldn't normally be able to see that street from here. Car headlights burned crisply against the twilight darkening the city. She'd never had vision this good, even with glasses, even before her diagnosis. The rock sat in her hand, pulsing with a vibrant energy. Her head wanted to argue that this couldn't be happening, that rocks did not restore eyesight, but her heart didn't care. She could see. Testing her theory, she opened her fingers away from the rock, then scanned the busy park activities again. She couldn't see as clearly as before, but still better than she had with the best glasses she'd ever worn. "What am I going to do, Brutus?" He gave her a yap and danced around, happy. Lorette closed her fingers once more around the rock, and the world came back into sharp focus. She hooked her eyeglasses through the scooped neck of her sleeveless top. Was this really happening? Or was she losing her mind? If insanity was taking over, she'd use that as a basis for her defense if she got arrested for taking a piece of city property, because she held a miracle. And she wasn't telling anyone about this rock, or ever giving it back. 10. "You've got 1 minute, then I'm leaving, with your surprise." Yval muttered the warning on her second hike past the backside of Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta, where heat hovered in the 80s at close to 9 at night. What she wouldn't give to use her power and stir a breath of wind, something to blow away the stench of urine oozing through the humid air in this spot. Where was that ornery night stalker? The temperature dropped 10 degrees to a comfortable chill. "What happens in 1 minute, Eval? Not like you gonna leave till we talk." Grady's deep southern voice brushed past her ear like charred wood scraped against rough concrete. Yval stopped on the sidewalk running along Pratt Street. She didn't turn around. A waste of time since no one stood behind her. "I'm in a hurry, Grady." The translucent form of a thin male took shape, wavering in front of her. The coffee-colored skin on his jaw was covered with gray whiskers that stopped just below a slash of cheekbone. His creased nose had failed to dodge a fist or two that had left their marks. Bony elbows interrupted the long arms sticking out from his red and black plaid short-sleeved shirt. The air continued to cool, a welcome change. From what Grady had told her, he looked the same way now he had the day he died homeless on the streets at age 68, a decade and a half ago. When his head came into focus, sharp eyes with 2 chips of coal for pupils glowered at her before his gaze dropped to the denim shoulder bag hanging against her hip. "What surprise." "Not until we have a deal in shake." Negotiating with Grady was like dealing with Karen on the river Styx. If you didn't set the price before you got on the boat and refused to pay until he ferried you safely to the other side, he'd dump you in the river and leave you to drown. Grady lifted his stubborn chin. He was a wily old bastard who gave up nothing for free. He, like all night stalkers, was the metaphysical remains of the less fortunate who died on the street. They would do anything for a craving. Sometimes it was drugs or food, but usually it was alcohol. And in Grady's case, there was only one thing he wanted: Mad Dog 2020. All a Night Stalker needed was one quick handshake with any powerful being, and they could take human form for 10 minutes. "What do you got?" He eyed her bag. "Clock's ticking. I'm listening." "I need information on 2 creasels and a Bearn demon that were running around town this weekend. Got anything on them?" "Maybe." I can't play this game right now, Grady. My butt's in a sling. With who? Everybody if I don't find out who sent the demons. Who do you piss off this time? I didn't do anything, other than being born an alterant. But a demon mauled a human. The body's in the morgue, and word is going to be out by tomorrow morning if it takes even that long. If I don't come up with evidence to prove the demon mauled that human, everyone's first default will be that an alterant did it. Not a good thing for me. You got anything on the attack or not? Why would a creasel attack a human and not eat the body? She wanted to choke him in his game of 20 questions, but then she hadn't mentioned that it was the creasel who'd killed the human. Grady definitely had information. That's what I'm trying to find out. It's tied to the Bearn, I think. That don't make sense. Wrinkles on Grady's face piled together in a frown. Creasels belong to a German practicing dark arts, and the Bearn to Nigerian black magic. What makes you think they're connected? He probably knew why and was testing to see how much information she had. I'll share if you do. Got information or not? Maybe. He could be the most obstinate of ghouls, but he was one of the better preternatural informants because of that annoying trait. Hoping to nudge him along, she bluffed. If you can't help me, just say so. Didn't say that. But I still don't see why you're in a jam. Unless you got mouthy with somebody. That I'd understand. I will not let you bait me. But Grady had that look, the one that said he wouldn't budge until he got his questions satisfied. Things have gotten a little more difficult for me than normal over the past 8 weeks since those 9 Beladors were killed in North Carolina. By that alterant? Grady floated off the sidewalk. Yes. Get back over here, she hissed at him. Oh, didn't realize I'd drifted. His flickering form moved back as though blown gently, but there wasn't a breeze to be had. His gaze puckered with concern. That ain't right to come after you every time another one shifts into a beast. True, but we're in the minority with that opinion. What was it going to take to move this along? How much you know about that bairn killed this morning? He asked. She flexed her jaw muscles. Patience. Give me a break tonight, Grady. I got a lot to do and not much time. You wouldn't be so wound up if you did something other than work at night. Maybe found you a nice young man to give you a Grady back rub. He pulled off a look of mock despair a Catholic mother would be proud of. Not much chance of that happening when you can't even get a date. I'm not wound up yet. And I can get a date, old man. Better an old man than an old maid. Who dates a woman that lives underground like a mole and has weirdos for friends? His lips stretched into a dog-happy grin. No sense of urgency at all. A luxury of the not entirely dead which Aval couldn't afford. You have a twisted sense of humor, Grady, but I wouldn't call you a weirdo. Was talking about Taser and Quill, those 2 goons you hang out with. His name's Zader. Z. The T's silent, and it's Quinn, not Quill. He and Quinn are not weirdos or goons. She tapped her foot. Can we move this along? And that thing you call a pet. Grady! She no longer felt guilty about her surprise for him. Back to my demon problem. Please, for the love of Maka. Which you still haven't explained, he interjected. I'm surprised those 2 goons aren't here helping you. The irritating rascal didn't take a breath. But you don't need them or anyone else. Some hardtail come at you, he'd end up with his ass booted into next week. She was glad one person, even if he was dead, had faith in her ability to defend herself. Grady scratched at his beard. But that's another reason you can't get a date. Men want a sweet woman, Not some Amazon what's gonna kick their butts. How did he always manage to run so far off track? We are not discussing my love life. That's for sure. Nothing to discuss. Grady's bushy eyebrows lifted in an all-knowing way as he nodded. If you don't stick to the topic, I'm going to someone else. Ival wiped a bead of sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, prepared to dicker. I'm out of time. You ready to shake? No free nothings. Like that ever changes? Here's my deal. We'll shake if you agree to share everything you know about the Creasles and the Bearn who were here in the Atlanta area over the past 48 hours, she said, spelling out the specifics. He acted like he considered it, but they both knew he wouldn't walk away. You got it. She pulled her thumb free from her jeans pocket and extended her hand. Due to fear that too much power shared would alter the normal state of a Night Stalker, Viper rules forbade an agent from shaking for more than 10 seconds without special dispensation. A rare exemption she'd seen allowed only once when national security had been at stake. But with her level of power, she could give a Night Stalker human form for 10 minutes with a 5-second shake. Ready? She asked, glancing around to make sure they were still alone. The only living thing anywhere close to this dark stretch was some poor old vagrant across the street, covered in newspapers, and sleeping shoved up against the hospital's back wall. Grady's hand trembled when he started reaching for hers. He licked his lips, anticipation blooming in his sagging gaze, until he paused and pulled back. What'd you bring me? She shook her head, refusing to tell him what was in her shoulder bag. Not until we shake. Should have made that part of the deal, he grumbled, and stuck out rough fingers that had fought to survive. Do it. When her hand touched his, heat spread across her palm, with the energy flowing from her. The exultation on his face always plucked at her heartstrings. His life had come down to 10-minute visits to this world. She could go to other Night Stalkers, who would agree in a snap to anything she asked, but Grady was far more intelligent than the rest when it came to information, and the grouch behaved like a grandfather who gave unsolicited advice. Her fantasy of a grandfather, since she'd never had one she knew of. Within seconds, Grady's body turned completely opaque. His dark flesh hung loose with age, but the old coot's body emitted a quiet strength. She withdrew her hand. Start talking. What's my surprise? Ival sighed and dug into her shoulder bag for the McDonald's sack filled with a hamburger, French fries, and a bottle of water she lifted into view. You're kidding, right? The look he gave her questioned her ability to chew gum and walk. She ignored the hiss of irritation that slipped from his lips and pointed out, Last time you said how much you missed the taste of hamburgers. He rolled his eyes to the heavens, as if someone up there would explain demented women to him, then swung around, searching the other side of the quiet street. Grady limped over to the homeless guy asleep. Ival would have zapped him with a lick of power if not for her aversion to hurting Grady in any way, especially during his 10 minutes of Night Stalker nirvana. You forget you owe me information and that I'm on a tight schedule? He slipped a half-drunk bottle of wine from the bony fingers of the comatose bum and limped back. I agreed to talk after we shook, but not how soon after. He downed a swig of wine and jerked the bottle away. Lord almighty, that sucks. What? Is your palate spoiled by Mad Dog 2020? She grabbed the bottle away from him. I need answers. He sighed as he stared longingly at the bottle. The Creasles were on a leash, part of a spell. What were you doing with the Bearn? Figures that Grady would know about her fighting the Bearn. Where'd you hear about that? Those two junkyard heathens. She rubbed her hand over her forehead. I've got to find those twins and shut them up. They'll sure as hell spill their guts if someone grabs them and plays hard. She didn't have a nurturing bone in her body, but if someone hurt either of those two teenagers, she'd make that person beg for death. Grady reached for the wine. What have you got on the demons? She pulled it away again. One of the creasels killed the human. Then the Bearn ate the creasel. The creasels set me up, but I don't know if it was to bait me into a trap or any alterant who happened to be here. You're the only one I've ever heard of that ain't caught yet. That was the unfortunate part. But she could hope there were more, couldn't she? Just one more would shed doubt on the death being related to her powers. Oh, and here's the kicker. The Bearn had Celtic markings. Grady shook his head. That don't make sense with the being Nigerian. Yeah, I know. So where does a Celtic connection come in? Every way I look at this, I still come up with someone out to set me up by making the mauled human appear to be an Alteran attack. Here's what I got. Grady finally turned serious. The creasels were on a spell leash connected to the Bearn. That would mean the Bearn's master was controlling all three demons. She handed him back the bottle. I've never heard of that, but we could fill a library with what I don't know about demons. What about the Celtic link? Grady turned the bottle up, swallowing a long gulp. The magic holding the creasels was Noira. That sent a shiver through her. Zader's lead for the traitorous Belador had something to do with Noira magic. But Zader was too involved in something to break free, or she'd have heard from him telepathically by now. Any idea who conjured the magic? Eval glanced up when Grady didn't speak, and she caught him considering his answer. Oh, she knew that look, and it was trouble. Don't even think to negotiate a new deal. He covered his heart with the bottle in his hand. I'm hurt that you'd question my integrity that way. Night Stalkers had no integrity or loyalty as a rule, willing to sell the same information over and over as soon as they could shake again. But Grady had been different, an exception to the rule, and he'd protected intel in the past. However, that show of insult on his face right now was nothing more than an act. He belted down another quick slug and wiped his mouth on the sleeve of his flannel shirt. Most likely it's a witch conjuring Noira, but that doesn't rule out another being, since we ain't got a who's who directory of black magic folk around here. There ain't been a Noira in the South for the past 15 years I've been hanging loose. Only ones I ever heard of worked alone. Eval smiled at how he described his years of being a Night Stalker as hanging loose. More than once, she'd wondered if Grady was the derelict vagrant he presented to the world with his ragged speech, or if his core personality was the highly educated man who peeked out from beneath the charade at times. But that didn't matter right now. If he was right about a lone witch being behind the Noira magic, she jumped to the only conclusion she could. Adriana. The witch who came from a long line of corrupt witches. After all, most witches were good people who harmed no one. That was their code. Do no harm. Whatever you send out into the universe will return to you threefold. That kept almost all witches in line. However, there were those who did dabble with the darkness, and Eval couldn't rule out the possibility of the Maeve being here either. But still, she couldn't let the thought of Adriana go. Those, like Adriana and her family who danced on the dark side, didn't adhere to those happy pony rules. They were the deadliest of all because they had no conscience, and all that mattered was what they wanted. If Adriana really was here to work in Viper's favor and not turn on them, her first test would be finding the witch behind the Bearn. Would that help or hinder Eval's position if Adriana found out the Bearn had been looking for an alterant? Then again, she couldn't see Adriana doing anything to benefit her. The heavens grumbled, threatening to turn this into a full sauna evening. I've got to make the most of tonight. That all you got on the demons? Eval gave her watch a quick glance. Grady would start to fade soon. Then he'd be hard to find for an hour or two. Viper didn't want her mentioning the Nayak stone, even though Grady would know about it being lost in Atlanta 2 years ago. But he might have something new to share if she positioned the question creatively. Or anything else? Any unexpected energy floating around? Maybe a female with unusual powers who's new on the scene? He took another swig. Not part of the original deal. She should take his bag of French fries back, but the whining would be worse than pulling a sack of trick-or-treat candy away from a 4-year-old. Not a pretty sight on a ghoul his age. She tried a sly approach. I need intel now on anything unusual and quick. Something to show Viper I'm on the ball. Grady shrugged. And I'm running out of my anytime minutes. Want to shake again? You know I can't shake for another hour. Then give me an hour of prime time Wednesday night. She grunted a disparaging noise at the ridiculous request, even from Grady. Want the Brooklyn Bridge while I'm at it? He growled and stomped around, putting on a show to let her know she'd ticked him off. Then he stopped suddenly, concentrating on something. His eyes stared off into the black skies. She kept silent, since that was how he looked when he listened to some invisible spirit. His lips moved without saying a word. Then he flinched at something he heard before his gaze shot to her. That's all I got on the demons, but Cardos has more. She frowned at that. What does he know? Not sure, but I heard he and his brother were outside the iron casket when the Bearn caught him. I'd believe Cardos was stupid enough to hang out in the parking lot of Deke's nightclub, but not Kel. What makes you think Cardos knows more? Because he's at the iron casket right now. Inside? Yep. She didn't like the suspicion raised in her mind at hearing all that. Had she made a mistake with Cardos and Kelman? Had they set her up with a demon? She just couldn't believe that, but would give Cardos a chance to explain. That meant her next stop was the IC. Someone shoot me. She absolutely did not want to deal with the owner of that nightclub tonight, or any other night for that matter. Can't that boy stay out of trouble for 5 minutes? He don't seem worried about making his next birthday, that's for sure. Yeah, and the first thing Cardos was going to explain when she found him was how he'd gotten past Deke's tight security that didn't allow teens into the club. Okay, bud, back to... Grady started fading. I don't have nothing for sure yet, but there's a synergy moving through the city. I might have more later if you want to trade something like more time. She'd lose him for a couple hours now, because unlike the other Night Stalkers, who tried to stay in one spot so they could be found easily, he tended to reappear anywhere in a 10-block area. You be here when I come back with information on that synergy. His form flickered as he took a deep drink before answering, You know I ain't got no control over where I go next. You would if you just concentrate when you start fading. Like I need to be stressed out over anything at this point in my life. I am dead, damn it. Yeah, and if you don't get me the info I need, you'll be even deader. He laughed. Like you'd ever do me that way. He guzzled the last of the booze before he faded out and the bottle tumbled to the ground. Eval felt a tingle run down her spine. Something in the air wasn't right, but she didn't know what it was. The stone has been found. She had no idea whose voice that was. Yet it'd been Crystal. She shook her head to clear it. Was that a witch messing with her? Or a warning sent by Grady? She didn't know, but it didn't matter. She had to do what she had to do. Turning around, she headed back to her bike so that she could go to the last place she wanted to. May Maka have mercy on her, because Deke would not.
11. Ival rode fast to the iron casket in a quick downpour that knocked a couple degrees off the hideous temperature, but did nothing to beat down her concern over Cardos and the possible danger he might be in. Over and over, she saw him being bludgeoned, or worse, if one of the staff had discovered him in the club. There were so many hideous things that could be done by ancient beings to a young person, especially an untrained male witch. Just thinking about it made her blood run cold. She parked her bike in a half-filled parking lot and turned off the engine. She couldn't believe she was about to head into Deke Dalamonte's territory alone. An immortal centaur who could morph into a human, Deke owned the iron casket and was without a doubt one of the nastiest creatures who'd ever lived. No one knew why, really. He just hated the entire universe. I am courting death here. There was serious bad history between the Beladors and Deke. He had no patience for any of their kind, and if he saw her inside, there would be a brawl. Just don't let me get arrested. All she had to do was retrieve one pain-in-the-ass male witch before Deke saw her. Dame Fortune, don't be on vacation tonight, 'cause she was about to need her badly. Ival quickly scanned the area, looking for threats. Whoever was seeking her probably had even more demons gunning for her. Every shadow could hide an assassin or demon whose only mission was to take her unawares. Rule number 1, stay vigilant. She put on her sunglasses and checked the back pocket of her jeans for cash. Cardos was so going to pay her back for the cover charge. Little snot. She headed for the entrance. The rain was fading. Droplets clung to her vintage BDU shirt. Not as stylish as most of Deke's clientele, but that was all right. She wasn't here with the same intent as the rest of the patrons, looking for a victim or a lay. She was here to beat sense into one severely testosterone-poisoned idiot. Deke's warehouse had multifaceted panels of slanted black and silver covering the entire outside. Panels that gleamed in the rain. In full sun, she'd bet this place flashed like a polished black diamond. Deke had turned the inside into a showcase of black marble and glitter, intended to lure a fae to the sparkle like a werewolf to fresh meat. Then the ever-surly Deke had forbidden any fae to tread here. If any were dumb enough to do so, it invited a major ass-whipping. Next on his kicking list, a male witch not yet 21. The real question was, how had Cardos gotten past the two bouncers who looked like goth gargoyles standing outside the door? She hoped the teenager hadn't used magic to gain access, because Deke would kill anyone who used magic in his place. Anyone. Even more frightening, she couldn't see any way Cardos would have gotten past those two guards without magic. As she neared the front door, the dull staccato of throbbing music vibrated through her. She smiled at the first of the two black-swathed mountains she reached. Any chance I could go in for 5 minutes without paying? Just gotta find somebody, then I'll be right back out. He lifted an eyebrow in amusement. Any chance we can spend a night at your house? When the devil sits on icicles. She handed him the $10 and let him stamp the inside of her wrist. When he opened the door, the music charged forward, slapping her body and ears. Not a packed house, but enough gyrating bodies and clusters of groups moving through the 3 levels that she'd have to poke around to find her target. Unless Cardos had left. Rushing through the crowd, Ival covered the downstairs in a matter of minutes and was just taking the first step to go up to the 2nd level when the music ended. She glanced across the room just in time to catch a bright flash of familiar blonde hair moving through the room. Cardos snaked his way off the dance floor and into the hovering crowd that swallowed him. Or had he seen her and taken off? She spun around and plowed through warm bodies smelling of silky cologne
and sweat to reach the other side of the room, just as Cardos zipped through the rear exit. How had he gotten past the bouncer at the back door, who was carrying on a conversation with a patron? Deke killed unobservant bouncers. Crap. Cardos was definitely using magic. Flaming moron. Hey! The bouncer stopped her. Now he decided to be alert? No one leaves through the back door, and that means you, baby. The bathroom's upstairs. The front door is on the opposite end. Oh, to be able to blast the arrogant snot until he bled. But that would no doubt tip off Deke that a Belador was here. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she all but left a vapor trail as she rushed through the club, trying to get outside to catch Cardos. She ran to her bike and shoved her helmet on. By the time she circled around the street along the back of the club, Cardos was hauling ass, but still in sight. That was the good news. The bad news was that he had a young woman with him. The really bad news? That girl was Bettina Delamonte, Deke's 19-year-old sister he treated like a goddess, as in an untouchable, virginal goddess. And Deke demanded that any man who came within a mile of her must sacrifice his penis or his life. Damn, that boy was working hard to die young. Deke wouldn't care that Cardos was a year younger than Bettina, only that Cardos was a witch who came with a full set of male running gear. Eval raced forward and sped 20 feet past the teenage pair strolling along as if Cardos' death wasn't imminent. She slammed onto the sidewalk, cutting them off. She flipped up her face shield, which should have made anyone walking toward her on a semi-lit street take notice, since her eyes glowed in the darkness. A sick lump clenched her stomach when they kept coming as if they didn't see her. How could one person be so stupid? All she wanted was a 5-minute conversation with him, not a new migraine. She had to separate those two and return Bettina to the nightclub before the girl was reported missing and Deke started a manhunt. Or, more to the point, a testicle hunt. Eval glared at Cardos. "What do you think you're doing?" Bettina answered in a lifeless voice that said someone else had control of her. "Walk out the back door to the first street. Turn left." Oh, crap. Who had them locked in a trance? More to the point, what had them in a trance? When the teens reached Eval, she held up her hand. "Stop." They walked right past her, still heading down the street that extended into a dark void where the streetlights didn't reach. After kicking down the side stand, she ran forward to grab them. A wave of power blew past the teens, stirring their hair. They stopped walking. That energy came at Eval. She put up a shield an instant before it blasted her. Her shield allowed the energy to flow over her without effect, but it gave her a blast of something she could use. The magic smelled old, centuries old, and dry as a desert. Cardos and Bettina stood still, facing the dark end of the street. Eval lifted her hands and shoved back at the magic, pushing it toward the source. Sparks exploded around the teens. Okay, that hadn't worked. She was lucky it hadn't hurt one of them. "You can't have these two." She moved around to position herself in front of the teens. Wary of what was coming for them, Eval braced herself. The air stirred like a sinister cloud, announcing that something badass wasn't happy. Out of the darkness came a man with the slow, casual lope of a predator heading for his prey. His leather duster fanned out behind him. Since there was no air current to move it, it was a sign of his power radiating around him. Black hair fell past his shoulders, with 2 thin braids hanging along each side of his face. His eyes radiated bright yellow in the darkness, their double pupils making a spot in each one that was obvious even from this distance. Gorgeous and masculine all the way, he didn't stop until he reached the streetlight.
The hairs on the back of her neck rose as fury sped through her veins. Vian. The Cujo who'd pulled the Beladors into an unsanctioned battle 2 years ago and almost unleashed an army that would have destroyed everyone and everything. Never had the Beladors confronted an enemy so strong, but it was because Vian had possessed the Nayak stone then. A sick feeling of dread permeated her bones. If he was here now, it was so that he could reclaim the stone and finish what he'd started. His gaze radiated his hatred and repugnance for her. That was okay. She didn't like him much either. You interfere with me once again, half-breed. Vian said as if Ival merely stood in his path and wasn't a true threat. She tisked at him and returned the disdain full force. Poor Vian, ever posturing. Trey kicked your ass once, and I can do it this time. That threat had a nice ring to it, even if she was bluffing her boots off. Had it not been for her linking with Zader, Quinn, and Trey, Vian could have annihilated her along with everyone else while he'd held the Nayak stone. Hopefully, he'd forgotten that part. She looked over to Cardos and Bettina, who were still in his thrall. I have to say that you are brave to risk your freedom for them. Shiva had allowed him his freedom on one condition. He had to behave in the human world. He laughed evilly. The terms were that I not attack the Beladors. He glanced over to the teenagers. Lucky me, neither of them are in your ranks. True, but she was admitting to nothing, and he wasn't touching these two kids. Cocking her head at the pair, Ival asked, What do you want with them? I merely play Cupid. The boy said he wanted the girl. Voila. Isn't love grand? Ival sucked her breath in sharply. You in a diaper? Just can't see it. She sharpened her gaze on him. You with an arrow aimed at someone's heart? That, I believe. And I know you're lying. Cardos would never trust a stranger with something so personal. He's a street survivor, not an idiot. Well, actually not true, since he'd have to be mentally deranged to have a crush on Deke's sister. Release them, Vian. I have no patience tonight, and I will cut your throat rather than deal with you. A strange glint darkened his eyes, like he was silently laughing or mocking her. I have no quarrel with the Beladors. Guess I better set them free. When they wake up, you might want to tell them the tale of Hansel and Gretel. He turned and disappeared into the black abyss he'd emerged from so fast that it took her several heartbeats to realize he was gone. What was that action? She stood there, completely stunned. That had been way too easy, and nothing with Vian ever was. She thought about his parting words. Had he just told her to warn the teens about a witch who lured children into a trap to eat them? Was he giving her a warning that a witch was behind this? It seemed inconceivable, and yet... Eval? Cardos's tone held a note of fear in it. What are you doing here? Turning around, she focused on Bettina's shocked expression, which changed to confusion when the girl looked at her hand clasped in Cardos's. He realized they were holding hands at the same time. His cheeks flaming bright red, he quickly let go and stepped away. Eval let out a relieved breath that he did, in fact, have a modicum of survival instinct. We have to get Bettina back quick before... The sound of running feet rushed toward them. Or was that the sound of hooves? She felt ill at the doom that was headed their way. What are you doing with my sister? A male voice bellowed. Ah, crap. But at least Deke hadn't changed into a centaur, which was the ultimate harbinger of his lethal intent. However, he and his brigade would reach them any second. Bettina's olive skin turned pasty white. What am I doing here? Cardos's cheeks turned even redder. You asked me to take a walk with you. I did not. I am so glad I don't have kids.
Ival wanted to shake them both. Instead, she turned around and braced herself to defend them from the death squad that was about to demand the heart out of the one person she needed desperately to interrogate. 12. Ival held up her hand and hoped Deke didn't take that as a sign of war. Hard to tell with a centaur, and too late she remembered the sign of an open palm was an insult to Greeks. Was Deke an Italian or a Greek centaur? The name suggested Italian, but most were Greek. Boy, she closed her palm. Centaurs didn't have a sense of humor. Deke stopped in front of her, his 7 men spread out to the side and behind him. He was beautiful, but like a cobra, deadly with one bite. "What's my sister doing out here?" "It's not my fault," Bettina called out from where she and Cardo stood behind Ival. "Shut up!" Ival ignored Bettina's gasp. The girl was spoiled beyond heiress level and had probably never heard those words in her life. But right now, Ival had much more important things facing her than some brat's feelings, like a centaur ready to rearrange her body parts. She forced a smile for Deke. "It's not what you think." Deke cut her off. "Bullshit. I ran the security cameras to find Bettina." He jerked his chin toward Cardos. "That underage punk walked right into my club without paying or getting stamped, which means he entered by magic. My territory, my rules. He's going with me, now." Cardos had moved forward and stood on Ival's left. Bettina had done the same, ending up on Ival's right, which was telling. Did she believe she was safer with Ival, or was she staying on this side as a show of support for Cardos in some way? Or was she just being an obstinate teen? Ival figured now might be a good time to redirect Deke's anger. "You got bigger problems than a teenage witch whose powers are too immature to be a danger." Cardos ground out a sound meant to counter her insult. She gave him a quelling look and returned her attention to Deke. "Someone else lured him into your club and used magic to get them past your guards." Deke scoffed. "Who would dare such?" She'd known he was going to ask that, but she couldn't tell Deke about Vian while Viper was trying to quietly flush out the location of the Nayak stone. It would serve Vian right to turn Deke loose on the Cujo. She bet Deke could find him, but having an enraged centaur in the middle of things could hamper covert operations. Kind of like tossing a live grenade into a group of paranoid schizophrenics. And no one wanted that rock to end up in Deke's possession. She turned her hands, palms up. "I'm trying to figure out who he is myself." "What did he look like?" Deke directed that question at Bettina, who took a step back. Bettina shook her head. "I don't know. I was in the club 1 minute, then Cardos asked me to take a walk." "I knew it!" Veins popped up like cords beneath the skin on Deke's thick neck. Cardos took a step back. "I didn't mean to ask her out." When Bettina hissed at him, clearly not happy with the way he'd said that, Cardos looked over at her. "Oh, baby, I didn't mean it that way. Just meant I had no idea that guy was screwing with me. Of course, I want to ask you out. I just had more sense to—" "I'm going to kill him." Deke bolted for Cardos. Ival cut him off and forced him back. Stopping a freight train would have been easier. She wouldn't be surprised if her shoulder was bruised from it. "Look, Deke, I can appreciate the feeling, since I've wanted to strangle him myself a few times. But he isn't the danger here. Someone else is. Someone with a lot of juice that neither of us wants to confront without prep. And right now, I'm on the hunt for him. Until we find this guy, let us pass in peace. You take Bettina back with you, but make sure you keep an eye on her in case our mutual friend infiltrates her mind again and has her leaving with someone a lot more dangerous than a teen witch who can barely use his powers." Deke immediately postured, puffing out his chest and crossing his arms. "She's always well guarded." Things were going Aval's way until Cardo snorted at that comment. Deke went for his throat, and she again had to ram her body into the mountain of steel, an action that left her winded. Cardos, you idiot. If you want to die, there are much less painful ways to go about it, as well as ways that wouldn't leave her bruised. If Cardos kept this up, she'd reconsider handing him over to the centaur. She forced Deke back a step, sure he was refraining from using magic only because a human might see them. But if this had been in the basement of the iron casket, there would have been no discussion. Look, Deke, I'll be in touch if I have anything new to share with you on the guy who breached your security. Deke let his gaze swipe across the three of them and finally gave a nod of assent. Time to go, Bettina. The girl released a stream of air so quickly that she must have been holding her breath. She lifted her chin like an offended queen and headed toward the iron casket. Guards opened a path for her, then surrounded her, moving en masse with Deke at the rear. Impressive. Scary, but impressive. Jeez, that was close, Cardo said in a spurt of relief. Eval rounded on him. No shit, Sherlock. What did you think you were doing messing with the centaur's sister? Since the moment she came on the scene a month ago, he's let it be known to all creatures that to even look at her is suicide. Well, I didn't think he meant forever. Besides, that old guy doesn't scare me. She rolled her eyes at his youthful arrogance. When a being as powerful as Deke says death to anyone who touches my sister, you can take it to the bank and make a deposit on it. 2,000-year-old centaurs aren't known as bluffers. He's forgotten more painful ways to kill someone like you than you and I will ever know. Bluffers? What kind of word is that? Eval ground her teeth as rage shot through her. Was that really the only part of her caveat that the imbecile had heard? No wonder I don't want kids. Did you miss the part where I said he was not kidding and you are the next bonehead on his menu? That seemed to permeate his stubbornness. Then maybe we should get out of here. No, duh. At least he was now making sense, but unfortunately it wasn't that easy. First, I needed to explain a couple of things. She took a look around, making sure they were alone. I heard you met the Bearn demon here at the club. Is that true? Yeah, it was crazy. Me and Kel were looking for some silver. His face clouded with guilt. I mean, hunting for a new revenue stream when a Night Stalker told us there was a guy at the IC who was willing to pay runners to pawn his goods. Eval frowned at him. How could he have contacted a Night Stalker for information? Grady had talked to them once when they'd irritated him by almost getting killed trying to steal a hubcap on a moving vehicle, but the others ignored the boys. You aren't powerful enough to shake hands with a Night Stalker. I didn't. Kel was playing chess in Woodruff Park when I saw one shimmering, so I went over to talk to him 'cause it was just freaky weird. Never saw this one before. It still didn't make any sense. Are you sure it was a Night Stalker you saw? She'd never known one to give up anything without a handshake, and it wasn't like them to just hang out and shimmer. Fireflies they weren't. I thought it was off, but he seemed sincere and then disappeared as soon as he told me about the deal at the IC. Yeah, it smacked of a setup. What the hell had he been thinking? I'm surprised Kel got involved. He usually knew better. He thought it sounded suspicious, so he went as backup. Cardos got serious. I told him to hide and not let anyone know he was with me, but when the Bearn grabbed me, Kel tried to help. Idiot. Relief blanketed her at the confirmation that the boys had been set up and had not pulled her into a trap. Did the Bearn tell you anything? Not really. Cardos locked gazes with her. Just that he had to find you. What was this? Open season on Alterance? Or just open season on her? She was the only one walking around free that she knew about. You're sure he wanted me specifically? Yeah. He said he knew we were friends of yours. Kel still wasn't going to call, but the bairn threatened to eat me if he didn't. He shifted his feet. Even then, Kel hesitated for a minute. Kinda sucks for the twin brother, right? Anyway, then Kel thought between the three of us we could get away even if he did call you. That was before the demon tossed us up to the light pole where you found us. Sorry about walking you into a trap. Ival shrugged. It's what I live for, and I'd rather you do that than the two of you get eaten by a demon. She didn't want Cardos to hesitate to call her again. Now I've got to get going. She walked over to her bike. You gonna let me ride, bitch? That stopped her as quickly as getting backhanded. Her anger reignited so fast and furiously that she was surprised she hadn't already blasted him. In fact, she would spare Deke the trouble of killing Cardos. Ival turned slowly, expecting to find a smug look of arrogance on his face. What did you call me? His mouth was open, but no words came out. Shock or fear sucked the color from his face. He was doing a great imitation of a fish suffocating from lack of oxygen until he finally squeaked, What? You thought I would never... No, I didn't call you that. He pointed to the bike. The seat, Ival. I was asking if I could ride on the back. Oh. She'd heard it with a comma before the word bitch. He'd meant the slang term for riding two up with the one on the back riding bitch. Yeah. Okay. I'll let you live. This time only. His cheeks flushed heavily with color. Good. Maybe he'd lose some of the cockiness around her. She'd let Kel slide for most any infraction, but this brother would be right back in trouble in an hour if she gave him any leeway. Your mouth is going to be the death of you, you know? God, I hope not. I want to go out in my sleep next to some hot babe after a great harump harump. Cardos stared at the ground and shuffled his feet. How'd you end up here anyhow? She shouldn't let him change the subject, just to distract her from reaming him. But the truth was, even if she spent all night chewing on Cardos, she'd only end up with a sore jaw. With him, it went in one ear and out the other. I was looking for you and Kel. Grady told me you were here. I need you and Kel to do something for me. You got it, whatever you want. She sighed at how fast he'd agreed. Yes, they were friends, but there were many of the preternatural kind who would bind him into slavery with that. I don't want you or Kel talking to anyone about being with that Bearn last night or about seeing me there either, especially about seeing me with the Bearn. You got it? His gaze slid away, but not before worry jumped into his eyes. She was too late. Crap! Who'd you talk to? Not me. Cardos held up his hands in surrender. Kel talked to someone he was playing chess with at the park. Everyone from office workers to street people hung out in Woodruff Park, a favorite loafing spot for elderly men, and chess games cropped up like weeds beneath the shade of sprawling oak trees on the south side. Kelman picked up games with the old guys because, unlike Cardos, he didn't go around seeking activities that would shorten his life. He liked the challenge. Ival had only seen the chess games in passing during the rare times she'd come above ground during the daylight and never long enough to remember anyone. Do you have a name or any way to identify the old guy Kel told about the demon? Old guy wasn't much of a hint, since to the twins it could have been anyone over 25. Wasn't an old guy, not one of the regulars. I walked up while they were talking and asked Kel what he was thinking talking to a human about the Bearn. Kel said the guy wasn't human and it was weird when he started talking, like everything around them slowed down, and Kel felt compelled to tell him like it was a relief. Cardos squinted, thinking. The dude was 30 maybe, beefed up, long black hair. He was Native American, I think. Her stomach clamped down tight enough to make a diamond. Double crap. Storm had tracked the boys from where she'd killed the Bearn. She lifted her watch into view. A little more than 90 minutes until she had to meet Storm at Piedmont. Had he found out about the body in the morgue yet? If he had, there was about to be another body in the morgue. The only question was, would it be his or hers? 13. Since Cardos couldn't ride without a helmet, and there was no way with her luck they wouldn't be stopped and ticketed, Eval sent him to the closest MARTA subway station and gave him money so that he could ride back downtown and meet up with his brother. He complained about public transportation, but in the end, he went. As soon as she was sure he was safely on the train, she took off for the morgue, hoping to circumvent yet another disaster. It didn't take long to reach it, and she swung into a parking spot near the front door of the 2-story building, which looked out onto Fulton County Stadium, where the Braves played baseball. She yanked her white coat out of her seat bag and rushed to the door. In one well-practiced move, she pulled the lab coat over her shirt. Inside the glass doors, she walked straight ahead down the hallway until she reached the examination area, where medical examiner Beulah Layton was dissecting a cadaver on the other side of the glass window. Beulah's eyebrows moved up and down in rhythm, with her humming some music from the 70s that Eval couldn't really place. Beulah moved like a silent movie screen star, short black hair perfectly styled, as if she'd had dinner plans instead of slicing up bodies until 5 in the morning. When Eval wasn't tracking demons, she performed simple maintenance on equipment and some cleaning, but she preferred to stay as far away from cadavers as possible. Unfortunately, this morning she'd been face to face with a mauled body. She tapped on the glass. Beulah turned just far enough to make sure whoever disturbed her peace got the full brunt of her glare. She put down the bone saw she'd been using and sidled over to the door Eval had opened. Eval did her best to ignore the scent of stale death that invaded her nostrils. "Sorry I had to bail this morning. Must have been something I ate. It came and went, though." "Good. I don't want no H1N1 running through here, and especially not through me." Eval smiled. "I hear you on that. Just wanted to check in, see how things are going. Any problems with the equipment?" "The equipment's fine, but things were crazy here this afternoon." Eval frowned. "I haven't been listening to the news. Did we have a tornado or something? Somebody bombed the airport?" No. It wasn't bodies coming in, but one that left." Eval's gut tightened in apprehension. That didn't sound good at all. "What do you mean?" "The chewed-up Jane Doe disappeared." For a moment, Eval thought she might actually be sick. This could not be good for her. "What? How?" Beulah shrugged. "No idea. She was here when I went off shift at noon. I came in at 6 tonight to meet with the animal control investigator who wanted to see the body, and I pulled out an empty drawer. No one knows what happened, and she sure as the devil didn't walk out on her own. Cops dusted for prints, but the only sets were mine and the interns who helped me load the tray." Eval cringed with every word that brought her just that much closer to disaster. "What do you think happened?" "No idea. Security ran through the tapes of everyone who came in after I left. Nothing unusual. No one who wasn't supposed to be here." That was understandable, since all the security staff Eval had met were human and wouldn't know that some non-human beings could enter and remove a body undetected. The question was, who had been here, and what had they wanted with the dead woman's body? To use as evidence against me? Her paranoia revved into high gear, and who could blame her? Think, think. Would Storm have taken the body? She had no idea what the extent of his powers was, or what exactly Sen expected him to do while partnered with her, but she wouldn't rule out his stealing a body to use as evidence against her, then returning it to the morgue. Eval fought the need to take deep breaths until she got outside, where the air wouldn't taste like formaldehyde. I don't want to hold you up any longer. I'll see you on Tuesday. You take care. Beulah headed back to her cadaver. Eval made haste to get out of the building as soon as possible. The minute she stepped outside, she sucked air into her lungs and hurried to her bike. She'd just packed the white lab coat in her seat bag when a male voice startled her. Did you think I was joking when I said, or else? She'd forgotten about Isaac. Eval rearranged her panicked expression into a look of pleasant surprise before she turned toward him. He didn't appear quite so menacing tonight in a collared blue shirt that was tucked inside jeans, but she'd seen him in demon-killing mode in gear. Judging his relaxed pose as casual would be a mistake. All a person had to do was look into his steely gaze to see the danger lurking there. Danger could be sexy as all get out to a woman in her line of work. Like you care. Funny thing was, she almost did. She tucked her hands into her pockets. How do you find me here? I have friends in low places. Just how low was the question. She glanced to the gate, where she'd swiped her card earlier. How do you get inside the security gate if you're not law enforcement? She'd always considered this a safe place to park, but she started wondering now. Creative conversation. What happened to you this morning? Sorry about that, but something unexpected came up and I didn't have a number to call you to let you know. See what happens when you don't share? No reply. No reaction. No sale. She added, It had to do with my job and my boss. This job? Oops, she'd forgotten how sharp Rambo was. No, my other job. I do some courier work and had to make a run up to Chattanooga on short notice. Good thing Storm wasn't here or his lie detector needle would be buried far in the red. Must have been pretty damned important for you to get a call that early on a Sunday morning. You have no idea. More like an offer I couldn't refuse. He didn't appear convinced, but neither did he call her on the lie. Doesn't change the fact that you were a no-show. Sue me. That wasn't what I had in mind. Just the way he said that ruffled her skin and made her nervous. She swallowed before she could stop the telling motion. His lips curved up on one side, not quite smiling, but enough that she didn't think he was angry. His eyes were blue, a deeper blue than she'd expected. She still needed to find out what he knew about the Bearn, if he'd share. We were just meeting for coffee. How about we reschedule for a meal and I pick up the tab? Your choice. He took his time making up his mind on how to answer. Okay. How about lunch tomorrow? Lunch? She couldn't do that. Nor did she want to explain why she really didn't want to come out in the daylight to a man who had no compassion for something unnatural. I'm on a different body clock schedule because of working nights here. In that case, what about tonight? She had less than 30 minutes to make Piedmont by midnight and to find that rock. If they didn't get their hands on the Naw-Yak stone, her problems would become moot in comparison to the coming Armageddon. Even more important, she couldn't bail on Storm without drawing additional suspicion. Isaac didn't crack a smile, but his voice was full of humor. Is there a decision coming out of all of that heavy processing I see going on? Tonight's a little busy. I was just trying to find a break in my schedule, but I can definitely meet you at 4:30 in the morning. He looked a little doubtful that she'd make it again. Where, since you have a busy schedule, you pick the place. He heavily emphasized busy schedule, questioning the validity of her words. There's an all-night diner on Peachtree, just south of the Fox Theater. Since they seemed to be back on good terms and she had the patience of a gnat, she went for a quick bit of intel. Find out anything about what brought that Bearn to the city? Few things. She waited, hoping he'd expound, but no. Instead, he took a step forward and wrapped 2 fingers around her wrist, gently, and lifted her hand, turning her wrist into view. The casket-shaped IC stamp glowed in the narrow dark space between them. She should be pulling her arm out of his grasp and giving him reason to keep his hands off her if he'd like to continue using them. That would show more self-preservation than standing here drinking in how delicious he smelled. Girls' night out? His question had come partnered with a smile that warmed his appeal even more. She shrugged. I don't have girlfriends. On second thought, she did have one female she considered a friend, but Nicole was a witch, and Aval had never done a girls' night out with anyone. No point in recanting that now. Boyfriends? No. She'd answered too quickly and realized too late how that sounded. No girlfriends, no boyfriends, no human friends. I mean, I have friends that are male, but not like a boyfriend. That answer pleased him, which left her feeling the need to explain her lack of social life. I work a lot. At night. Yes, never been much for the daytime. Why's that? The more she said right now, the easier it would be to hang her later. She lifted her watch into view just for show. I'd love to finish this conversation, but I've got somewhere I have to be in the next 20 minutes. He studied her face and hair, his gaze pausing on a detail, then roaming again, intimately, like a visual caress that made her shiver even in this heat. Being the center of that intensity bumped up her heartbeat in a funny way, part suspicion and part attraction. Neither made her comfortable. She took a step to the side, then busied herself with checking that everything was ready to go when her bike was always ready to go. See you at the diner, okay? I'll be there. She could feel him thinking. If he was Zader or Quinn, she'd just demand he tell her what was bothering him. But she hesitated with Isaac. He was an unknown entity. He had a gleam in his eye that made her wonder if he picked up on her thoughts. There's one thing I haven't figured out about you. She'd pulled on her helmet, but the face shield was up as she straddled the bike. She laughed derisively. Just one thing you haven't figured out? I can't wait to hear what. I'm curious about your aura. Yours is different. He can see auras? Crap. She'd anticipated a lot of questions, but not that one. Different? She asked, hoping he missed the slight quiver in her tone. How so? It's not human. 14. Piedmont Park covered over 16 city blocks of open green space that linked thick stands of trees, a small lake and recreational areas most people found relaxing. Ival knew what could lurk in all those dark corners at night, and none of it was relaxing or fun, at least not for the victims. She left her bike parked 2 blocks away and hiked to the park, reaching the Piedmont entrance a minute after midnight. No storm. While she paced outside the gate, she sent a telepathic call out. Zader or Quinn? Are you in Atlanta? Hello? Nothing stirred along the sidewalks, human or otherwise. I'm here, Aval. Zader's voice brushed through her mind. Quinn'll be back in the city in another hour or 2. Where are you? At Piedmont Park, meeting the new guy. You hear about Storm? Trey filled me in on the Nawyak Stone and Storm, but he didn't have much on this guy. She sighed out loud. All I have is what Sen told me when he stuck us together. Storm's a shaman who can track supernatural activity and tell if someone is lying or not. She hesitated to mention how Storm had influenced her emotions, since Zader only needed pertinent details at this point. I think Sen brought Storm in intentionally to find proof that I pose a threat to the rest of you so he can lock me up for eternity. Eve, I know he stays on your ass, but I wouldn't say he's trying to get rid of you. Viper needs your power and skills. You don't help the situation when you go out of your way to bust on him. Don't tell me you're justifying Sen's actions. Not even. But I have to keep peace between him, Viper, and the Beladors for the safety of our tribe. I won't let Sen get away with abusing his position when it comes to you, but antagonizing him only makes it easier for Sen to justify his actions. The fact that she breathed antagonized Sen, but she understood what Zader was saying. I hear ya. Where are you now? In Decatur. Still trying to find my source on the Nuara. He disappeared, running from something. I'm hoping no one got to him. She felt Storm's presence an instant before he stepped into her path. Thought you weren't going to make it tonight. I've been here, she told Storm, then silently informed Zader. New guy's here. I need to have all my attention available to deal with him. Meet you at my place by daylight. We'll be there. Good. Quinn would be there, too. For some reason, she needed to feel less alone tonight. Though she prided herself on being independent, there were times when even the strongest needed reinforcements. Storm made no move toward the park as he eyed her with an intentness that unsettled her. Finish all your errands? For now. She'd have to come up with a believable reason for taking off to meet Isaac by 4:30, which was only a few hours away. And before that, she needed to come up with a reason why her aura wasn't human. Luckily, Isaac's phone had buzzed less than a heartbeat after his declaration that her aura didn't appear human. She had no idea what it had been about, but it had caused him to excuse himself and take off immediately. She had a couple of hours to come up with some way to explain her non-human aura. In the meantime, the safest conversation around her foremost problem, Storm, would be for her to ask him questions. You find anything on the stone yet? Just got here myself. Where have you been? She inwardly cringed the moment the words were out of her mouth. Why doesn't life have an undo button? He'd been tracking the Bearn and looking for her ties to it, which was the last thing she wanted to remind him of and talk about. His expression gave nothing away. Running down rabbit trails trying to confirm some leads. When he didn't share anything more like playing chess with Kalman, she decided a change in topic was the safest course of action. Let's start walking the park. After you. Double cringing at the thought of having him at her back, she angled toward the darker parts of the park where her vision thrived. But honestly, her thoughts were not on the stone. They were on her goose getting fricasseed. How would she know if Storm had found something damning? The quickest way would be to ask, but that was also the fastest way to walk herself into verbal quicksand if he turned the conversation around to what she knew about the demon appearance, especially with his powers. Better to stay with safe subjects. Anybody have new intel on the stone? She still couldn't shake that feeling she'd had about it being found, or forget the voice in her head that had warned her. Had it been real or imagined? Friend or foe? Until she knew for sure, she wasn't putting any stock in the unidentified voice. It could just as easily have been an enemy trying to throw them off the scent and get them out of the vicinity before one of them unearthed it. Storm cleared his throat as he kept pace with her. No one's found anything yet, but the creek running through the park had an unusual overnight eco change with hyacinths growing like... He paused, clearly at a loss for an analogy. Like Audrey 2 in Little Shop of Horrors? She supplied. I guess so. Ival paused and took in the confusion in his face. Where had Storm been in recent years not to know what she was talking about? He stepped up beside her. The city had to send in a crew to clean out the creek before a storm flooded the area. Since the stone has the power to affect its immediate environment, like using fast-growing hyacinths to lift it out of the creek and place it inside of its next owner, Lucien thinks that's a good sign it'll be found in that area. Eval scowled. But Lucien and Adriana didn't see it? They found plenty of rocks that looked like rocks. Nothing that matched the one Lucien saw the night Trey fought the Cujo. Has Trey taken a look? Yep. He came straight here from the Viper meeting and arrived as workers were unloading the backhoe. He watched the entire time they dumped rocks and mud on the bank, then stayed until Lucien and Adriana showed up. Those two spent their shift walking the park, but nada. I feel for them. It really sucks when you have to look for something. The least the inconsiderate bastard could have done was have a miniature billboard with an arrow pointing down that said Nauyak Stone here. She couldn't help the sarcasm. But did everyone think the rock was going to jump into their hands? Storm laughed, which surprised her. He had a nice laugh, one that warmed the air and brushed across her skin. Under different circumstances, she might actually like working with him. He added, Lucien had Adriana walk along the bank by herself, hoping the stone would reveal itself to her, but no luck. Apparently, she's not the powerful female it wants. Eval stopped and turned to search his face to see if he considered that as bad an idea as she did. He lifted his hand in a gesture of dismissal. I don't know if I'd have done that, but I wasn't assigned to work with her. Did she hear relief in his voice on the last part? She should leave well enough alone, but the need to know where she stood with everyone, even Storm, gnawed at her. Can't be any worse than working with an alterant, can it? I have no issue with witches. I've known some I now call friends and trust to watch my back in any situation, but not a sterling witch. I told Sen up front that I had limitations when it came to working with any of his agents. I normally work alone. He hadn't really answered her question about being partnered with an alterant in particular. So why did you agree to partner with me? Or is the truth that you're not really here to be a partner? No answer, and that made her sweat. She plodded along beside him, waiting for a response, but Storm still hadn't said a word by the time she stepped on the paved road that ran across the upper end of the park. Within 3 long strides, she passed through the streetlights along the drive and returned to the black abyss surrounding the rest of the park. Did you hear me, Storm? Yes. And? She stopped walking. He paused, then turned around slowly, taking a step toward her until they were only inches apart. Close enough to feel his soft breath ripple across her hair and forehead. He raised his hand and extended a finger to touch her face. She didn't want to retreat and give up any ground to him, but neither did she want to allow a second man to eat up so much of her personal space tonight. Indecision destroyed any chance to react. His finger touched her hair, then traced around the curve of her ear. Do you know you smell like mint and flowers? Her pulse ticked harder. Did he like the way she smelled? She could understand the flowers, since she grew a few in her underground home, but she had no idea about the mint. Not really. What's the way I smell got to do with answering why you agreed to work with me? I had no idea I'd ever agree to partner with you until I walked into the war room. Trust me, it shocked the hell out of me, too. The mint hit me first, but it was the floral smell that threw me. There you were, all decked out like a tough biker, yet you smelled like a delicate flower. When I sat down by you, those 2 scents hit me at once, and I knew instantly what they meant. What? That whispered question had slipped past her lips without waiting for permission from her brain. Mint is refreshingly different, and so strong that it's overwhelming to many. Flowers may look fragile, and yet some, like the lotus that only thrives in mud, withstand the most brutal of environments to beautify a world that has tried its best to destroy them. They both suit you, and I knew that I could go against my grain and work with someone like you." His words seduced her with an ease she found frightening and unsettling. It felt as though he'd peered straight into her soul and laid bare her scars. Storm thought she was different, fragile, and determined. He was wrong about fragile. But he'd exposed something she refused to analyze about herself. And the last thing she wanted was for him to think he'd figured her out or had reached her in any way. Not this man who worked as Sen's eyes and ears. She stared at him blankly. "Wow, you're one of those men who can read a bubblegum wrapper and see the decoding of the entire universe." She leaned in closer, like she was imparting the world's greatest secret. "But sometimes, it's just a wrapper. I chew a lot of mint gum and must have brushed up against a flowering bush at some point. Simple explanations that have nothing to do with my personality or humanity, or lack thereof." His eyes crinkled, seeing everything she tried to hide. "No, this isn't something that clings to you. It's a scent born from who you are." She'd forgotten that his finger still rested against her neck, until it circled around to toy with a thick lock of her hair. If she pulled away, he'd know how much that tiny connection between them affected her. Be damned if she'd give him even that much. Her heart thrummed with a feather of excitement that slid along a blade's edge of fear. But she wouldn't show a weakness, not to him or to anyone. Ever. His touch left a path of skin sizzling in its wake. "I agreed to partner with you because you're not like the others." Not like the others. A freak. Which brought her back to reality and the real reason Storm had been teamed up with her, to catch her in a lie. Allowing this attraction to blind her to the danger he presented would be a fatal mistake. He was playing with her, toying with her emotions. He'd already proven he could influence her with his powers. Was he doing that right now? Was any part of her current emotions real, or were they sent to her by him? If she didn't get her guard up, he would help Sen destroy her. She stepped back, breaking the connection. "Don't play games with me or think for a minute that I'll fall victim to your charms." If not for her night vision ability, she wouldn't have seen his brow tighten into a frown. He gave a harsh laugh, then shook his head at some inner thought. "I don't think you've ever played games in your life, have you, Aval?" Games were for children who didn't know about monsters, and some of the worst monsters out there were actually human. Admitting she'd never been a normal child who'd played with other children just made her look more like a freak. Keeping silent was the safest course of action. He let out a long breath. "I only used my powers one time, and it was not to harm you in any way. Have I given you any other reason not to trust me?" "Let me think. Besides working with Sen? Wasn't that enough?" And he still hadn't confirmed or denied her charge that he was here to help Sen. He might not have used his powers to harm her, but he'd used them to influence her. In another situation, she might have appreciated his intervention that had shut down her silent panic during the meeting. However, Storm had no reason to do something just to be nice. She didn't trust nice. She knew better. Altruism was a lie people used to disarm the weak. She didn't trust that he liked how she smelled, didn't trust that she liked how he smelled. Rather than admit any of that, she shrugged. "You haven't given me a reason to trust you, and talking isn't going to find the stone. We need to get moving." He stayed where he was, blocking the path. "What are you always so torqued about?" "We don't have enough time to go through the list." She folded her arms, striking her "I'm done with this" pose. Let me narrow it down. What have I done to piss you off? And don't give me your baseless conspiracy theory about how I'm working against you. Baseless? Maybe I'm not PO'd so much as that whole we can be friends routine doesn't work on me any more than your flirting. Wonder if that lit up his lie meter. He wanted her to trust him? Right. Not without a test. And the one she had in mind was a simple pass or fail. If you want to prove yourself trustworthy, how about telling me what you found out about the Bearn killing? You want to keep this all business? Fine. He closed the distance between them until she could see the black pupils in his eyes drilling her. I picked up a couple scents. One was mint. In spite of the heat simmering the air around them, her skin chilled at that and felt clammy. He could link her to the Bearn demon. Had he told Sen yet? Before she could utter a word, light sparked on her left. Ival backed away from Storm and the flash of light. Sen's face and body appeared as bright as a match struck in the dark. I've come for you, Alterant. Why? But her brain filled in the blanks. She looked at Storm. The bastard had betrayed her. She knew it. You dog. I'll drive her up, Storm offered. Sen's eyes closed to slits. Both Ival and Sen shouted, No! Taking a step back, Ival looked toward the street. If she could get away from Sen, she could contact Zader and let him know what was happening without Sen or Storm overhearing her. My bike's 2 blocks from the park. Leave it, Sen ordered. They are waiting for you. They? They who? But Sen didn't answer, and the only they she could think of was the tribunal. She tried again. Don't I get a suspension hearing? She swung around to argue with Sen and froze when she saw his hand outstretched toward her. No, 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 don't! The world spun into a gray cloud. She heard Storm call out something, but it was lost in the sickening vertigo building in her head from the gut-wrenching turmoil of being teleported. The world sucked out of sight, and she was gone, heading straight for her worst nightmare. 15. She hated the smell of the past, almost as much as she hated Sen. Peeking through her sunglasses, Ival snuck a look at the nether realm where tribunals convened, a neutral zone for all entities who supported the Viper Coalition. A tribunal was composed of 3 entities whose pantheons had no direct or indirect relationship to the situation surrounding the supernatural being in question. Decisions could be made here without danger of retribution. Decisions about whether she remained free or not. She kept her head down and held her body perfectly still as though she hadn't regained her equilibrium yet. But with her inside shaking, that required supreme effort. The last time Sen had teleported her to a tribunal meeting, she'd come to and retched all over his boots. Must be why he'd left her kneeling on a pad of dense grass this time and stood several feet away, glowering at her. He was no longer her major concern. Not here. Power sang through the air from the 2 gods and 1 goddess standing on the raised platform of white marble streaked with veins of gold. The dais was set in the center of a circular tract of land the size of a city block, where the world fell away at the edges and a starlit black sky overhead crossed from side to side. Sort of like kneeling inside an unshaken snow globe at night. Imposing on the time of powerful beings was never wise. However, her life, for some unknown reason, was in question, and she needed to quickly gather her wits. She mustered humility. Might I have a moment to recover my balance? You may have a moment. The Polynesian goddess Pele was incredibly beautiful, and obviously the only one who was gracious. Surprising, since Pele was known for her temper as much as her exotic beauty. Black hair swept around her bare shoulders in stark contrast to the vibrant flowers woven into the material of her strapless gown. Standing on Pele's right was Ares, the Greek god of war, who might sympathize with Ival's struggle to retain her freedom, since he'd been held captive by two giants for 13 months once. Might, if he wasn't one gigantic, aggressive mass waiting to attack someone or something. He crossed arms that bulged with muscle on top of muscle. His legs were positioned in a wide war stance, his body battle-ready, with a bronze cuirass and greaves. Wavy blonde hair fell to his shoulders and matched the well-trimmed beard around his terse mouth. Loki rounded out Ival's supreme court of justice. The Norse god was a trickster at heart. Narrow horns as long as Ival's arm snaked out from his forehead and curved up until the tips pointed forward. He had demonic tendencies running through his veins, but she'd bet he wouldn't go quietly into a cell either. His gaze traveled everywhere and back in seconds while he flipped a furry glowing orb back and forth from hand to hand. Any other time, Ival would consider Loki's presence a plus, since he might see the trouble Alterance had caused as no different than things he'd done in the past. But putting him in the same space as Ares could turn lethal, fast. Probably why the two gods had been positioned on each side of Pele. This whole deal was wrong. Sen couldn't take Ival straight from suspicion to a tribunal, not without irrefutable evidence that proved beyond a doubt that she was a threat to humanity. "Alterant," Sen growled deeper than an agitated lion. She ignored him when she lifted her chin to let everyone know she was ready to proceed. "I come before you both humble and confused, as I don't know of any infraction I am guilty of." Sen addressed the tribunal. "It would appear that the Alterant has recovered from being teleported." Ival held her composure, but one day she'd pay Sen back for every slight and indignity. It was a day that couldn't come soon enough. Pele spoke first. "Do you call upon one to witness for you?" Ival had only faced the tribunal once before, which was one time more than any other agent she'd ever heard of. The last time she'd been given this option, she'd requested Zader's participation. Sen had treated her as though she was an imbecile for not realizing she could only ask for Brina or Maka to be called forth. The tribunal's version of phone a friend. She'd passed on asking for Brina last time rather than be humiliated when the warrior queen failed to show for an alterant. But last time, Zader had told Ival she was being called in as part of an inquisition. This time, Zader had no idea she was here, and everything about this meeting felt threatening. She'd risked embarrassment and more to stay out of captivity. Ival kept her voice steady. "I wish to ask Brina of the Isle of Trower to be present." Not really, but she sure as the devil wasn't going to bother Maka. Zader kept telling her Brina would help any of the tribe who asked. This would be a good time to test that theory. Pele nodded at Ival's request and announced for all to hear. "As you wish. Brina of the Isle of Trower, warrior queen of the Beladors, beholden to the goddess Maka, your presence has been requested. We will not proceed with this forum until you appear or send word that you refuse. Sen, you may leave until we call you back." "Yes, O goddess." Then Sen just vanished. Ival would love the ability to make him do that. As the seconds ticked by on soggy feet, worry banded her chest so tightly that she could hardly breathe. What was taking so long? Would Brina deny her request? Time passed at a different speed in this dimension. When the delay stretched into what felt like 30 minutes, Ival struggled not to cross her arms and tap her fingers. Showing any sign of impatience wouldn't be wise. not with 3 entities watching her. Plus, Brina might take that action as a bad reflection on the Beladors. Loki stopped juggling the orb. It immediately sprouted wings, then floated above his shoulder and stayed there. He glanced around as though just noticing the proceedings. "I see no reason to wait any longer." Pele arched a brow. "As if your time is more valuable than ours?" Ival had come and gone quickly the last time she'd faced a trio of entities. Was Brina making them wait so they'd be angry enough to ship Ival off forever? Loki returned her arrogant stare with one of his own. "I know only that my time is valuable, and I can make a decision where others may not. You will hold your tongue unless you wish to lose it for the insult you wield." Ares took a bold step around Pele to face Loki, who grinned like a wicked brat. Ival was ready to recant her request for Brina when a spinning blur of autumn colors appeared between her and the tribunal. Hair the color of a brilliant red sunset fell to Brina's waist. She wore a gown of ocean green that challenged her matching eyes for dominance. But this wasn't the real-life Brina, only a hologram of their warrior queen, who could not physically leave her mystical island in the Irish Sea. "Please forgive me for delaying the proceedings." Brina's voice was soft with deference, but lined with steel. "I was attending to a matter for my goddess." Why did Ival not believe her? Anything could be construed as a matter for her goddess, like talking to Zader first to see if Brina should waste her time helping an alterant. "Your delay is acceptable." Loki spoke before Ares or Pele could voice an opinion. Pele eyed him with quiet malice, then slid her attention to Brina. "We have the unfortunate task of informing you another alterant has shifted and killed." Ival's mouth slipped open. Now she understood why she hadn't been given a suspension hearing. This wasn't about the Bearn demon. They'd found out about the human. "Maka, help me." Brina dropped her head, a sign of shame in front of the tribunal. Ival would not drop hers, not while she was innocent and being wrongfully accused. "May I speak?" Brina requested. Ares jumped in first this time. "Granted." Brina swept her gaze around the gods. "We have kept a close watch on Ival, and she has shown no signs of being a threat to humanity. I would ask that she continue in her current position with Viper and under our supervision." Not that she didn't appreciate Brina's support, but Ival hated being spoken about as if she was a feral animal, incapable of living among humans like everyone else unless someone kept a choke collar on her. Pele's eyes turned to acid. "Ival has been allowed to remain free all this time based on your recommendations in the past. But this situation is different." "How so, goddess?" Brina's voice flowed as easy as an undisturbed stream. But then it wasn't her neck at risk here. Ival held her hands in front of her to keep from fidgeting or running. Pele glanced at Loki and Ares with a look of, "Are you through posturing?" When neither god spoke up, she answered Brina's question on how this attack was different. "The alterant that changed into a beast this time was a female. She killed 3 innocent people and had to be destroyed, but not before Viper agents learned that she was pregnant. That child died with her. Until now, Ival was allowed her freedom based on her unique position. Now that a female alterant has proven capable of shifting and being impregnated, we see 2 potential problems with her continuing to live among humans. On the one hand, she was grateful they still didn't know about the mutilated body. On the other, this was worse. She wasn't being accused of something they thought she'd done. She was being condemned for the actions of someone she'd never even met. The injustice of that burned deep inside her and made her seethe. How dare they judge her? She released her hands to grip the front of her thighs, fighting against the pressure that closed in around her. They were going to lock her away. Now. Had she known what this was about, she'd have fought Sen with everything she had. Sweat ran down the insides of her arms. Brina, please. Silence! Brina didn't even look her way. Ival sent a telepathic plea. Zader, I need help. Silence! Brina's shout was even louder in Ival's head. I understand your joint concerns. Brina addressed the tribunal in a much calmer voice. As Ival has proven to be an exemplary follower of our beliefs and valued Viper agent, I would ask the tribunal to provide her the opportunity to produce evidence that she is not a risk to the humans, that she is different from all the other alterants. The three entities exchanged glances, then turned their backs to Ival and Brina as they conferred quietly among themselves. Ival couldn't believe Brina had actually stepped up and spoken for her, just as Zader had said she would. He was right about showing trust in return. Brina was doing her best to buy her time. Goddess be praised. Ival rubbed her damp palms on her jeans, cheered at the possibility of putting all suspicion about her to rest. Even with Zader and Quinn's help, she expected that rounding up the evidence needed to cement her case would take a while. But surely Brina would petition Viper to allow her a leave of absence so that she could focus on this. Would Brina finally share information on the caged alterants? Ival would be willing to give the tribunal updates every few weeks, whatever they needed to make this work. We have come to a decision, the goddess said, as she and the other two faced them again. Your request is acceptable to us. Hallelujah! Ival almost staggered in relief, until Pele spoke again, with the caveat that Ival remains loyal to Viper and does not associate with another alterant while collecting her evidence. I haven't even seen one in 8 years, and if I had, it would probably have killed me. Ival pulled a calming breath into her chest, preparing to thank the tribunal for this chance. Brina nodded. Agreed? Ares cleared his throat. She may have until the first hour of Thursday to prove there is no danger in her remaining among humans. If her status changes at any moment between now and then, she'll be teleported to a secure location immediately. Ival's stomach hit the floor. 3 days? 3 flippin' days? Were they out of their divine minds? Surely these weren't the same 3 days she had to spend hunting the Nayak stone, or she'd appear disloyal to Viper. Oh, dear goddess. No matter what she did, she was screwed. If she proved her innocence, she was disloyal. And if she was loyal, she'd never be able to prove her innocence. Finally, Sen would have his wish and she would be caged. In only 3 days. 16. Amazon jungle, South America. Vian stared at his warlord, who was about to march all of them straight to their deaths. He wanted to call the man a lunatic, but his intelligence and desire to live kept that word out of his vocabulary. Instead, he used a moderate tone that flew in the face of his true nature. I would warn you one last time, my lord, to rethink this plan with so few men. After passing through the portal that had been opened by the witch, Batuk had been driving the men relentlessly to invade the city. 10 is all we need, Batuk finally said. We have waited long enough. I have a duty to my men, to our men. With one cut, he sliced his sword through a tree the size of Vian's arm. Every hour we waste, my people spend another day in immortal misery beneath Mount Meru. Can you not understand that? Me? Not understand? I stepped through the portal 2 years ago for the chance to free our people."
Vian slashed a path through thick undergrowth of this jungle called Amazon, so different from the streets of Atlanta, where he'd been living.
"Has your time in this new realm softened your hatred of the Beladors?"
Batuk asked without looking back at him.
"How can you say that? The Beladors killed my wife. I only questioned how much we risk by facing a monster with less than a legion of warriors. We have something the beast will want. This beast will be our shield against the Beladors. How fitting that one of their own will aid us."
Batuk chuckled to himself. Vian saved his breath. Monkeys raced across branches above his head, screeching to one another. He eyed a fat one that would make a fine meal if he were allowed to stop long enough to hunt. His warlord had less patience than a dog on the heels of a bitch in heat.
"Batuk!"
one of the men called out and raced forward. When Vian and the warlord returned, Nivoli plowed through the jungle, past the men marching in line, and stopped, breathless.
"I have your peace offering."
Batuk's face split with a satisfied smile.
"Excellent. Keep it at the back of the line until I call you."
He dismissed Nivoli, who trotted away and disappeared behind the string of men hidden by vegetation. Batuk planned to sacrifice an animal to the monster. That reminded Vian of the witch's serum he carried to feed the animal.
"Are you not curious what animal Nivoli captured?" "No. I have no doubt he followed my precise orders, as every soldier should."
Batuk scratched his grizzly black beard.
"I expect my first-in-command to show the same commitment and loyalty."
Vian wished for the millionth time that as a young man he'd sought another way to acquire the land he and his wife had intended to farm. Taking up a sword to follow Batuk upon the promise of his own tract of land had made sense at one time. A foolish decision observed clearly in hindsight. Just another way he'd failed his wife. Time had stolen her face from him, but not the sense of failure to protect her. Vian blinked away the hot sting in his eyes and swallowed to wet his dry throat. His saliva tasted bitter with salt and remorse. A sizzle of energy washed across his skin in a cloak of warning. "Stop." Vian raised his hand to enforce his order. Hair pricked along his arms. He sniffed the air for a hint of danger. The breath he inhaled burned his throat, indicating the threat was near and powerful. They'd entered the monster's invisible cage. Vian's hearing sharpened with the possibility of facing a creature in battle. Thin twigs snapped beneath his feet, loud as a tree being axed. He and his men moved to circle their warlord. Batuk shook his head and lifted a single finger to indicate all of his men should remain behind him except his first-in-command. An arrogant move when facing an unknown enemy. Resigned to his fate, Vian fell into step with his warlord, who pushed into a clearing. The entire jungle stilled. Nothing scuttled across the ground or swooped through the air between the webbed branches overhead. A foul odor assaulted Vian's nose and throat. He caught a sound, a deep, rasping noise coming from a large animal. He gained Batuk's attention before pointing across the opening to where a palm frond shot 15 feet above the ground and trembled in sync with each ragged breath from whatever hid there. Batuk took another step into the opening. A strong vibration tripped through the air, followed by a low, keening howl filled with menace, as if the animal warned them they had trespassed in his domain and there was no way out. Vian's blood pumped hard in his body. He touched his sword, which hung in the leather sheath at his hip, but had to take care. The witch who'd freed their small number had warned that any use of magic in the monster's spellbound cage would backfire against them. A snarl
bellowed in the dense forest in front of them. Trees swayed and the ground trembled. The animal raised its head. Vian had never seen anything so repulsive. How could something alive smell of swamp rot? Most of the body was covered in sores and scabs. The small parts that weren't were a hideous patchwork of filthy hair and scales. Batuk believed they sought some form of a man, but this thing stood 10 feet tall and could be nothing other than a monster. Vian drew his weapon, heartened at the shearing sound of 8 more swords drawn behind him. "No!" Batuk ordered. "Sheathe your weapons, now!" "So we die like slaughtered lambs?" Vian held his frustration in a firm grasp. He did as ordered and stood beside the warlord he'd sworn fealty to many centuries ago. The animal drew its cracked lips into a snarl, fully exposing uneven saber teeth. He tipped his head back and bellowed, the sound neither human nor animal, but clearly a message that they had wasted the head start the beast had given them. In its haste to get to them, it uprooted trees as thick around as Vian's waist and bounded forward in heavy steps, shaking the ground. When the beast entered the clearing, it was half human. At least the barreled chest, 2 long legs, and 2 dangling arms were human-like in structure. It wore threadbare jeans, but no shirt over the hair on its chest, which was matted with blood. Scales wrapped its abdomen and ran across its hunched shoulders. Each 3-toed foot was twice the length of Vian's. Black eyes peered from beneath a jutting forehead. "By all the saints, what is that?" Vian whispered, but he never got an answer. The animal raised its bulging forearms with 4 thick fingers dangling from each hand. It pointed jagged fingernails at Batuk. "I am here to offer you a deal," Batuk said, raising his hand in a silent order for the animal to stop. Instead, the beast took another step and clenched its stubby fingers into fists that cut his palms. A warning, but the monster was curious, or it would have slain them all by now. The men mumbled in harsh whispers, clearly questioning the sanity behind this march. Even Vian wondered if his warlord had lost his mind while traveling through the portal. The animal sniffed the air, grunted, then peered past Vian and Batuk. On its next sniff, it growled, as if preparing to attack. Batuk called out over his shoulder, "Bring the woman!" Woman? Vian went cold at that one word. He caught the scent of innocence before Navoli and another soldier marched forward with a young female bound and gagged, hanging by her hands and feet from a narrow tree limb supported across their shoulders. She appeared to be unconscious at first, but the animal's growl roused her. The poor girl took in the scene with wide eyes, then jerked back and forth, bleeding where the ropes cut into her soft skin. Fury screamed through Vian's brain and threatened to explode. He stopped the men from entering the clearing and spoke to Batuk. "You cannot do this. Do not argue with me." Batuk's hand moved to his sword, his face gnarled with rage. "This is the only way to free our people. Without the beast's help, we have no chance against the Beladors once they learn of our escape from Mount Meru. Do you not care for your people? Have you forgotten all you have lost to them?" Drawing a sword on Vian would have been less of an insult. The animal snarled and growled, pawing the ground. "Wait! I have an offering." Batuk waved the men into the clearing. The reminder of all Vian had lost in a bloody war with the invading Beladors crashed through him. Pain forged an alliance with his anger to tear a fresh gash through the heart that had withered in his chest over time. He'd spent centuries dreaming of revenge, willing to do practically anything to make the Beladors pay. But using this woman stirred something inside Vian he'd been sure had died along with his wife 800 years ago: his conscience. First the men slid the ropes, holding the woman's hands and feet from the pole, then they backed away quickly. "All wars require sacrifice," Batuk whispered to Vian. "Besides, you have no power inside this cage, so do not kill my men with misplaced honor." Vian struggled to find a solution to the impossible situation he'd marched into. Since they had no way to retaliate, this animal would definitely kill all of them. In truth, Vian would welcome the end to his private hell, but not at the cost of another innocent life. Keeping an eye on Batuk and his men, the animal dropped down on one knee next to the squirming girl, whose skin glistened with fear. Muted noises gurgled beneath the gag on her mouth. The beast studied her, as if not sure what to do, then flicked a sharp fingernail across the ropes holding her feet, slicing cleanly through. She froze, staring with horror-filled, bloodshot eyes at the monster. It cut the ropes binding her wrists. Her body shook, her small shoulders rocking with tremors. The simple blue sack she wore as a dress clung to womanly curves that belied the girl's youth. The beast gently slipped a talon between the gag and her face, slicing the rag with little effort. She screamed, eyes bulging in terror. Vian began to wonder what the beast would actually do. He swung his gaze to Batuk, whose black eyebrows drew tight over his hard expression. This clearly confused his warlord. The young woman began crying hysterically and spewing garbled words in a language Vian did not speak. He understood the meaning behind them, though. She pleaded for her life. The self-hatred he lived with each day for failing his wife would be nothing compared to what he'd feel if he found no way to stop this travesty. What was left of his soul would be a true wasteland. When the girl moved to crawl away, the creature roared and slapped the ground with its open palm. Vines exploded from the earth, pushing her onto her back, then tethering her arms and legs. It bared its teeth. A thin tongue slinked out, stretching all the way down to touch her face. She cringed, turning away and crying harder. Vian closed his eyes, damning himself along with the others. This was wrong. Her scream snapped his eyes open and shook loose what was left of his humanity. He could not let Batuk do this. They'd all sworn revenge on the Beladors, but offering this poor woman to a monster was not his idea of war. Wait. Vian fully expected to pay for this interference with his life. The beast's glare was only outdone by Batuk's murderous gaze, which should have backed Vian away, but didn't. "The girl has not taken the serum the witch gave us," Vian quickly explained. The warlord's face blazed red with anger, embarrassment, or both. "Navoli, why did you not give it to her?" "My lord, I do not have the serum. Vian does." Batuk's fingernails lengthened into sharp metal claws, a sign he wanted to kill someone. With his glowing yellow eyes locked on Vian, it wasn't hard to figure out who. "She is nothing more than a meal if she does not drink it. Give her the serum." Her wailing filled the jungle. The air trembled with her despair. "The witch said it was not necessary to drink all of the brew," Vian hedged. "In fact, she warned us about using too much." The witch had actually said to give the serum to an animal, then stake the offering for the beast to feast upon, because she believed the potion would work slower and hold longer if not taken directly, but she did not know for sure. Vian really didn't care what it did to the monster. but he would not allow this girl to be a sacrificial lamb. "Feed her the brew now!" Batuk bellowed. Vian struggled to think quickly under the threat of his impending death. What if she drinks the serum, then her stomach tosses it back? We can't risk wasting any of the liquid. The beast's body is much stronger than hers. Give the beast some and see if it works. If not, then give the rest to the girl, but do not let him kill her first. He had no idea how he would get the woman away from this monster in Batuk, but he'd bought himself a few minutes with which to plan. Ignoring them, the monster raised a hand above her, fingers curved to attack. She screamed, then fainted. Vian took a step toward the beast, his hand going to his sword. The creature's head spun to the side. He stared at Vian with raw hatred. "Sir!" Batuk extended his arms, palms open in offering. "I have brought something better than the girl. I have a serum that will give you what you most desire." The beast's rumbling breaths came quicker. Its black eyes crept from the girl to Batuk, then returned to its prey. It seemed to struggle with indecision until it slowly moved its hand back and forth above her. A silent order caused the vines, tethering her, to slide away from her body and into the jungle as frightened. Moving its hand again, the beast levitated her limp body to lie across one extended arm before it stood and, to Vian's disappointment, turned toward the dense woods. What now? Vian was Batuk's best strategist, but he'd come up with no idea of how to deter this beast from the girl. If all else failed, he would use his sword. To do so would decidedly result in his own death at Batuk's hands, but Vian had enough nightmares without draping this woman's death across his shoulders, too. He called out to the beast, "So you do not want the serum that will cure you of being a beast? Too bad. We shall leave then." At his challenge, the beast turned a gaze on him so soulless that there appeared to be no eyes in the black sockets. Vian took a deep breath he hoped would not be his last. "Lay the girl down and I will give you the serum." "It is my gift to you," Batuk quickly interjected with enough emphasis to let everyone know he was in charge. He steepled his hands in front of his chest, then bowed to the monster, but his eyes seethed with ire when he glanced at his first-in-command. Vian only hoped if they survived this that he could convince his warlord later he'd been trying to save all of them. He withdrew the metal flask and stepped forward. The beast swung around. The woman dangled from his arm. "Put the girl down," Vian repeated, his tone one of counsel rather than an order. When the beast still hesitated, Vian opened the flask and angled it as though to pour the contents out on the ground. Hearing Batuk's harsh intake of air, Vian prepared for death in the next minute. The beast flung the girl to the side, where she landed on several bushes, then slid to the ground. Vian winced, but so far she was unharmed. Bruised and probably mentally scarred, but physically, she'd recover. He placed the flask on a bare patch of dirt and backed away. The beast lifted its hand over the metal container, which rose in the air to eye level. It stared at the flask, clearly questioning the contents as it breathed in and out in a low rumble from deep in its chest. "I need you to help us, so why would I poison you?" Batuk asked in an encouraging tone. The beast stomped its foot. Vines lashed from the trees, down upon Vian and the others before he could draw his sword. He fought to free himself, but he might as well have been tied with braided metal. The men called out for Batuk to free them. His warlord stood tall in his binding and stared at the beast. "Kill me if you choose, but free my men. The only mistake they made was in trusting me. My only mistake was believing you, too, wanted revenge on the Beladors, to make their leader, Brina, pay for what she has turned you into."
The beast stopped snarling and studied the warlord. In that moment, Vian witnessed a flash of longing in the empty eyes. The beast wanted to believe Batuk. Silence bound everyone for several seconds. Then the beast raised its hand and pointed a finger at the flask that floated chin high, but he did not touch it. The metal tin moved to the beast's mouth and tilted as it dropped its head back to allow the brown liquid to flow down its throat. "He still may not help us," Vian warned under his breath. Batuk was unbelievably calm given their situation.
"We have never known the outcome of any battle before the first strike of swords."
He turned his head and staked Vian with a menacing glare.
"You have never doubted my ability to lead my men before. Do you now?"
"No, my loyalty does not waver." Vian made sure his voice was solid with conviction to hide the lie, though honestly, his faith should have wavered sooner. Much sooner. The flask hit the ground hard. The beast clutched its middle, moaning. Fire glowed red in its eyes when it raised its head. The beast clawed at its chest, as if trying to let something out, then twisted into an impossible shape. A cry of agony tore loose from its cracked lips. Vian could not believe what he witnessed. He prayed they lived long enough to make the witch pay for what she'd given this beast, which would rip them into pieces as soon as it could physically do so. Red dust appeared from nowhere, swirling in bands around them, faster and faster, until the beast was engulfed in a cloud that roared like a loud horn. Sand, loose branches, and stones lifted from the ground in the spinning cloud, pelting Vian's skin, cutting his face and shoulders. The men's cries were lost in the noise until the wind died all at once. Peace ensued, so abruptly that the soldiers quieted until Vian heard only the thumping of his heart and each panting breath he drew. He tasted dust and blood on his lips. When the haze settled, the beast was no longer a beast. Still wearing ragged jeans and no shirt, he now stood only a few inches over 6 feet tall. His golden hair and pale eyes were as out of place in this jungle as the straight white teeth and perfect features. Those unnaturally bright green eyes were not human. They were the unique shade of an alterance.
"What do you want, warlord?" the man asked, the glint in his gaze as hard as the cut of muscle wrapping his upper body.
He folded his forearms over a smooth chest. Batuk remained calm.
"I was told you are Tristan, and that you are an alterant, not a pure Belador, even though you were born under their star. It is rumored you have the blood of a dark spirit, but your fair hair and pale eyes surprise me."
Tristan snorted. "Surely you didn't go through all of this to talk about my looks?"
"As I said earlier, I came to make a deal with you. I need one with your powers to help us."
"Why should I care what you want?"
"Because if you agree to my offer, you can remain the way you are now, forever. You will no longer be known as a beast."
Tristan's eyebrows flickered in surprise. Then he shook his head and shoved a testy glare at Batuk. "Who are you to think you can offer me the impossible?" But curiosity had slipped through the bravado in his words.
"I am Batuk, the Kujo warlord. My men and I are willing to lay down our lives to make the Beladors pay for murdering our families and raiding our lands. We will not stop until every one of them lies dead."
Vian felt encouraged at the slight catch of interest in Tristan's eyes when Batuk mentioned warring with the Beladors.
You have yet to answer my question, warlord. Tristan shifted, his bored stance reinforcing a lack of patience. Release us so we may talk as men. I have proven I am not your enemy by the form you have right now. Tristan tossed his head to one side, as if silently ordering someone to leave. The vines unwrapped from Vian's body and snaked away to nearby trees. The witch had warned that this part of the jungle was entirely under Tristan's rule and power, but it was also his prison. The 2-kilometer square area had been shrouded in a spell that prevented him from leaving. Once the men were freed, Batuk stepped closer to him. I have sworn revenge on the Beladors for murdering our people and causing us to lose favor with our god Shiva. My men escaped through a portal we've opened between the two worlds. I am willing to help you obtain what you want, if you will in turn help me obtain what I need. What exactly do you need? Batuk hesitated just long enough for Vian not to trust his warlord's answer. To free my people from imprisonment beneath Mount Meru, but I feel certain we will encounter the Beladors before this is accomplished. If so, we will need your help to defeat them, as our god forbids us from warring with the Beladors. You can fight them. We cannot. Tristan chuckled, a derisive sound meant to mock. You do realize the Beladors who live today are a bunch of self-righteous pansies, right? That bitch Maka protects them as long as they uphold an oath of honor. Batuk curled his lip. I care not about their oath, and neither should you. His righteousness swelled with each boom of his deep voice. I was told how Brina denied you your birthright, that she caged you here, refusing to let you leave without her permission. Do you not yearn for revenge for being cast away as unworthy? You know nothing about me. Only rumors and stories traded by night stalkers and black witches. Tristan shot back. I have no reason to believe you. Leave now while I'm feeling relaxed, or I might choose one of you to take back to my cave and show you how I've entertained others who've ventured into my space. His eyebrows lifted with the grin that appeared on his too pretty face. Vian touched the handle of his sword. Tristan's gaze slashed at him with eyes that blazed hot as the setting sun and could have cooked the monkey Vian had wanted for dinner. A bolt of fiery light shot from his gaze to the ground at Vian's feet, close enough to smoke the toes of his boots. In return, Vian quirked an unimpressed look at Tristan that said, Is that all you got? An amusing phrase he'd heard from the street kids in Atlanta. Tightening his fingers on the hilt of his sword, he considered using his magic to answer the insult, but he would not risk injuring the other soldiers. He didn't miss the fact that Batuk failed to address the insult. I know this. Batuk drew Tristan's attention back to him. No man would continue to live as a beast when he could walk this land freely in the body you own at this minute. If you agree to my offer, I have a key that will unlock this cursed existence forever. Tristan made a noise in his throat that dismissed Batuk's offer.